Chapter 1. The mirror-like moon hung high in the sky, and the silvery light shone over the land through the deep night. The gentle evening breeze blew gently, and under the quiet night sky, an untimely sound came hiccup. Li Xiu patted his bulging belly and walked leisurely on the street. Of course, go to the wholesale market of daily necessities to get a hammer, number on. Today is another day to protect the village. Li Xiu opened the familiar game of touching the head, entered the rank competition, and then locked the 3 Matekai in seconds, clicked to prepare, and started the battle. Without hesitation, Li Xiu chose one of his favorite characters, a beast that surpassed human intelligence, Crazy Akai. Looking at the Heavenly King team opposite, Li Xiu smiled contemptuously. The Heavenly King team is not as young as me. The ninja chooses the right one, and the super shadow does the duel begins. It seems that you don't know what youth is, let me teach you what youth is. The sweat is the brilliance of youth. At the beginning, one hand is a second chakra, 8 doors Dunjia. The 6th door, Jingmen, open. Next, youth is Grandma Li knocking on the door. Open. Andy Lau. The opposite stand-in, positioning, youth is open when there is a big one, and hesitating for half a second is a distrust of youth. This is what youth, the panda is at the top of the second, and the hegemon is distancing. Gaia, there are no beans, and the explosion of youth. Li Xiu looked at the screen and gradually fell silent. The 3 Akai were successfully won by the opposite stable flat A receiving skill, and with countless touches on the head, Li Xiu was angry. If you don't explode in silence, you perish in silence. Immediately, Li Xiu angrily threw the newly purchased fruit 13 Pro Max 1 TB Yuan Feng Blue to the ground and fell to pieces. Immediately after that, Li Xiu was still angry. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally a mouthful of 82-year-old blood poured into his heart and spewed out, and Li Xiu's whole person was angry to death. Gradually Li Xiu came to his senses and... What a dazzling light! Is this the kingdom of heaven? Feeling that the host opened his eyes, the system automatically activated and bound the host. Li Xiu didn't pay attention to this sound in a daze at first, but after adapting to the light here, what came into his eyes was a kind old man looking at him with a smile on his face. How can there be an old man here? Who is he? What is he doing? Where is this place? Immediately after, Li Xiu felt that he was being picked up. It's really fake, I'm a 100-pound person, how can this old man easily pick me up? Is this reasonable? It's not scientific at all, for an old man, what a strange power. Wait, what are you going to do? Don't come here, don't put your face over, I don't like men. Oh. Then Li Xiu's immature pink face was kissed by the old man. Po. I vomit. It's disgusting. What's going on with this old man? What are you doing? Li Xiu hurriedly used his hand to push away the old man's face. Wait a minute, why can't I speak? How can I sound like a child babbling? Wait, why is this hand so small, like this? So it is, I figured it out. It's all connected, I'm just an infant now, and I look like I'm born again. Li Xiu then scanned the environment in the room with his residual. There were few decent pieces of furniture in the dilapidated wooden house, hot water was still boiling on the stove, the kettle was steaming into the air, and the sunlight poured in through the wooden windows, leaving a halo on the floor. There is no electricity, no gas, no modern appliances. Isn't Xiaoguo completely out of poverty? Is this really Xiaoguo? The old man is a yellow race, and he doesn't look like a foreigner, where is this? Li Xiu then seemed to think of something. The drama of rebirth in another world, this kind of thing will actually happen to me, it always feels like a dream. Li Xiu recalled that when he was 16 years old, he came out of the orphanage and worked as a pastry apprentice for 2 years. Fortunately, I'm just an orphan, and I don't have anything to worry about. It's not good the 666GXI data in my phone hasn't been deleted yet. This wave of direct social death equals. No wonder that guy is about to GG and struggle to get up and restore the factory settings, dare to leave innocence in the world. Now that I've traveled through another world, I'm at ease when I come here, let's live seriously. Wait, haven't I forgotten something? System, you came out for me, good guy, I almost forgot my golden finger. System, _. Don't pretend to be stupid, come out quickly. The full name of this system is that you can become stronger by working part-time. System, please check the system function yourself. Don't look for the system if you have something. Don't look for the system if you have nothing to do. The system refuses to access the dialogue with the host over. System, did you forget the newbie gift package? The host's appeal was detected. The newbie gift package is being distributed. I don't dare to say it, I really start a life in another world from scratch. Li Xiu said with a black face. The newbie gift package has been distributed, please check it yourself. System, why haven't you said how to use it? Li Xiu called for a long time but couldn't get a response from the system, and scolded and said. Nima. It's really a free-range host? Then Li Xiu accepted this cruel fact, this system is a waste. Then Li Xiu began to drum up the of this part-time work system. System, come out. Check the system function. Sesame, quick open the door. Hey! Finally, under Li Xiu's unremitting persistence and concentration, a virtual light curtain appeared in front of that only he could see. Host, Li Xiu. Occupation, if the baby in the swaddling clothes is also considered a profession, then you are a cute little baby. Strength, a baby with no power to bind the chicken. Mandatory mission, completely kill the Ghost King Anime Suji without misery, and obtain the power of the origin of the world. Mission time limit, before the end of the Taisho era. Failure punishment, the system spirals to explode on the spot and ascends to the sky, killing the host by the way. Li Xiu resisted the urge to burst into green muscles, then opened the system panel, clicked on the backpack, and saw the newbie gift package that he had been looking for a long time. If you haven't received the gift package +1, do you want to receive the newbie gift package? Yes. Congratulations on getting the ultimate forbidden technique, 8 Doors Dunjie, system reset version. Greatly weaken the attributes, Super Soldier Special version of 8 Doors Dunjie. Courtesy Li Xiu, are you? Chapter 2. The Groove, the 8 Doors of Dunjia, isn't this Kai's famous stunt? Although it is a reset version of the system, weakened into a super soldier, however, this thing is more than enough to deal with ghosts in this world. Woohoo, take off! Li Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Because this is Li Xiu's own favorite move in the Hokage, Li Xiu has always been full of admiration for Kai, and at the same time loves this character and his moves very much. The 8 Gates Dunjia Array, the ultimate body technique inside the Hokage, temporarily gains great power by unlocking the passage that binds chakra in the human body. When the 8 doors are fully opened, it is also called the 8 Gates Dunjia Array, and according to the different strengths of the user, it can instantly obtain dozens of times the power above the 5 shadows, which can be described as an extremely powerful forbidden art. When Li Xiu accepted the newbie gift package, there was an obscure inheritance in his mind, accompanied by various moves of this body art and the cultivation method of chakra. Physical art and chakra will be cultivated slowly in the future. As for this mandatory task, killing the Ghost King Wu Miao, and then collecting the power of the world's origin is not something I can do for the time being. Cultivate slowly, and one day I can do it. At present, it seems that I have crossed into the world of the Demon Slayer Blade, then this place is the ancient Neon country, and Wu Miao became a ghost in the Heian period, and it is impossible to judge the specific timeline for a while, so let's investigate it in detail later. The preliminary plan is already in place, and we will continue to improve it in the future, Li Xiu thought. In other words, although the system is shabby and there is only one system panel left, which is shabby and distressing, and it won't communicate with me, this newbie gift package can be regarded as a gain. Li Xiu calmly accepted the status quo, with the gentle shaking of the old grandfather, accompanied by the gentle nursery rhyme sound from the old grandfather's mouth. Li Xiu lost his initial radiant. The baby's body is really easy to fall asleep. Li Xiu was drowsy, his eyes were sleepy and slowly closed, and then he fell asleep peacefully and started his new life. Time flies, 16 years have passed in a flash. The sunset is about to disappear, the night is about to envelop the land. In the quiet mountain forest, the figure of a teenager on the forest path emerges. The young man has a smooth and fair face, revealing an angular cold-handedness. The dark and deep eyes, the slanted sword eyebrows, contain sharp black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, and the contours are clear. The young man is heroic, as if he is cultivating bamboo. The black hair was like satin, and it fell down. Because of his casual personality, he didn't tie it up formally, but tied it up with a hairband at random. The boy still had the prey on his shoulder, and walked unhurriedly towards his home. Take the card, insert it in, finish hunting today, and clock in and out of work. Successful check-in, 8 hours and 57 minutes of work, reward, a bottle of soldier food pills. Li Xiu opens the system panel. Host, Li Xiu. Occupation, Orion. Energy, Chakra, 20 cards. Email, 1 mandatory mission, completely kill the Ghost King Anime Suji without misery, and obtain the power of the origin of the world. Mission limited, before the end of the Taisho era. Failure penalty, the system spirals to explode in situ and ascends to the sky, killing the host by the way. It's getting dark, today's part-time job is over, hurry home after work, after all, it's far from home. Li Xiu put the soldier food pills he received into the system backpack, and then went straight in the direction of Yongning Township. The old man must be very happy, and he has also harvested a lot of prey today. It's already dark, you have to go back quickly, or the old man will be worried. Just as he was about to go home, Li Xiu's face changed in an instant. Why do you perceive a strange energy far beyond that of ordinary humans, and a strong smell of blood in the air? What happened? A trace of bad feeling lingered in his heart. Li Xiu's heart tightened, lost his prey, and rushed to Yongning Township. After arriving at Yongning Township, the smell of blood is extremely strong, and the dark clouds that cover the moonlight seem to be covered with a blood-colored coat, and the purpose is a terrifying scene, with stumps and broken arms all over the place, and the blood still has residual heat, indicating that the incident has just happened, and the ground is full of blood-colored. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment, exhaled briefly and spasmodically, and knelt on the spot as if rooted, dazed, as if he had lost his voice, and could not even make a sound. Immediately, Li Xiu seemed to remember something, quickly got up and stood up, and ran to the warm wooden house where the two of them lived. Outside the wooden house, under the moonlight, a purple kimono, wearing a flower in her hair, fair skin, 2 vermilion-like eyes engraved with the next and the next one respectively, the small woman's hand like a blade passed through Muto Ryata's chest, and the blood couldn't stop flowing through the chest. Tick! 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 Li Xiu couldn't believe his eyes, it was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, and it was as if someone had poured a basin of cold water from head to toe, and his whole body was numb. Accompanied by a cry of pain from Grandpa. A hoarse cry came. Ah! Grandpa! Muto heard Li Xiu's voice, tried his best to stretch out an arm weakly, as if to caress Li Xiu's cheek, and the last sentence in his life came out in his weak voice. Xiaoxiu! Fast! Running! Then his arm hung down weakly, his vitality was completely extinguished, and he left the of this world. Allah, Ara, there's a naughty child here, let's get to my mother's belly. Goo! Swanyao's little hand covered his little mouth lightly, and said with a contrived smile. Li Xiu's throat was dry at first, then his whole body trembled slightly, and finally tears poured out uncontrollably. And from his chest came a low, echo cry like an echo in the valley. Li Xiu let out a painful, "Unforgivable! Unforgivable!" Li Xiu's muscles flared up, his face turned as if dyed crimson, and he said angrily, 8. Doors Dunjia, the first door, open the door, open. 8 doors Dunjia, the second door, close the door, open. 8 doors Dunjia, the third door, the birth door, open. 8 doors Dunjia. The fourth door, the injured door, open. With the majestic energy exuded from Li Xiu's body surface, the surface of the ground began to crack and produce gaps due to the impact. Li Xiu launched a fierce offensive. Gu Xiaoniao struggled to resist, put away his pretentious face, and looked solemn. No, there is not a trace of breathing, there is no Nikiran knife, it doesn't look like a member of the ghost-killing team at all, and there is no trace of ghost smell on his body, and it can't be a ghost. But this little ghost gave me the feeling that he was an ordinary person before. Why did he suddenly have such great power? The attack is very fast, powerful, and very fast. It doesn't matter, whether it's a person from the ghost-killing team or not, I'll tear you apart directly. The blood ghost technique, incense, has already been activated. The air is full of the scent of incense burners, little ghosts, the fragrance is hallucinating, and anyone who smells it will fall for my blood magic. My blood ghost magic can create all kinds of illusions, and I am invincible in the illusions. Die a painful death in the illusion. Chapter 3. Why haven't you been deluded? You've ingested a lot of aroma, you should have fallen for my blood ghost magic. Gu Xuanyao said with a frightened face. Li Xiu's expression was cold and said, "Just with those disgusting smells, you want to control me, it's ridiculous." After opening the 8 gates Dunjia, the restriction of chakra is lifted, and it flows at a high speed in the body, and it will not fall into hallucinations, just enough to restrain this blood ghost technique. Li Xiu thought secretly in his heart. Don't talk nonsense, evil ghost, go to Sinai. Konoha whirlwind. Li Xiu had a blue chakra attached to his foot, and he quickly kicked towards the top of the bird, blocking its upper path, and then quickly kicked down to attack its lower plate. Exciting Konoha Vajra force whirlwind. Gu Bird blocked the top with both hands, but suddenly changed his move to attack the lower plate. The lower plate was hit hard, his legs were broken, he was paralyzed to the ground, and after taking another hard move, the roundhouse kick was knocked away, and the body rolled out of several meters on the ground, and after the dust dispersed, leaving a long trace. Konoha Bad Rock Rise. Li Xiu jumped into the air, spun in the air and borrowed his strength, his elbow carrying a strong chakra and quickly fell, and he hit the chest of the Gu bird with a heavy blow that could shatter the rock. The bird's entire chest was sunken, many bones were shattered, internal organs were also severely damaged, and blood was constantly coughed up from his mouth. Shadow dancing leaves. Li Xiu moved at high speed, and struck Gu Yu bird into the air with a heavy blow. Li Lianhua. As the words fell, Li Xiu's speed was almost half the speed of sound, and the attack carried a fierce force, attacking Gu Yu bird fiercely. Each blow made a whistling sound, and even the air rippled. As Gu Yu bird fell to the ground, his white skin was bruised and swollen, and his scarred body was even more unusually distorted, and the blood that flowed out stained the kimono with a strange red trace, like the other side flower on his head. Gu Xiao bird stood up again in a matter of moments, and quickly recovered from many injuries in his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the recovery ability of the ghost? I remember that the immortal Kawa Minoru, who was still a member of the first-class team, cut off Gu Yuniao's arm, and the broken arm was immediately recovered, and the recovery ability of Xia Xianyi was too strong. Damn, ordinary chakras don't have the effect of inhibiting the recovery of ghosts. I don't have a specially forged Hinawa knife, and there is no place where wisteria flowers bloom near Yongning Township, so if this continues, all my attacks will be in vain. The sun won't rise for at least 4 hours, what should I do? Li Xiu began to feel uneasy, and looked at Gu Suaneo vigilantly. On the other side, as a ghost, these injuries can be recovered in the blink of an eye, and how much physical strength do you have? If you only have these tricks, child, it is better to go to your mother's arms and become your mother's nourishment. Just a mere honor, a demon who thinks he is a loving mother, disgusting. Masochists and sadists born with distorted psychology, tiger poison does not eat children, your husband is persecuted by you, and your daughter Sae is also abused to death by you, are you worthy of the sacred word mother? Li Xiu's expression was cold, and he asked in a questioning tone. I'm not allowed to mention the name Mi Rong, Mi Rong? I have long abandoned that name, my name is Gu Suaniao. In addition to this wonderful ghostly body, that Lord also gave me this precious name, which was taken by the only one who understood me, and it should not be blasphemed. As for my husband, he spends extravagantly on the liquor and the casinos, is infatuated with other women, does not care about my feelings at all, and often abuses me and poor little Seijiang, and is innocent of death. Ah! Yes, my poor little Seijiang, when she was seriously ill, I worked so hard to take care of her, why did she leave me, even if she had to abandon me, even if she climbed, Xiao Seijiang trampled on my intimate dedication and efforts. Ah! Even she wants to deny me, I am obviously her mother, so I killed her, ate her, what a delicacy that I can't forget until now. Xiao Sae returned to my womb, until later, we will be together forever. When happiness is destroyed, it is often accompanied by blood, all the people in this village are killed by me, all the children are melted into my belly, and I am one, what a wonderful thing, I feel so happy, so happy. At this point, Gu Huaniao's expression had changed from anger to obsession, and he looked completely intoxicated. What a disgusting face, hopeless perverted demon, go to hell to atone for your sins. You know what, those children who have been abused have let down their defenses, and even when they die, they still love me, rely on me, and are full of gratitude to me, this is my happiness and happiness. Stubborn little ghost, go die. Blood ghost magic, another dimension. Blood ghost magic. Phantom flesh wall. Immediately, Li Xiu was brought into the alien space formed by the blood ghost technique by Gu Suanyao, and many flesh walls suddenly appeared around the space, and they continued to grow, as if they wanted to devour Li Xiu into flesh and blood. Is this the belly space of this evil ghost? Presumably those innocent children have been swallowed by these disgusting walls of flesh. Li Xiu's mood was heavy. No matter how tragic your past is, human life cannot be trampled on. Even if I am destroyed, I will surely slay the evil spirit. 8 Gate Dunjia, 5th Gate, Du Gate, open. 8 Gate Dunjia. 6th Gate, Jing Gate, open. Li Xiu's state was fully opened in an instant, his body was filled with green steam, the air was trembling, and the energy was vigorous. Now is the time to fight for your life and to cry out for the innocent. Tada opens the towards the peacock. Li Xiu threw a heavy punch at high speed, accompanied by the sound of whistling and rubbing, the air violently rubbed to produce flames, and the combination of shock waves and flames formed a scene of peacock opening the screen, overwhelmingly striking the space in the abdomen. Let you change your tricks, I will break. They. By myself the temperature in the space soared at a high speed, the air was filled with the smell of meat, and the surroundings were unbearable. The overwhelmed and directly shattered in the different space, and Li Xiu returned to the outside. Again. The girl in front of her covered her abdomen and vomited blood frantically, and that blow caused her great damage. Impossible, how could the blood demon technique fail? I'm a powerful being, and I won't lose to a mere human. Gu Suaniao looked shocked, then screamed frantically, immediately recovered from her injuries, and instantly ran towards Li Xiu, using her physical skills to start attacking. Li Xiu's backhand is a 6th physical skill stunt, True Lotus Blossom. Gu Bird parried and received a violent impact in an instant, and then there was no strength to continue to resist, and he was hit hard in many places all over his body, knocked to the ground, his body was seriously injured, his clothes were tattered. And his snow-white skin was in many places. Li Xiu was panting like a cow, sweating profusely, and the sweat on his forehead dripped down his face like crystal-clear raindrops, wetting the large area of land under him. Gu Suanyao dragged his injured body and crawled on the ground, staring at Li Xiu in front of him with vicious eyes, and said with a cruel smile, "You can't suppress my recovery ability, this technique consumes you a lot. The final victory is mine after all, and I will ravage you so hard that you will die in pain," said Gu Suanyao with a crazy face. Chapter 4. The recovery ability of ghosts is indeed very tricky, and the fatal wounds for humans are just a small fight on ghosts, and it only takes a while to recover. It's true that I don't have the means to suppress your recovery, and I'm about to run out of stamina, but that doesn't mean I don't have other means to deal with you. It's time to end this farce. Ninjutsu, resealing the limbs. Li Xiu quickly sealed with both hands and engraved the seal on Gu Suanyao's body. "What are you doing? Why is my power gone? What's going on? What are you doing?" said Gu Suanyao with a look of horror. "It's just that your power is sealed, the source of your power is the blood of Anime Suji, I temporarily blocked this power in your body, and you naturally can't feel the power. After becoming a ghost, the ability to regenerate has been engraved deep in the genes, and it can reverse the aging and death of cells, and even my sealing technique cannot restrain it. However, just by virtue of the current you have the nature of self-healing, and you have lost the power of blood ghost magic. What can you do to compete with me?" Immediately, Li Xiu took out the kunao and cut off the head of the bird, stepped on the head of the bird, and then took out a special chakra bandage to bind the bird's body, and then it was another catharsis, which temporarily melted a trace of anger. Then, Li Xiu silently took his grandfather into his arms, gently attached his cheek to his grandfather's face, closed Muto's eyes with his other hand, and then stroked the other cheek. Li Xiu didn't cry or speak, but his face was strangely sad and painful, frozen like ice, cold as a rock. On the other side, as the head recovered, Gu Suneo glared at Li Xiu, a pair of resentful eyes, and the two pupils almost jumped out. "What? Why is this happening? I'm the noble 12 ghost moon, fake, it's all illusory, how can I lose when I'm on the next string?" Finally, a touch of morning light on the edge of the dark clouds shone a warm light through the clouds, in stark contrast to the lonely back on the ground. "Ah! Yes! Ah! Old man, have you seen it in heaven? I have avenged you. Go in peace." Li Xiu walked to the house, took out a shovel, and dug a pit in the blank space of the flower garden behind the courtyard, preparing to bury his grandfather in the camellia bush that he loved most during his lifetime. Li Xiu buried Ryota Muto with a heavy heart, and set up a tombstone with his own hands, the tomb of Ryota Muto. "Grandfather, the mountain breeze blows, the cherry blossom trees make a rattling sound, and the cherry blossoms fall from the sky, and the petals flutter in the wind, falling on the flower beds and tombstones." Li Xiu knelt in front of the tombstone and said softly, "Grandpa, the camellia is blooming again." When the evil ghosts of Xiaoxianyi slaughtered Yongning Township, the members of the ghost-killing team who received the order of the crow quickly rushed here too. "Is it still too late? What a tragic situation, everyone in this village has been slaughtered by ghosts," said a member of the ghost-killing team. The members of the ghost-killing team quickly reconnoitered the environment and tracked the traces of evil ghosts. This village has a strong ghostly spirit, which is not at all made by ordinary ghosts. Each team member searches in groups, pay attention to safety. The hidden troops quickly cleaned up the battlefield, checked if there were any surviving humans, and carried them away in time for treatment. The medical staff of the Butterfly House also asked to treat the humans who may survive in time. Be sure to do their best to rescue them, please. A Class A team leader quickly assigned personnel and issued an order. Chini-sama, there is no one in front of the village entrance who survived, and the evil spirits should have slaughtered the entire village. A member of the hidden division stepped forward and said, "These people have the misfortune to meet ghosts and lose their lives, and the loss of life is always unexpected." Butterfly Chini said with a heavy heart. Chana-sama, according to the identity of the deceased, discovered a strange thing, and no trace of the child was found. Recently, there have been hundreds of cases of children going missing, and if nothing else, it should be the female ghost named Gu-1 Bird. A number of B-level and C-level elite teammates were killed by this ghost, and the Lord has already sent A-level team members to assist in the battle. I wonder if they can be killed this time. Obviously, ghosts used to be human beings, and they had human emotions, but after becoming ghosts, they destroyed human nature and lived by eating people. Is there really no ghost in this world who does not eat people? Can humans and ghosts only be enemies? Butterfly Chini murmured softly. You stay put, and I'll search for the ghosts. Yes. Boy, you're a survivor, but why are you here alone? Ichiro Sato looked at Li Xiu in front of him and asked. The main person is a member of the Demon Slayer team who wears a black uniform with a silver button, a large character printed on the back of the costume, and a Nichiren sword between his belts. It's the first time I've seen the ghost hunters of the Ghost Slayer team. Li Xiu looked Ichiro Sato up and down. My name is Li Xiu, and I am the only survivor of this village. The evil ghosts attacked the village and killed the villagers, and my grandfather was also murdered by the evil ghosts, and everyone left me. Li Xiu said in a low voice. What a strange name, off topic, sorry, so why are you the only one who survived? I came home from hunting in the mountains, the evil ghost slaughtered all the villagers, among the children was devoured by her. When I rushed to the house, I happened to meet the evil ghost mutilating my family, but unfortunately it was too late. Grandpa lost his life. I couldn't save Grandpa. I was very angry, so I killed the evil ghost, avenged my grandpa and everyone in the village. It sounds bizarre, a minor child, alone killed a lower string ghost, but that's exactly what happened. What? You said that you killed the lower string ghost, and you belong to the direct subordinate of Anime Suji no Miserable, children can't lie, hee. After Sato Ichiro heard that it was the lower string ghost, his face turned blue with fright, and his head broke out in a cold sweat, but he still pretended to be calm and touched Li Xiu's head, barely suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. Don't touch my head, believe it or not, this matter is your business, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to explain too much, it doesn't make any sense, whatever you think. It's really fake, but he looks like an ordinary child, he has such a calm look on his immature face. And looking at his serious expression, it doesn't seem to be a fake. No matter what, let's leave it to the Fujiwara leader to deal with. Ichiro Sato thought to himself. What's going on in this world? Ichiro Sato shook his head, didn't think much about it, and shouted. Xiaoxiu, come with me, we will make arrangements for your subsequent life. Chapter 5. Ichiro Sato led Li Xiu towards the place where the ghost-killing team assembled. On the road. Mr. Sato. What's wrong? Why did the people from the Ghost Slayer team come so late? If they had come earlier, maybe nothing like this would have happened, right? Xiaoxiu, I'm sorry, the manpower of the Ghost Slayer team is limited, and it also takes a certain time difference for the crow to pass the mission. This ghost's ability to conceal his breath is very clever, and this time we also tried our best to get here as soon as possible. In order to kill this ghost, the Lord dispatched a number of first-class leaders to scatter around to find traces, during which many of the ghost-killing team partners were killed by evil ghosts. Sorry, Xiaoxiu, we have done our best. Ichiro Sato lowered his head and said in shame. Don't blame yourself, you've done a good job, it's not you and me who are at fault, it's this ghost-eating twisted world. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, I said such a willful thing for a while. I should thank you Ghost Slayer team, selflessly protecting humanity in the shadows, thank you. Xiaoxiu, no matter how much you lose, you must work hard to continue to live, no matter how many setbacks you suffer, you must keep hope. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Sato Ichiro didn't say anything, just gently touched Li Xiu's head. Xiaoxiu, it's here, you wait for me here first, I'll report and come back immediately. Li Xiu silently looked at Sato's departing back and waited quietly in place. One after another, other squads have come here to report on the search. The first team did not find any trace of the ghost, nor did they find any surviving human. The second team did not find any trace either. The third team did not find. Either the fourth team did not either. Sorry, Fujiwara-sama, I disappointed your expectations. Damn, I couldn't find any trace. Again. This is. Get out of the way, I have something important to tell Fujiwara-sama. Ichiro Sato hurried through the crowd and shouted. Sato, but what's the catch? Asked Fujiwara-ken with concern. The subordinates found a surviving teenager here, and only this child survived in the entire village, but… Just what? Sato Ichiro muttered. It's just that this surviving child is amazing. According to this child, the evil ghost who slaughtered the village this time is the existence of the 12 ghost moon, and it seems that this child killed the evil ghost. What? Is it Gu-One Bird? Fujiwara-ken's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously clenched the handle of the Hinawa knife on his waist. The evil ghost has been eliminated. Did this teenager do it? Hey, even the pillar-level adults are tricky existences, and they were killed by a child. Sato, are you making me laugh? Tong Yanwuji, do you believe it? But… Nothing but, return to the team quickly. Yes. Sato Ichiro slowly retreated unwillingly. At this time, the butterfly Chini came from a distance and went straight to Fujiwara-ken's position. Mr. Fujiwara, I haven't found any trace of the evil spirits here. It's the butterfly leader, the people I sent here haven't been able to find it, this ghost seems to have disappeared out of thin air, and the trace is unusually difficult to find. The only good news was that my subordinates had found a survivor, but the kid was probably so stimulated that he was so nervous that he was babbling something out of the ordinary. According to the child, the ghost encountered on this mission was the Gusha bird of the lower strings. If this is the case, no wonder there is no trace of any children. If it is a Guwu bird, it can be connected, and the other children in this village are probably devoured by the Guwu bird. The hateful demon has lost its trace again, and it is hateful. Fujiwara said with an angry face. The child who survived is really pitiful, and I hope to get out of the shadow of my heart as soon as possible. Chanel said softly. This misfortune is caused by this group of hateful demons, and it must have dealt a great blow to that child, alas. Fujiwara sighed. Where is that kid now? He seems to be at my subordinate Ichiro Sato. Thank you, let me go over and calm down. Then Butterfly Chanahue walked towards Li Xiu's place with light steps. At this time, Ichiro Sato, who was sitting on the ground chatting with Li Xiu, saw the arrival of Butterfly Chini and got up in time to salute. Lord Butterfly! Is he the only child who survived? Yes, Lord Butterfly, his name is Li Xiu. Li Xiu, it's a bit of a strange name. At this time, Li Xiu looked up and happened to meet Chini's eyes. Looking young, with black hair and purple eyes, she wears emerald green butterfly hairpins with pink edges on both sides of her hair. He wears a standard Ghost Slayer uniform with colorful butterfly feathers on the outside. This is Li Xiu's first impression of the real butterfly Chini. At this time, the soft voice of the butterfly Chini like the warm sun of spring came. Are you Li Xiu? It must be very painful to lose a loved one, I deeply sympathize with this, don't be sad anymore, Forget this bad memory, and start a normal life again. Chini looked at Li Xiu gently, stretched out her hand and was about to stroke Li Xiu's head. Don't touch my head! Li Xiu pushed away the hand that was stretched out in disgust, looking dissatisfied. Why is there always a dragon head that Diao people want to touch? Li Xiu thought to himself. As we all know, Li Xiu from touching the head village only likes to touch other people's heads. Ichiro Sato hurriedly said, Lord Butterfly is already a first-class player at the age of 16 now, Xiaoxiu, don't be rude. It's okay. Li Xiu stood up, facing the butterfly Chini who lowered his head by half a head, and said speechlessly. What? I'm also 16 years old, not younger than you, what's going on with this gentle big sister's character? They. Girl's face suddenly turned crimson, and she said shyly. Ah, I'm really embarrassed. Chanahui. Hearing the boy call her name, Chini behaved unnaturally, blushing and said. What's wrong? You're a first-class player, so I have a request, I hope you can help me. I want to join the Ghost Slayer. Arala, do you want to join the Ghost Slayer? However, I can't easily decide a person's future, the members of the Ghost Slayer team often fight the ghosts on the front line, and with the extremely high risk, there are often members of the Ghost Slayer who are brutally killed by the demons. If you can, I still hope that you can live as an ordinary person and not get involved in these disputes. No, I've already decided. I'm homeless, and I haven't been able to save my loved ones. So, I want to make up for the regrets in my heart, kill the evil ghosts, and protect the people I want to protect. Li Xiu looked at Chini with a determined expression. Chini was moved by the sincerity in his eyes, and said softly. I respect your choice, this is a difficult road, I hope you don't regret it, come on. Chapter 6. Team Sato, please send Li Xiu to Butterfly House for a checkup first, and I will arrange the rest of the matter. Yes, Lord Butterfly. Xiaoxiu, come with me first, we will arrange the future of the villagers, you don't have to worry, go to the Butterfly House for inspection first. Li Xiu nodded, and then was blindfolded and taken to the Butterfly House. Xiaoxiu, the blindfold is to not reveal the location of some important institutions of the Ghost Slayer team, I hope you can understand. I can understand the purpose of doing this, and I really appreciate that I can consider my feelings, and Mr. Sato is really a gentle person. Nothing, everything. Ichiro Sato touched his nose and said embarrassedly. Xiaoxiu, then let's hurry up. Okay, then please leave it to Mr. Sato. Is this a place to provide treatment and rehabilitation for injured team members, Butterfly House? It's so big and magnificent, the scene I see in reality is far more shocking than in the comics, the wooden high-rise buildings are towering, the internal space is vast, the area is huge, and the environment is also very beautiful, I always feel like I have a fight with the Ghost Slayer headquarters. After Ichiro Sato sent Li Xiu to Butterfly Dance to settle down, he went to explain the task and Li Xiu said goodbye. At this time, a petite woman's voice came. Mr. Li, please cooperate with us to check your body. The nursing staff of the Butterfly House are wearing butterfly hair accessories. Yes, this is a hair ornament given to us by the owner of the Butterfly House, Lady Butterfly, and this is the symbol of our Butterfly House, said the nurse happily. In order to confirm Li Xiu's psychological condition, the nursing staff asked Li Xiu to observe in the Butterfly House for a period of time before making follow-up decisions. The breeze gently blew through the window, the curtains danced with the breeze, Li Xiu put one arm on the edge of the bed, one hand on his chin, and quietly looked out the window in a daze. Then I clicked on the system panel boringly. Host, Li Xiu. Occupation, Nun Strength, Elite Shangnan. Energy, Chakra, 20 cards. Male, None. Mandatory mission, completely kill the Ghost King Anime Suji without misery, and obtain the power of the origin of the world. Mission limited, before the end of the Taisho era. Failure punishment, the system spirals to explode on the spot and ascends to the sky, killing the host by the way. After glancing at it, Li Xiu closed the system panel and muttered softly. Why are you keeping me here? I really have no problem with my psychology, I have seen it, I will live with my grandfather's efforts. Li Xiu, what are you muttering to a person again? It's time to take medicine. Ah, are you going to take medicine again? I don't have any mental problems, really, I'm a very good person, I've never been so sober, really. Ah. Yes, yes, the most popular thing that psychopaths like to say is that he is not sick, and this is just a slap in the face of the medicine. Obediently drink the medicine, this is a medicine that Lord Butterfly Ninja has worked so hard to develop. Can't there be a sweet medicine? It's really hard to eat. Li Xiu stared at Aoi Kanzaki with a bitter expression. After all, is the medicine bitter? If you don't drink the medicine well, Lord Butterfly Shinobi will be angry again. Is this really something for people to drink? How can Butterfly Shinobi develop such a thing? I seem to hear someone say bad things about me behind my back. Are you questioning my pharmacological ability? Butterfly Shinobu put on an angry face, the corners of his mouth hummed lightly, and his little crisp chest trembled. Li Xiu looked at the black hair in front of him, the bangs were purple at the end, he was wearing a mint-colored hair ornament with dark purple edges, and he was wearing the Ghost Slayer team uniform, and the butterfly with white feathers on the outside of the team uniform couldn't help but feel big. Butterfly Ren stared at Li Xiu with a pair of purple pupils, with a serious expression. Hurriedly said, No, no, I mean the medicine you developed has a very good effect, he. As he spoke, Li Xiu swallowed the medicine in one bite, pretending to be very delicious. If you have any questions about me and my medicines, please do so. Butterfly Shinobu said bluntly. Li Xiu looked at the straightforward and serious appearance of the 14-year-old girl in front of him, and felt very speechless. Patience, you are still as straightforward as ever, don't always look unsmiling, very serious, smile more. You must be very good when you smile. Please don't talk about irrelevant things, and I'm not familiar with you, don't tell me to bear with me, I'll leave if it's okay. The butterfly stood up and looked like she was about to leave. Okay, forbearance. Butterfly stood up and left. Li Xiu took Butterfly Ninja's hand, don't go, forbearance. You haven't told me about your sister Chini's plan for me. Let go, Li Xiu, please respect yourself. Li Xiu touched his nose and said embarrassedly, unintentional move, sorry. But I thought in my heart, it's so slippery, so tender. After my sister went to report to my lord, I went on a mission again, and it will take a while to come back, my sister has her own arrangements, please wait quietly. After saying that, the butterfly didn't look back and left. Aoi Kanzaki hurriedly stepped forward and explained. Lord Butterfly Shinobu has always been unsmiling and serious, but she is actually a very kind person, please don't mind. I know, thank you Zayakui, then you can get busy first. Okay, when the time comes, I'll come to deliver medicine to you, take the medicine on time, and don't move, recover well. After the instructions, Kanzaki Aoi left with the medicine box, leaving Li Xiu alone on the white hospital bed, looking loveless. Li Xiu held his head in his hands, rested his head on the soft pillow and said to himself, when will Chini come back, alas. After staying here for a few days, finally, Chinamai came back from the mission. Butterfly House. Channa, how is the arrangement for entering the Ghost Slayer? Li Xiu, I have already told the Lord about your matter, the ghost killing team has vigorously searched after this Yongning Township incident, and even dispatched pillar-level members, but they have not found any trace of that ghost, as if it has never appeared. And I later told the Lord about you, and to be honest, I was skeptical that you killed the ghost of the next string, and the Lord was also shocked when he heard this. Lord has ordered me to confirm the accuracy of the information about you, then test your swordsmanship skills, and then find a suitable cultivator for you. If it is true, the swordsmanship can reach the standard, and the Lord promised to directly go to Fuji Raid Mountain to participate in the selection, and directly become a first-class member of the ghost-killing team. Team uniforms, crows, and Japanese knives will also be delivered at a later date. However, after confirming the truth of the matter, there is one more condition. What conditions? Come with me to meet your lordship, your lord wants to see you. Does YAIBA want to see me, is that all? Li Xiu thought to himself. I can agree to these conditions, but how can I confirm my strength? Li Xiu said with a puzzled expression. Chapter 7. Alala, the way to confirm it is very simple, that is, to fight with me, so that the most direct way can show your strength. I'm a first-class player, although I use a wooden knife, but please take it seriously, of course, this battle is over. Channa, then please give me a lot of advice. Li Xiu nodded and said with a straight face. Then I'm going to go. Flower breath, red flower clothes. Chani said as she unleashed two unusually twisted arc slashes from the bottom up. Is this the sword technique blessed by the breathing method, so fast, and the trajectory of the knife is very special, like a feather coat? Li Xiu thought to himself. With his excellent perception ability, Li Xiu immediately dodged the first blow that attacked, and then when the second blow fell in the air, he saw the right time, wrapped his arm with chakra, and took the blade of the wooden sword with his bare hands, skillfully defusing the arrival of the second blow. Li Xiu thought proudly in his heart. This wave of true bare hands, Tianxiu, degree. Suddenly flower breath land type vortex peach. Channa Megami saw that the blade was directly taken by Li Xiu, and then twisted his body in mid-air. Turned on his side, and drove the blade away from Li Xiu's palm, and then changed his attack method, accompanied by the flying petals, and swung a blow horizontally. Oops, the attack method has actually changed in the air, it's not good, the eyesight can't keep up with the action, move the chakra quickly, it's not good, it's too late to defend. The wooden knife slashed horizontally and accurately into Li Xiu's chest, knocking Li Xiu to the ground with one move. I didn't have time to wrap my chest in chakra, it hurts. Underscore. Li Xiu had a painful mask on his face. Xie-jun, it's okay, isn't it too hard, I'm really embarrassed. Channa Hui hurriedly asked with concern. It's okay, it's still too little experience in combat, so I underestimate the enemy. That's fine, but Xie-jun shouldn't know. The breathing method. Is the breathing method? What is the breathing method, can you eat it? Li Xiu pretended not to understand anything. It seems that Xiu-jun really doesn't know anything. I'm just an ordinary person, and of course I don't understand these strange things. Li Xiu said with a weak face. Well, the breathing method is simply a technique that strengthens the heart and lungs through a special breathing method and effectively enhances the body's functions. Those who master the breathing method can exert extremely destructive power according to the knife technique they have XI and the breathing method. Differences in human constitution will affect the adaptability of breathing methods, so there will be differences in breathing methods. For example, my breathing method is flower breathing. But I can vaguely feel that there is a strange energy in Xie-jun's body, but if it's just to this extent, then it's not enough to confirm Xie-jun's strength. This energy is called chakra, I don't know what's going on, anyway, I was born to use it. Li Xiu's face was not red, and his heart was not beating and he lied and passed over. I'm going to do my best to prove myself. Well, everything about Xie-jun is very mysterious. Is there one? I'm just an ordinary person. Li Xiu hurriedly explained. Poof ha, Xie-jun doesn't have to be like this, everyone has their own secrets. That's the case, let's continue to start fighting. Li Xiu hurriedly changed his words. Then give this trick a try. 8-gate Dunjia, Jingmen, open. In an instant, the chakra restrictions of the 6 doors on Li Xiu's body were all lifted, and the whole body was quickly filled with green steam, and the ground could not withstand such a huge force. With the part under Li Xiu's feet as the center, it began to crack in all directions. Chanel Megami looked at Li Xiu in front of her with a solemn expression, and cautiously launched an attack. Flower Breath, Fruitless Peony. Chini slashed 9 times in quick succession, gathering 1 point, and the traces of the wave were like the petals of a peony. In the face of the 9 swings attacked by the quartet, Li Xiu unhurriedly and directly chose to face the hard regret. Konoha Bad Rock Rise. Li Xiaomeng turned around and spun with strength, elbowing the wooden knife, and almost instantly, Chanahui used the breath of the flower 2-type Mykage Plum. The arc-shaped slash of the plum blossom petal trajectory immediately struck from all directions, barely channeling this powerful force to the side and avoiding the attack, but the wooden knife was overwhelmed and cracked. After resisting for a moment, Chini glanced in front of her, and there was no trace of Li Xiu, and suddenly a bitter stalk was cold on her skin. Don't move. Then the warm heat blew in her ears so that Chini couldn't resist it anymore. She immediately became soft, even the wooden knife in her hand fell to the ground, her face was dyed with a touch of red, her ears became pink, and she completely lost the ability to resist. Chini blushed and said, Xie-jun, I admit defeat. Li Xiu withdrew the kunao in his hand, and instantly came to the opposite side of Chini and looked at her and said speechlessly, You blushed a bubble teapot. This strange ability of yours is already comparable to that of some pillar players, and I even feel that if you use this move from the beginning, you should be able to defeat me with 1 move. Besides, you are also very strong, your swordsmanship is very good looking, just as good looking as your person, and at the same time pleasing to the eye. It contains a soft and agile atmosphere, which is very suitable for you. It's shy to praise it, is it so unpretentious? Li Xiu thought to himself. Chanahui. Hey! Chini replied as she came back to her senses. I didn't cheat on anything, I won with dignity, and now you can always believe me. Xiu Jun has indeed proved himself, and the next thing is to test Xiu Jun's talent in swordsmanship. Do you want to master a powerful ability again? Li Xiu fantasized in his heart. After all, he was very fond of all kinds of breathing methods in Demon Slayer. A week later. It seems that Xie-jun doesn't seem to have the talent for swordsmanship. Chini said with one hand on her forehead with a headache. It took Li Xiu a week to not even understand the basic content, and his control of the sword was also very poor, and he was completely unsuitable for people in kendo, so there was no way to learn all kinds of breathing techniques. If you can't learn the breathing method, can't you become a member of the Ghost Slayer team? Li Xiu asked anxiously. A swordsman who doesn't have a talent for swordsmanship can go to the various departments of the hidden team to shine and contribute his strength. But I want to kill the evil spirits and protect the people. Li Xiu said with a discouraged face. Chapter 8. Xie-jun, mastering the breathing method requires a high level of talent, it's not something that anyone can do, there's no need to be discouraged by this, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, and you don't have to fall into self-doubt because of your own shortcomings. Xie-jun, your mysterious ability is also very powerful, why don't you go with me to meet the Lord first? Things are not without a turn. Okay, it seems that I am not suitable to become a swordsman. Li Xiu shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. The next day, the two of them prepare to meet the Lord of the Demon Slayer squad. Li Xiu looked at the headquarters that was not inferior to the huge scale of the butterfly house. The beautiful wisteria flowers in the courtyard danced in the wind, exuding a fragrant fragrance of flowers, and couldn't help but sigh that the scenery of this residence was beautiful and beautiful. At this moment, the wooden floor made a creaking sound, and with the sound of clogs stepping on the wooden plank, a figure appeared in front of the two. Chini knelt down on one knee and said with a respectful face, Lord Guiyan, this is what I told you about Li Xiu, who has unique abilities. Li Xiu looked up at the leader of the ghost-killing team in front of him, his face was handsome, his speech was like a warm spring breeze, and he was very generous between his conversations, but his left eye was covered with scars. Is this the Sanyashiki clan who are like a curse and can't break the shackles of living past 30 years old? At this time, Chini solemnly introduced him. This person in front of you is the lord of the ghost-killing team, Lord Yayashiki. Of Sanyashiki. Li Xiu nodded and said hello to Sanyashiki. Can bring you here, presumably it has been confirmed that incident. I sympathize with Li Jun's matter. I am really sorry that I failed to save the people of Yongning Township. Yayashiki apologized. The Ghost Slayer has done your best, and it is only the demons who trample on human lives that are hated and angry. Expelling all the evil ghosts in the world is the goal that our ghost-killing team has been fighting for thousands of years. Li Jun, are you sure to choose this path? It's an honor to be a member of the ghost-killing team, it's just that, Mr. Sanyashiki, I don't have any talent for swordsmanship. Chini hurriedly stepped forward. My lord, after a week of kendo guidance training, Xiajun is indeed not suitable for the path of a swordsman. However, Xiajun has a powerful ability in his body. And he is not inferior to a pillar-level team member. The world is so big, there is no shortage of strange people. This special ability can kill the second string of the 12 ghost moons. What an amazing child! The swordsman who can kill the 12 ghost moons is a necessary condition to become a pillar, but the pillar of the ghost-killing team has always been a swordsman who has mastered the deep breathing method, and there has never been an existence like you. If you become a pillar, it will be difficult to convince the public for a while. Originally I thought you were a descendant of a certain breathing school, and after a battle, I was going to directly raise your level to the first rank, and after a period of training, it was set as a new pillar. It seems a bit of a headache now. If the swordsmen who don't usually have swordsmanship talents want to continue to contribute to the Demon Slayer team, most of them join the various departments of the Hidden Division, and your situation is different from theirs. Chanahui, do you have any good suggestions? Xiajun is now homeless, but he can be taken in by the Butterfly House as a powerful force to protect the Butterfly House. Usually, when the task is released, the Lord can send Xiajun to participate in the mission, and the existence of Xiajun can greatly increase the safety and success rate of the task, so that Li Xiu's desire to kill evil ghosts and protect people can also be realized. If it's idle, Xiajun can also do some other work in the Butterfly House to reduce the burden on the Butterfly House. After thinking for a while, YAIBA decided to do so for the time being according to Channa's decision, and then make some adjustments in time according to the follow-up situation. Li Jun, are you satisfied with this result? I am willing to obey the arrangement. It is my honor to be a member of the Ghost Slayer team. That's good. My lord, thank you for fulfilling your wishes. Thank you, Mr. Sanyashiki. YAIBA nodded and said, if there is nothing else, you can leave on your own. Then the two of them didn't say much, and respectfully withdrew. YAIBA Sanyashiki stood in place, looking at the backs of the two leaving, and said to himself, I have a gut feeling that that child has the power to change the world. On the other side, Chanahui, how can I feel like I'm not fully added? Chini covered her mouth and chuckled, poof ha ha ha, Xiajun is already a member of the Ghost Slayer team, it's just that Xiajun himself feels strange. What? I'm going to go on a mission again, and I'm going to do logistics in the Butterfly House. In other words, the Butterfly House is all girls. I'm a man, I feel so awkward. I always feel that Xiujun is a very special person. I can't be wrong in looking at people. Xiujun must be a kind person at heart. Please give me a lot of advice in the future, lovely nurse Xiuzhang. Li Xiu was speechless. Hey, Chanahui, don't give me a strange title. Ha ha ha, Nurse Zhang Xiajun. After saying this, Chanahui quickly ran in front of Li Xiu with a light step. It's really, hey, don't run, stop. Li Xiu shouted as he pretended to be annoyed. The two chased and fought before sunset and returned to the butterfly house. I'm back. Sister, welcome home. Chana-sama, welcome home. Butterfly Shinobu and the other nursing staff warmly waited for Chanaewi's return at the entrance. Oh, it's Shinobi and everyone from Zioae and Butterfly House, thank you. Little Chanel-chan is still so afraid of life. Chani looked at the little Chanel who was hiding behind her sister Shinobu and whispered softly. Li Xiu, the big complainer, complained, I was not welcomed, I was so sad, so sad. He also pretended to be wronged. Butterfly Shinobu glared at Li Xiu fiercely, and asked her sister Chani bluntly, Sister, why is Li Xiu with you, shouldn't you send him to the cultivator? Shinobi, Xiajun's situation is more special, after talking with the Lord, Xiajun will be taken in by the Butterfly House, and in the future, he will be a part of our Butterfly House, and everyone will have to get along well in the future. Chani smiled and folded her hands. Sister, I object, why did he join the Butterfly House? The Butterfly House is full of girls, how can an unfamiliar man join in? Butterfly looked at Li Xiu angrily, and said with a tough attitude, I firmly oppose Li Xiu joining Butterfly House. Chapter 9. Li Xiu was puzzled, and looked puzzled. Forbearance, don't be willful, this is a decision I made, and the Lord also agreed. Ren, let go of your prejudices, we will work together in the future. Humph, asterisk. I won't approve of Li Xiu. Butterfly Shinobu shook his sleeves vigorously and left directly. When passing by Li Xiu's side, Butterfly Ninja's eyes seemed to be about to breathe fire, and he looked at Li Xiu angrily, but he didn't give Li Xiu a good face, and left alone. Li Xiu patted his head in annoyance, Chan Ahui, Shinobu seems to have some opinion on me, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. It doesn't matter, Shinobu is such a strong character, I believe that through getting along in the future, Shinobu will change his opinion. Li Xiu nodded to indicate that he knew, it's not too early, where will I live in the future? There are still a lot of vacant rooms in the Butterfly House, come with me, and when you get there, choose one yourself, and I'll have someone bring you the necessary things later. They two followed each other to the residence, and Li Xiu picked a room that looked good, I will live here forever in the future. Li Xiu looked at his room with satisfaction. Chanai, thank you so much today. Allah, Xiu-kun is welcome, please take care of me today. Where is it? My side is. The two looked at each other and smiled, Chani didn't bother Li Xiu, and left straight. After some time, the voice of Knock Knock came. Please come in. Li Xiu, these are all new living utensils, I asked Lord Chanel to send them to you. Li Xiu took the daily necessities with both hands and said, Trouble Xiaokui. It's okay, from now on, you are also a member of the Butterfly House, and everyone is my favorite family. See you tomorrow, bye-bye. Well, bye-bye. After seeing Kanzaki Aoi away, Li Xiu sat quietly on the bed alone. As far as the result is concerned, it is still a matter of celebration to become a member of the ghost-killing team, and the next thing is to start a formal life. Li Xiu's mind moved, and the system panel popped up. Host, Li Xiu. Occupation, member of the ghost-killing team, the only male nurse in the Butterfly House. Strength, Elite Shangnan. Energy, Chakra, 20 cards. Male, non-mandatory task, completely kill the Ghost King Anime Suji without misery, and obtain the power of the origin of the world. Mission time limit, before the end of the Taisho era. Failure punishment, the system spirals to explode on the spot and ascends to the sky, killing the host by the way. I'm thorough, the one in front is quite normal, and the male nurse in the back is very excessive. Wait a minute, I seem to have mastered the wealth code, 2 jobs, double the salary, woohoo, take off. With excitement, Li Xiu slowly fell asleep. Early in the morning, Li Xiu came to the place where he exercised his body and began his diligent cultivation. The practice of physical art takes time to accumulate. Mate Dai spent 20 years to master this technique, a few moves to kick the ninja knife 7 people into Daowen 3 knots. Kai Huang almost kicked out of the finale. Sooner or later, one day, I can also master the 8th door proficiently. I am now 16 years old, proficient in the 6th door, barely able to open 7 doors, but it will be extremely damaging to the body, or need super strength, overload physical training. He also wanted to complete the task, but his current strength could not reach the level of completing the task, so he had to give up and cultivate slowly. Li Xiu told himself in his heart, self-restraint, today's training content, do 800 push-ups in one breath. If you can't do it, jump rope 2000 times in a row. If you can't jump rope 2000 times in a row, go do 500 pull-ups in one breath. If you can't do it, run 30 laps around the butterfly house, and if you can't run 30 laps, you will kick the stake 500 times. Li Xiu understands that the road to becoming a strong man is long, and if you want to gain strong strength, you have to work hard. Patience, continuous patience, sweat is the glory of youth, and my youth has no regrets. The motivation came suddenly. Li Xiu took off his shirt, put on his shirt, and began to ravage his fiercely. With the passage of time, Li Xiu's body was already sweating, and the crystal sweat droplets dripped down his upright posture to the ground. Even so, Li Xiu was still persevering. Outside the dojo. You say, what does the new master Li Xiu have to train to stop? Asked Teraka Kyoji suspiciously. I don't know, but Master Li Xiu has a very good figure, his strength is also very strong, and his personality is also very resolute. Nakahara Cheng sighed. However, it's already noon, he's been training, he hasn't rested, and he hasn't eaten lunch. Doesn't Lord Li Xiu feel tired? Let's give these foods to Master Li Xiu first, otherwise it will be cold, and it won't taste good if it's cold. Although it will interrupt his cultivation, but after all, his body is important. Takadane, who was wearing a green hair ornament and tied in long braids, looked at the lunch box in his hand and said. The 3 little ones tiptoed gently to the back of Li Xiu, who was doing pull-ups. 387. 388. 399. At this time, a petite figure shouted for a while, Lord Li Xiu, take a rest first, it's time for lunch. Li Xiu heard a sudden voice from behind him, and one was not focused, fell from above, and came to kiss the earth in a chic way. My handsome face! Li Xiu rubbed his face and muttered with a distressed face. The 3 little ones next to them hugged each other in fear. What should I do, master? Li Xiu won't be angry, right? It's definitely not comfortable to fall off the bar. He won't murder us. Li Xiu is a bad person, he dares to murder us, hey! They 3 little ones suddenly cried together, crying out of control. Li Xiu, who had just reacted, looked confused. Li Xiu couldn't see the child crying, his heart was happy, and he hurriedly stepped forward and coaxed, what's wrong with you 3 little guys, who made you angry, watch me punch him away. Lord Li Xiu, murder us, woo woo woo. Lord Li Xiu is a bad guy. We hate Lord Li Xiu the most. I didn't do anything, you 3 little ones are so cute, how could I murder you? Li Xiu said with a doting face. Only then did the 3 little ones realize that their brains were oversupplemented, and they accidentally cried like this. The 3 little angry bags stood in a row and said in unison. Master Li Xiu, I'm sorry. Li Xiu's heart, the old man's girl's heart exploded. He hurriedly stepped forward and gently wiped his tears for the 3 little ones with both hands. Little guys, don't cry, if you cry again, you will become a little flower cat, and besides, you don't have to call me Master Li Xiu, just call me Brother Li Xiu or Brother Xiu, the title of adult always feels weird. Xiao King K is not a little flower cat. Xiao Cheng is not either. Xiao Hui is not a flower cat either. They. Three little ones scrambled to tell Li Xiu. Emphasis. Chapter 10. Yes, yes, you are not little cats. Brother Li Xiu emphasized, it's just that I was too involved in training and didn't notice that you were coming, so I fell down. Rest assured, Brother Li Xiu's skin is thicker than the city wall, so Brother Li Xiu won't be angry and murder you, you can rest assured. After that, Li Xiu also gently touched the heads of the three little ones to soothe the emotions of the three little ones. The three little ones said in unison, really? Really? It's more real than real gold. Petit Takadane handed the lunch box in his hand to Li Xiu. Brother Li Xiu, this is the rice ball made by Sister Aoi, it's very delicious, Brother Li Xiu should have lunch. Li Xiu doted/touched Xiao Nei's head, thank you Zai, and Xiao Cheng, good, you are all good children. Brother Li Xiu, remember to have lunch, let's go first, bye. Li Xiu waved at the three little ones in response. Li Xiu crossed his legs and sat on the ground to taste the lunch brought by the three little ones. Well, it's unexpectedly delicious. This vegetable soup is also delicious. Li Xiu burped, eat and drink enough to touch the fish. He walked leisurely between the courtyards, quietly looking around at the style of the butterfly house. It's the first time to seriously observe the butterfly house. You are Master Li Xiu, I am Kitahara Shimizu, a member of the Hidden Division. Kitahara Shimizu respectfully presented it with both hands, this is your team uniform and the Japanese wheel knife, please check. Then his hands clapped together, making a crisp sound, and a black crow flew on Li Xiu's shoulder. This crow will be yours in the future and can be used to communicate with headquarters, send missions, and spread information. The Death Crocodile gift pack, yes, it's very intimate. Li Xiu thought to himself. That, Kitahara is, thank you for making a special trip, it's hard work. Serve the ghost-killing team, and I will do whatever it takes. Kitahara replied solemnly. Li Xiu hurriedly went back to the house, made a cup of tea, and handed it to Biwen to drink, and then he sent Biwen to the door to say goodbye. Damn, stinky crow, don't peck at my ears. Li Xiu's eyes were quick, and he reached out to catch the crow, and suddenly found that the crow still had a small bamboo letter tied to its feet. Li Xiu took down the letter box and opened it. Li Jun, see the words as you are. Presumably now you have received the standard configuration items of the Ghost Slayer team. Congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Ghost Slayer team. This is your first mission, go to the town in the southeast, where innocent women are disappearing, suspected of evil spirits, please go to investigate, and hope that you will return safely Yayashiki. Li Xiu put away the letter paper and put it in his arms, then changed into the uniform of the ghost-killing team, put the Japanese wheel knife into the system backpack, and prepared to set off alone. On the balcony, Chini, who was watering the flowers, saw Li Xiu who had changed into a team uniform. Chini gently put down the watering can in her hand. Xiajun's outfit, are you going on a mission? It's Chini, I'm about to go on a mission. A town in the southeast is suspected of being haunted by ghosts. I want to go over and solve it as soon as possible. Xiajun, let me ask you a question, do you believe that ghosts and humans will live in peace? Li Xiu didn't answer immediately, but thought of a special character, the ghost doctor, Zhu Shi. Li Xiu thought to himself, if the ghosts have the same consciousness as Miss Zushi, maybe this idea will come true, but it's a pity that it. Li Xiu calmed down his emotions and sighed and said, maybe there will be ghosts who have such thoughts, but in reality, most ghosts are still doing things that kill humans and eat humans. The villagers of Yongning village, as well as my only relative, Grandpa Muto, died at the hands of ghosts. However, ghosts are all converted from humans. I think the point of ghost hunting is not only to save the person the ghost wants to kill, but also to free the ghost from the cause and effect of sorrow. Chani, before they become ghosts, they may have had a tragic experience, and I personally sympathize with. But after becoming ghosts, they can't survive without eating humans, they can't become stronger, and once they kill people, they fall into an endless abyss, losing their humanity and being wrapped in the shackles of sin. All I can do is protect the people I am guarding as much as I can, and then bury the demons and send them to hell to atone for their sins, and that's it. I'm not against you having sympathy for demons, but at least don't hurt yourself by being too gentle. I know, this is the path you chose, Xiajun. Then please bring this is what I made with my own hands. Everyone in the butterfly house has a butterfly hair ornament that I made with my own hands. Yours and I have made a necklace, please bring it, it will definitely bless you. You must return safely. Chani said as she handed the necklace to Li Xiu and looked at him gently. But I refuse. Chani tilted her head in confusion, and looked at Li Xiu with a cute expression. Okay, don't tease you, let's go, ha ha ha. Li Xiu raised one hand and waved lightly with one hand to show goodbye. Chani stood silently in place, praying in her heart, I must return safely, and 2 days later. The town of Hachiman. A simple noodle restaurant. It's delicious, it's so delicious, how can there be such a delicious tonkatsu ramen, please be sure to have another bowl of. Wrap it on uncle, uncle will give you something to eat below. Li Xiu thought to himself, surprise sigma, degree, this thing is not to be eaten. Then Li Xiu remembered the task assigned to him by the organization, and asked, that, uncle, such delicious noodles, why are there only a few male customers in the store, and there are almost no women in this town? Uncle, I'm really not one of us, please. Talk about it. It's not a shameful thing, so let's talk about it. Uncle said mysteriously, the reason why this phenomenon happens is because a lot of people have disappeared in the town recently, and I heard that they are all women. The people in the town have their own opinions, some say that they are perverted murderers, and some say that they are demons and monsters, and each one is more outrageous than the other, everyone is in danger, especially women, and they dare not go out. Hey, my business is not good. No, your noodles are ready. I didn't order tea. There are no people in the noodle shop, so I should send you, remember to help my uncle promote it. Then thank you, uncle. Uncle finished adding noodles, and then bored lying on the rattan chair to retire and go to. Li Xiu buried his head in eating noodles and thought in his heart, is there a group of missing women? Chapter 11. After Li Xiu finished eating noodles and paying the money, he walked straight out of the noodle shop and walked leisurely on the street. In a dark, damp alleyway. The sunlight only penetrated a little, and it was filthy and foul-smelling, and rats were rampant. Here. In such a gloomy place, there are many beggars in ragged clothes who live. Here. Li Xiu walked quietly among them, and some beggars saw his bright appearance, and immediately dragged their crippled bodies in front of him. This lord. Please. Give us a little charity. Li Xiu silently put down some coins without speaking, and a group of people immediately rushed to. In the midst of the group, there was a man who lay there without any action, as if he had no interest in the coins on the ground, and did not know what he was talking about. Such a person caught Li Xiu's attention, and he walked in front of the one, crouching down to try to hear the words clearly. The man said with a fanatical expression, stupid mortals, only the best destination is to lead to bliss. Sanyi Shi saw the sect leader and was taken to Elysium by divine decree, this is a real miracle, but it's a pity that I don't have that kind of qualifications, so unwilling. Li Xiu heard the word bliss, and his expression turned grim. Bliss, it's the eternal bliss sect, what do you know? The man just glanced up at Li Xiu and didn't pay attention to Li Xiu. Seeing that the man looked like he didn't care about himself, Li Xiu took out the kunao and put it on the man's neck. The sharp edge of the kunao cut the man's epidermis, and blood flowed out of his neck. You can't go to Elysium if you are killed by me, you better correct your attitude again. Facing the terrible young man in front of him, the man was so frightened that his body trembled, his legs trembled, his face showed a cowardly and begging expression, and he hurriedly said, "Don't kill me, I'm going to Elysium, don't kill me." Li Xiu was puzzled. I'm afraid that the Eternal Bliss sect is not a pyramid scheme, otherwise it can brainwash people into this. Li Xiu shook his head, and then said with a straight face, "Now I ask you to answer, understand?" and then deepened the strength of the kunao in his hand. The man panicked and said, "My lord, I will answer if I know it. First question, do you know the cult of Elysium?" "You know, the cult of Elysium provides shelter to people, and the leader listens to God's will." "Okay, the second question, who is Sanyi?" "Sanyi is my wife. She saw the true face of the sect leader, and was sent to Elysium by the sect master." "Last question, where is the location of the cult of Eternal Bliss?" "It's a temple nearby, so it's a temple that is advertised to the outside world, but it's actually a place where the cult of Eternal Bliss propagates its teachings." Then Li Xiu put away the kunao in his hand, and in an instant, he lost his trace, leaving only the man to stay in place with a frightened face. Is it just that his superstitious parents, because of his peculiar appearance, regarded him as the son of God, and thought that he would be able to hear the voice of God? In fact, Tong Mo himself has never actually heard the so-called voice of God. Although Tong Mo thought it was ridiculous, out of pity for his ignorant parents, Tong Mo had a playful attitude when he was young, and cooperated with his parents' words and actions, pretending to be a real son of God. Later, his parents founded the cult of Elysium and made him the leader, using the gimmick of son of God to recruit followers. Later, when his mother found out that his father was cheating, she killed his father, and his mother also committed suicide by poisoning. After becoming a ghost, Tong Mo began a cannibalistic journey in the name of redemption while maintaining the Eternal Bliss sect. Redemption? It's ridiculous, it's just devouring the innocent. No wonder the missing are all young women, good guys, it turned out to be grinding heads. Li Xiu summoned his crow in a specific way, "Shutaro, be sure to pass this information on to Mr. Sanyashiki. Word for word, please." Then Li Xiu walked to a place where no one was, ninjutsu, the art of seduction. A burst of smoke dissipated, and a delicate and beautiful female version of Li Xiu appeared. Li Xiu's old face flushed, there is an inexplicable sense of shame. Then Li Xiu seemed to have discovered a new continent, and he put his hands up and down to himself. Hey, touch yourself. The skin is white, beautiful and long-legged, and the indescribable thing on the chest is also unexpectedly plump, which is too top. It's very wow. Young woman, this should always attract the attention of the grinding head. Li Xiu thought to himself. According to the man's words, Li Xiu groped his way to the temple. There are also instructors in kimonos guarding the door, but it seems that they are coming alone. Li Xiu stepped forward and said, "Hello two adults, I want to ask to meet the sect leader, become a believer in the Elysium sect, find the protection of the sect master, and go to the Elysium." As he spoke, he took the opportunity to hand a large amount of money to the two teaching staff at the door. "This is the incense money that the little woman dedicated to your sect used to talk about her heart." The two quietly took the coin and said, "The sect master currently only appears at night to perform redemption rituals for the cultists, and will not appear during the day, so you might as well wait until the evening to come back. I believe that when the time comes, the calamity will be far away from you forever, and you will be redeemed by the master." "Okay, thank you two adults." The two looked at the back of Li Xiu who was leaving, and said with feverish eyes, "This woman will definitely be qualified for redemption and go to Elysium." After all, the young and beautiful female cultists were all sent to Elysium by the sect master, I really envy them. Finally, as night fell, the quiet sky was dark and deep, and the night once again enveloped the town in the wilderness. It's really unpalatable, why do women have such inferior blood? Tong wiped the remaining blood stains from the corners of his mouth, and Shiran walked out of the secret room. With a click, the wooden door was opened, and a member of the sect knelt outside the door and said, "Sect Master, another female sectist is coming to see you." "Oh, is it? Let her wait for a long time, wait a minute, I'll put on a hat first." Tong Mo Pan sat down, put his hand on his chin, and had a smile on his face. "Okay, let her in." Li Xiu walked forward with a slow pace and said with both hands, "Meet the sect leader of the Elysium sect of the worlds, Lord Guiyan." Li Xiu thought to himself, "It's such a strong ghost aura, does it have such a strong aura after being deliberately suppressed? Is this the feeling of oppression in the second winding?" Chapter 12. Tong Mo said calmly and softly, "What a beautiful woman, the first time we met, my name is Tong Mo." Li Xiu looked at Mo's head, the general hair color of white oak, and colorful eyes. It was like blood was splashed on his head, and he couldn't hide it even if he wore a hat, and he smiled carefreely. "My name is Maki Sasaki, and it's a pleasure to meet the sect master." Li Xiu said with a random name. Tong Mo smiled and said, "So, does Miss Sasaki want to be redeemed?" Li Xiu began to confide, "Yes, Lord Sect Master. I want to get rid of the shackles of the world and pursue eternal bliss." Tong Mo closed his eyes and made a gesture of listening. "God says you are worthy of salvation, come with me." Tong Mo pressed the switch, and a secret room appeared in front of Li Xiu. As soon as Li Xiu walked in, he smelled a smell. "This is the smell of residual blood, hasn't this guy eaten enough?" Tong Mo stepped forward and pushed open a wooden door, and a shock scene emerged. Inside the vast room, the walls around it were filled with petite skulls, an uneaten corpse lying there, and traces of blood still. The ground. "How can you repair? How many women has this guy killed?" Li Xiu was furious, pretending to be scared on the surface. "Don't come here, I don't want to be redeemed. Stay away from me." Tong Mo glanced at the scared Li Xiu. "Why be afraid? They have all been saved without exception, and those who are devoured by me will get eternal life. Obviously, they have all been redeemed, and they will not have pain and sadness in the future, and they can live in Elysium forever." The child model pretended to regret. Human beings are such a fragile and powerless appearance, and they are vulnerable in all aspects. Li Xiu pretended to listen carefully, and then took advantage of his lack of defense, quietly lifted the harem technique, and silently shouted in his heart, "8th-gate Dunjia, 6th gate, Jingmen, open. Konoha Bad Rock rise." Li Xiu immediately jumped up, and the elbow-carrying chakra hit Tong Mo's head hard. Tong Mo didn't react, and half of his head was directly shattered by this blow. "It's just a ghost without feelings, desires, and pursuits, pretending to be human. It's disgusting that human beings feel all kinds of emotions as a matter of course, and you can't understand them, so you can only clumsily imitate them. And your peaceful murder in the name of salvation, don't you think it's ridiculous? An existence like you deserves to live in this world." Just for a moment, Tong Mo's head returned to its original state, but there was no expression on his face. His essence was exposed to his face, and even the values of redemption were severely criticized by Li Xiu. "Hey! Feed! Hey, little ghost, why do you say such excessive words? I seem to be able to feel a hint of anger. It's just a human being, how can you understand me? Go die." Tong Mo took out a golden fan with a lotus pattern, blood demon technique, lotus leaf ice. Tong Mo quickly waved the fan, and a pile of lotus-shaped ice crystals emitted cold air. Li Xiu didn't dare to be careless, and quickly used the instantaneous technique to leave the attack range of this move. Tong Mo failed to strike a blow and quickly resorted to the next move. Blood Demon Technique, Frosting White Heim. Suddenly, two huge ice lotuses in the form of girls appeared on the field, and the mouths of the two white queens quickly spit out a wide range of cold air, and the entire room was covered with cold air. Rao is Li Xiu's speed could not avoid such a large-scale attack. Even though Li Xiu's body surface was covered with chakra and resisted some of the cold, although he was not frozen, he still suffered frostbite, and his body became stiff. To use physical skills to fight against the AoE Ice King, he can only say, it hurts too much. Tong Mo looked at the embarrassed Li Xiu, and returned to his original expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, with a playful expression, hey, this won't work, I still want you to please me more. Blood Demon Technique, Xiandong Icicles. Li Xiu's head suddenly appeared a large number of sharp icicles suspended in the air, and a large number of cold icicles fell from the air mercilessly like hailstones. Li Xiu hurriedly dodged, and the icicles that couldn't be avoided were forcibly shattered, and just as he was resisting, Tong Mo waved an iron fan, Blood Ghost Technique, Manlian Blossom. Several ice vines wrapped around the ice lotus flower were like fierce poisonous snakes wrapping around Li Xiu's limbs. Li Xiu didn't have time to dodge all the vines, and his ankles were entangled, and suddenly his entire ankles were frozen and bound. Tong Mo playfully looked at Li Xiu, who was bound, and waved his fan vigorously, Blood Demon Technique, Scattered Lotus Flower. As Tong Mo's hands waved, a large number of fine and delicate ice flowers were scattered in the air, and the petals of each ice flower were as sharp as a cold blade flying towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu hurriedly raised his arms, trying to resist some of the ice flowers, but more importantly, the small ice flowers like blades cut through Li Xiu's body one by one, and the special ghost killing team uniforms couldn't resist Tong Mo's attack at all. Little ghost, I just made you powerless with a casual blow. Why do you have to keep fighting hard? Ha ha ha. Tong Mo laughed wildly. Put away your disgusting appearance, aren't you tired of imitating your expression, and besides, you talk a lot of nonsense, if you want to fight, you will fight, what nonsense? Tong Mo's face froze, and his hands clenched the fan tightly, Blood Ghost Technique, Dry Garden Weeping Snow. 9. Continuous slashes carrying frost rushed towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu got up to resist, but his body slowed down without obeying the call. Oops, the methamphetamine poured into my body, although I held my breath, but the scratched places on my body allowed the methamphetamine to penetrate into my body. Li Xiu's expression was pale, and he barely resisted a few blows with kunao, smashed it with great force, sinking under his feet into the floor. His stiff and sluggish body did not move, and he resisted the remaining slashes, and his entire body was dripping with blood. Li Xiu took advantage of the interval to exert his legs, pulled out the feet that had sunk in, and barely staggered Tong Mo's position for more than a dozen positions. Cough. Cough. Ahem. Li Xiu kept coughing, his face began to turn purple, and it became difficult to breathe. Li Xiu took out the antidote obtained from his part-time job from the system space and injected it into himself, and the powerful agent made the toxin quickly decompose in the body. After a while, Li Xiu's breathing gradually recovered, and his face became rosy. But uneasy emotions still began to rush into Li Xiu's heart. The cold poison will only accumulate more and more, and the protective ability of chakra and potions is limited. If you continue to ingest, the toxins will accumulate to a certain extent, and the medicine will not be able to decompose, and it will be a matter of time before the lungs tear and alveolar necrosis, and then you will suffocate to death. The strength of grinding the head is too strong, and the blood ghost technique is extremely tricky. How can it be cultivated? It's really a headache. You have to hurry up and solve it quickly. Chapter 13. Tong Mo sneered and said sarcastically, Yo, isn't this going to work? It's really like a defeated dog. Blood Demon Technique, Crystallization of the Imperial Sun. As Soon as the words fell, Tong Mo quickly made 5 ice dolls, each of which was small in size and looked like Tong Mo's shrunken body. Li Xiu's whole scalp was numb, and he stared at the ice puppet in front of him in disbelief. In the original book, this guy's ice puppet can even use the same strength of blood ghost magic as the original figure, which is outrageous. Nima, Nima, Nima. Bullying more and less, engaging in group fighting, young man, don't talk about martial arts. Li Ziashi, his middle fingers were together, and his hands were crossed and quickly sealed. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Because Li Xiu is more bizarre, he doesn't have any chakra attributes, so he can only use ninjutsu that doesn't require chakra attributes. The situation on the field suddenly reversed, and 10 Li Xiu's shadow clones instantly surrounded Tong Mo. Tong Mo put away his playful smile and stared at Li Xiu in shock. You are obviously not a ghost, why would you use such a move? It's too foul, it's really a despicable and shameless villain. Why do you use ice puppets to surround me? I can't do it. And I'm naturally a human being, not a demon like you, and there are always some strange people in this world. I will have some strange abilities, which is not too much. I thought it would be very rare for a ghost hunter who didn't know how to use a Nichiren sword, but I didn't expect to meet someone who cherishes his abilities. Tong Mo's fair face flushed with emotion. Little ghost, it's really too sparse. Become a ghost, I will give you my blood. Tong Mo, you are really playful. Li Xiu and the shadow clone stepped forward to get close to Tong Mo and then attack him. Blood Demon Technique, Frozen Clouds. Tong Mo and the 5 ice puppets quickly waved their fans, and in an instant, a large number of ice crystals condensed on the field, sweeping in like clouds. Li Xiu didn't panic, but stabilized his body, and quickly swung his fist forward beyond the speed of sound, accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom. The air was flooded with ripples. A fireball illusion open screen peacock stood behind Li Xiu, towards the peacock. The fireball, with the raging fire, quickly crashed into the cold cloud composed of ice crystals. Multiply! Multiply! The sound came. The ice cloud was scorched by the high temperature, and quickly melted into a steaming white mist, and the remaining fireballs also indirectly shattered and vaporized the 2 ice dolls. The shadow clone skillfully avoided the range of both sides' attacks and rushed forward to fight with the ice puppet that could fight independently. Li Xiu took out a bottle of soldier food pills from the system backpack and poured it directly into his mouth. He gasped, leaned his back against the wall, and said with a bitter face, "Sure enough, even the power of Jingmen can't defeat the existence of the upper string." Tong Mo supported half of his side face with one hand, and fanned the fan leisurely with the other hand, and the corners of his mouth curled. Little ghost, look at your current appearance, like a mouse being teased by me. Tong Mo put away the golden fan that Tong Mo fanned. I can tell that this trick is a lot of physical drain on you. Hey! Ha 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 ha, you! It's almost dying. Just talk a lot, I don't know if the villain dies from talking too much. Stinky little ghost, you still have a hard mouth when you die. Li Xiu ignored it, thinking, now that it's over, it seems that you can only use that trick. 8 doors Dunjia, 7th door, startling door, open. The field suddenly became full of wind, a stream of blue steam rose into the sky, and a strong force began to spread from the center. The ground could not withstand the huge force to crack, and the rubble flew everywhere. Tong Mo used his golden fan to resist the rushing wind, and his sleeves followed the hunting sound, and his face was incredulous, and his eyes were about to pop out. I saw that the green tendons on Li Xiu's head were exposed, and the majestic momentum burst out from his body, and the chakra flowed on the surface of his body at high speed. In just an instant, Li Xiu disappeared, leaving only the afterimage left by the rapid movement of his body on the ground. It's so fast, the naked eye can't catch the figure at all. Cough. Tong Mo was hit in the back and spat out blood. Is it in the back? Disappeared again, where is it? Tong Mo glanced around vigilantly. Suddenly, Li Xiu appeared, punched Tong Mo's chin, and his body spun in the air to kick Tong Mo in the air with a great whirlwind of Konoha and kicked Tong Mo into the air, and kicked him to the ground with a power prelude. Tong Mo's entire body sank into the ground, his ribs were broken in many places, he kept coughing up blood in his mouth, and his eyes were a little sluggish. Li Xiu didn't stop, and punched Tong Mo like crazy, ora ola ora. Tong Mo's memories flickered like a marquee. What's the matter? Why did it become like this? It's just a weak person. I'm the second of the wind. The child model repaired the injured body at an astonishing speed, and after he became conscious, his eyes were cold, and he grabbed the golden fan and slashed continuously. Blood demon technique, dry garden snow. Get out of the way. At this time, the sky in the distance was about to turn white. Blood ghost technique, fog ice, water lily bodhisattva. They. Ice crystals surged rapidly, and in a short time, an incomparably huge ice giant was created surrounded by several ice lotuses, and the giant directly broke through the entire room, and the whole body poured out from the outside. The appearance of the ice giant is like a bodhisattva sitting with his hands folded, sacred and majestic. The ice bodhisattva's face was cold, there was no smile on the corner of his mouth, and there was a cold and ruthless meaning all over his body. Tong Mo Pan sat on the ice lotus seat on the shoulders of the ice bodhisattva, wielding a golden fan to control the giant's tools. The ice bodhisattva waved his huge palms and slapped it heavily at Li Xiu. Where he slapped it, it was a mess, and the ice bodhisattva had great power just by waving his hand. The shadow clone Li Xiu has been defeated by the ice puppet and disappeared. Li Xiu dodges the giant palm while trying to resist the interference caused by the ice puppet blood ghost as much as possible. The scene was at an impasse. The ice bodhisattva couldn't attack Li Xiu for a while, and opened his mouth to spit out a large area of highly poisonous ice mist. Li Xiu could only use a high-level physical technique, Day Tiger. Li Xiu first continuously compressed the air to a pole, and then spread the compressed air in one breath to perform a concentrated ultra-high-speed forward punch. The shape of the air cannon resembled a ferocious white tiger, and it let out a tiger roar, tearing towards the ice bodhisattva. Just the shock wave that spread around the white tiger broke away the mist, and the shocked ice bodhisattva's integrated ice body began to shake. Later, when the white tiger rushed to the ice bodhisattva, it directly shattered most of the ice bodhisattva's body and directly blasted Tong Mo off the ice lotus seat. At this time, the entire ice bodhisattva was already in tatters, lost its solemn appearance, completely lost its ability to attack, and left it. Appearance. Chapter 14. Tong Mo stabilized his body, guarded with a golden fan, and by the way, gathered the ice puppet around him to resist Li Xiu's attack. The extremely dangerous aura coming from Li Xiu's body made Tong Mo feel bad. Li Xiu didn't give up, his eyes swelled with fierce battle intent, and then he used the instantaneous technique, moving at high speed while kicking vigorously to change his position, not letting Tong Mo capture the trajectory of his attack. With just a few attacks, all the ice dolls around Tong Mo were shattered. Li Xiu continued to attack Tong Mo all the way unhindered, and he was a day tiger against Tong Mo. The day tiger that galloped out of the country bit Tong Mo's body fiercely. Tong Mo was unable to resist, and was shot away several meters, leaving a long mark on the body rolling on the ground. Tong Mo was paralyzed to the ground, vomiting blood in his mouth, seriously injured in his chest, and was blasted open a big hole, constantly dripping blood. Tong Mo looked weak. The frequent release of blood ghost techniques and high-frequency battles have led to a large loss of physical strength, and the regeneration ability has been weakened by more than 8%, and it is about to be unable to regenerate. This little ghost's attack method is too strange, the power and speed are all top-notch, and if you continue like this, your physical strength will be exhausted. The horizon is already dawning, and the sun is about to rise, and if it continues like this, it will either be beaten into pulp or burned by the sun and die. The Shadow of death began to envelop Tong Mo's heart. It's not good, it's really going to die. But Tong Mo thought about it and doubted himself. That little ghost is right, what is the meaning of survival for me without human emotions? Yes, I have no feelings, death is just an ordinary thing, and it's not a big deal to die. Tong Mo has already begun to think about life and death, and has given up his determination to live. On the other hand, Li Xiu's side was short of breath, full of sweat, and the methamphetamine could not be completely decomposed in the lungs, so he barely used chakra to protect the entire lungs from eroding the methamphetamine. His whole body was trembling, his hands were bruised, his mouth was cracked, and blood was constantly gushing out, as if he was exhausted. The sun is about to come out, and in order to be sure, I am afraid that accidents will happen. Li Xiu still took out the colorless Readaloud knife from the system backpack, clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, and slowly stepped forward, preparing to cut off Tong Mo's head with the knife. Suddenly, something strange happened, if nothing else, an accident happened. Breath of the moon, one shape, dark moon, Yoano Palace. Li Xiu sensed the danger, changed his posture holding the knife, and relied on his battle instinct to barely defend this fast IAI slash with the sun wheel knife, but he was still scratched by the small full moon blade. It's Black Death Mao coming. Li Xiu's sense of crisis soared, and he looked ahead cautiously. The smoke cleared, and Tong Mo, who had fallen in the ruins, was nowhere to be seen. How can you repair? Tong Mo was rescued by Black Death Mao. The only thing to be thankful for is that this attack came and went quickly. Black Death Mao directly took away the seriously injured Tong Mo. Sunlight refracted in, leaving a golden halo on the ground. Great, it's the sun coming out. Finally. Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, the sun wheel knife in his hand fell, his body was overwhelmed, and the whole person fainted. In order to avoid the sun, Black Death Mao did not fight anymore, but quickly retreated to a place where there was no sun after saving Tong Mo. Tong Mo saw the Black Death Mao, and put his arm on the shoulder of the Black Death Mao. Your Excellency the Black Death Mao, thank you for your go out hand. There was a sonorous sound of unsheathing, and a slash that was so fast that even the blade could not be seen clearly flashed. The hand that Tong Mo was about to hook his shoulders and put on his back slowly fell in the sky with blood stains. Order cannot be chaotic, I don't want this behavior to have a next time. Black Death Mao turned his back to Tong Mo and said ruthlessly, if you are not satisfied, I can ask Lord Wu Miao to start a bloody battle. Tong Mo's face sank, and then he realized the mistake he had made, and stopped the following overstepping behavior. Infinite City. Boss Crumb used his ability to spy on Tong Mo's location, discovered the aura of the two, and immediately spoke. Naruto, teleport Black Death Mew and Tong Mo to me. A quiet female ghost in a black kimono with long black hair and bangs covering her eyes sat on her knees, gently plucked the strings, played the pipa, and said, yes, Ghost Dance Suji-sama. After a while, the two were teleported to the face of Wu Miao. Naruto respectfully stood by the guards. A young man in a suit with black hair, tall figure, pale complexion, and clear eyebrows stared at the two people in front of him with plum-red eyes. Black Death Mao knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Lord Wu Miserable, I have already brought Tong Mo to. When he faced Black Death Mao, his expression softened a little, and he said in a soft tone, hard work, Black Death Mao, you should retreat first. Black Death Mao clasped his hands into fists and respectfully stepped back, allowing Naruto to teleport directly to his mansion in Infinite City. After the figure of the Black Death Mao left, Anime Suji could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and he was completely angry. Mei Hong's eyes seemed to be about to spit fire, and she glared at Tong Mo angrily. He didn't like Tong Mo very much, and Tong Mo's performance this time made Boss Crumb very angry. Tong Mo is an emotionless existence, he always feels that he can't control Tong Mo. Tong Mo has neither the fear of ordinary ghosts for himself nor the respect for himself. In the past, when the winding meeting was held, the Crumb boss was sometimes already thunderous, and Tong Mo was still gagging. Usually Tong Mo also likes to meddle in other people's actions, which causes the Crumb boss to dislike Tong Mo very much. If it weren't for the fact that Tong Mo was the most loyal to him, and he still had a certain ability, he would have screwed this thing a long time ago. Crumb said angrily, Tong Mo, why don't you kneel down? When you see me, bow to me, and look around and look around. Tong Mo then knelt on his knees. Yes, Lord Wu Miao. Who allowed you to call me by my name? Tong Mo didn't dare to raise his head, and his body trembled in pain. Tong Mo! Tong Mo! Tong Mo! Tong Mo! Why hasn't there been any news from the Scion Beyond Flower until now? What is the purpose of your existence in the Elysium sect? Didn't you promise me to help me find the Scion Beyond Flower through the existence of the Elysium sect? Why is there nothing to gain now? Tong Mo replied with a frightened face, Lord Anime Suji, I have been using the entire Elysium sect to inquire about the whereabouts of the Scion Flower. It's just that there hasn't been any definite news yet, and it can't be confirmed whether this flower exists or not, and I haven't found the Scion Flower. So, can't we even find the location of a flower for hundreds of years? Tong Mo! Tong Mo! Chapter 15. Crumb's Wumio's eyes widened with red plums. Tong Mo, I am very disappointed in your performance, and now I am very disappointed in you. And this time, if I hadn't convened the 12 Ghost Moon meeting and realized that your state was wrong, this would have allowed Black Death Mew to rescue you in time for the sun to rise. Otherwise, you're going to fall into the hands of a ghost hunter who can't even use the sun wheel. Obviously, ghosts are far better than fragile humans, but you, the second of the upper strings, have been reduced to such a state. The second of the upper strings has been forced to come by a ghost hunter who is not even a pillar, and it is obviously a very simple task to destroy the group of people of the ghost-killing team. Why are you still letting those obnoxious flies fly in front of me now? Tong Mo! Tong Mo! Tell me, how incompetent you are! Said him, and the Crumb boss smashed half of Tong Mo's head with an angry punch. Tong Mo didn't dare to use his recovery ability, and replied in a low voice. Lord Anime Suji, my subordinates know their mistakes, and in the future, I will continue to pursue the whereabouts of the Scion Flower and speed up the hunting of the members of the ghost-killing team. Tums let Naruto teleport herself, and Naruto quietly plucked the strings and launched the Blood Demon technique. Before leaving, he whispered, I am infinitely close to perfection, and no ghost can disobey my will. What a dazzling light, where is this? Li Xiu wanted to stretch out his hand to cover it, and a sharp pain came. Ah! Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Li Xiu's whole body couldn't get up, and when he moved slightly, his muscles were like tears, and there was a sharp pain. Rest, rest, heal your body. They. Crow's unique voice came. Shutaro, don't squeak and squeak. By the way, am I not fighting against Tong Mo? Ah, I remember, Lao He, Black Death Mao, rescued Tong Mo, how can I repair, I am really unwilling. After saying this, Li Xiu began to look at the room where he was staying. The sunlight poured warmly on Li Xiu's face through the window, the wooden house was unusually grand and exquisite, and the fireplace in the room was burning quietly, exuding a warm atmosphere. There was a peaceful atmosphere inside the house. At this time, Li Xiu's eyes fell on the pattern on a flag, a beautiful flower representing hope and light wisteria. Li Xiu suddenly clapped his hands with excitement, but unexpectedly pulled the wound again. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Li Xiu lay down peacefully, the pattern of the wisteria flower, the family crest of the wisteria flower family. Presumably this is the place used to heal and rest the members of The ghost-killing team, the Wisteria family. The ancestors of the Wisteria flower family were rescued by the ghost-killing team and set up a family rule of treating ghost hunters well, and future generations must strictly abide by the family rules. The wooden door was pushed straight in, and a middle-aged man with a calm face walked in wearing clogs. Ghost hunter, it seems that you have woken up, it's great. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Tezuka Heiji, the person in charge of this Wisteria house. It's nice to meet you, please take care of me in the future. Mr. Tezuka, where is it? I just thank you for your care. My name is Li Xiu, so I don't need to use honorific titles. Then it's better to be respectful. Mr. Li. Mr. Tezuka, was I rescued by you, and how long have I been in a coma? Tezuka replied respectfully. Mr. Li has been in a coma for 3 days, but I have already asked a doctor for your treatment. It's just that your physical condition was not very good at that time, your muscles were torn and swollen and bruised, a lot of blood was lost in your body, several ribs were broken, and almost all of your hand bones were broken. Even the doctors are shocked by your injuries. Tezuka said with a wry smile. We've used the best medicine to connect your bones to get rid of the swelling, but you still need a lot of time to recover. Mr. Li, it was your crow who delivered the news to the Lord of the headquarters, and then the headquarters contacted the nearest ghost slayer to support you. It's just that when I arrived, I only found you unconscious, and then the ghost slayer team sent you here for temporary recuperation. What happened to the stronghold of the Elysium cult? Under the operation of the Wisteria flower family and the ghost slayer team, we have destroyed the stronghold of the Elysium cult, but unfortunately this is only a sub-stronghold. Yes, thank you, Mr. Tezuka. You're welcome, this is what I'm supposed to do. Mr. Li, then I'll go first, I wish you a speedy recovery. Accept your good words. After Tezuka left, Li Xiu opened the system panel with his mind. Host, Li Xiu. Occupation, member of the Ghost Slayer team, the only male nurse in the butterfly house. Strength, ordinary shadow level. Energy, chakra, 24 cards/30 cards. Email, none. Mandatory task, completely kill the Ghost King Anime Suji without misery, and obtain the power of the origin of the world. Failure punishment, the system spirals to explode and ascend to the sky on the spot, and by the way, the host is killed. Take the card, insert it in, complete this task, and clock out of work. Punch in successfully, the working time is 3 days, 12 hours, and 23 minutes, reward, a bucket of toad oil from Miamu Mountain. Defeat the second winding reward, Dragon Cave Immortal Mode, choose one of the 4 types of Miamu Mountain Immortal Mode, Wet Bone Forest Immortal Mode, and Spell Seal Physique. Note, the Immortal Chakra has the ability to inhibit regeneration due to the particularity of its natural attributes. Suppressing the ability to regenerate, doesn't it mean that I don't need to rely on the physical strength of the ghost in the future, or use the sun wheel knife to decapitate the head or something? I can completely destroy the ghost. He has always had a headache about his fighting style, only 8 dun armor and some non-attribute ninjutsu. Although the 8 Gates Dungia has a strong power, for ordinary evil ghosts, they can directly consume the regeneration ability of ghosts with their strong power and carry out physical excess. But for the mighty 12 ghost moons, the wisteria flower poison is easy to decompose, and it is difficult to hold out until the sun comes out. In addition, he doesn't have any swordsmanship talent, so he can't use any breathing method, and he can't use the Rylung knife, so he can only use this kind of powerful ghost. These problems were a headache for him for a while, but now there is a solution. You can suppress the regeneration ability by turning on the immortal mode and then using the immortal chakra to suppress the regeneration ability and directly destroy the evil spirit. Li Xiu looked at the reward and was about to close his mouth. Although I can't fully grasp the startling door, my body can't bear it when I open it for a long time, and the injuries are 100 million and a little bit serious. But this wave of desperate rewards is really good, and I finally have an attack method that suits me. After this wave, Li Xiu said, woohoo, take off star dot. Omega. Chapter 16. Li Xiu adjusted his thoughts. For me at present, these 4 immortal modes are not in a hurry to choose, after all, I have to refine the immortal chakra first. By the way, I remember that when I used to work part-time, there was a thing that appeared in the reward, Fukasaku Immortal Dog Stick. This thing can beat the natural chakra out of the body, and when it is mixed with toad oil, it creates the feeling of grabbing the natural energy, and the cultivation is twice the result with half the effort. As for the immortal chakra, it is formed after absorbing natural energy on the basis of physical energy and spiritual energy. Then after consuming the immortal chakra and entering the immortal mode, ninjutsu, illusion, and physical techniques will be greatly improved. The ordinary chakra in Li Xiu's body was a product that he obtained by mixing his physical energy with his spiritual energy. If the immortal chakra wants to be formed, it must be completely fused with physical energy and spiritual energy before it can be formed. That is to say, to maintain the balance of the 3 energies in the body, 1/3 of each part of the energy can be activated. If the natural energy exceeds 1/3, the person who cultivates the immortal chakra will be swallowed by the power of nature and turn into something strange. Once this cultivation method of Miamu Mountain cannot successfully grasp the ratio of absorbing natural energy to its own chakra, it will gradually frog and become a strange thing like a toad, quack, and finally it will turn into a stone. If the natural energy is less than 1/3, you cannot activate the immortal mode. Therefore, cultivating this kind of immortal chakra pays attention to a balanced way. After thinking about this, Li Xiu has set the current cultivation route. Later, Li Xiu was too seriously injured and covered with bandages like a mummy, so he couldn't move, so he had to ask Tezuka to send him to the butterfly house. After all, the medical conditions of the butterfly house are better, and Li Xiu's sense of belonging to the butterfly house is also higher, which is more conducive to Li Xiu's physical recovery and recuperation. Infinity City. Huge structures, countless rooms, all standing on the highest point. Naruto, forcibly teleport all the 12 ghost moons. Naruto quietly twitched the strings, and in just an instant, all 12 powerful ghosts appeared. Because Tong Emo had just been cleaned up by the Crumb Boss, this time he was quite peaceful, and no one spoke on the string, standing in his seat in order. Unlike the steadiness of the upper string ghost, the lower string ghost has never been to the Infinite City, and it is more flustered. The only thing that is better is a ghost with an elegant posture, a flushed face, and an excited face. The hairstyle is medium to long black with magenta at the ends and slightly longer blue-green ends at the bottom. There are 3 large yellow squares and 3 small yellow squares on the cheeks. Wearing a long black coat and white line pants, the sleeping ghost with a smile on his face, Nightmare. The first to react was the land of the lower strings Kameto. What is this place? Kamishi looked up at Naruto. That's right, it's the effect of that woman's blood ghost magic, and the space is distorted around the female ghost. Naruto plucked the strings again, and the position of the room changed. Naruto's squire was next to Mumi, the top string was on the side close to Mumi, and the bottom string was teleported to the platform below. Boss Crumb's deep voice came from above. Have I allowed you to lower the strings and look up? With a swing, the 6 ghosts on the lower string all suffered varying degrees of internal injuries. Kamishi said in horror, it's the voice of the immortal, it won't be wrong. They lower strings knelt down on both knees and bowed like crumbs. Crumbs said slowly, I have been very disappointed by the performance of some ghosts recently, and they are simply incompetent. As he spoke, he turned his dissatisfied gaze to Tong Emo in front of him. Tong Emo hurriedly knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, looked flustered, and sweated profusely. You are the 12 most powerful ghosts I created, besides me. You exist to find the whereabouts of the cyan flower for me, as well as to search for information about the Ghost Slayer and eliminate the annoying guys of the Ghost Slayer team. It's not a difficult thing to do, after all, ghosts are far superior to humans. You have a long lifespan, a perverted ability to regenerate, and great strength. Why is it that for so many years, the group of clowns who jumped off the beam of the Ghost Slayer team are still jumping in front of me, and I don't even know if the cyan flower exists? The second string of the Gu One the bird died, and even the upper string of the second child was almost killed. And they were all forced to look like this by an unknown little person from the ghost killing team. I just want to ask one thing, why has the 12 ghost moons been reduced to such a state now? Thought to himself an uncle like. Man, we don't want to do this either, but the Ghost Slayer team is really too powerful. If we can get more blood, this will not happen. Woo! Mahong's eyes tightened, flashing with cold light. Roxian, do you have any opinions about me? Incompetence is incompetence. No matter how much blood you are given, you will not be useful, and you can become stronger if you eat people. Why don't you eat more people? It's just a waste. It's not good. He can hear my heart. Can I know that your inner thoughts are very strange? It seems that you have a deep opinion of me, Royan. He hurriedly replied, My lord, please listen to me. Before the words fell, they turned into a pool of blood. This approach makes the atmosphere on the field extremely dignified. No one can disobey my will. I don't want this kind of crime to happen next time. The low voice hit the hearts of some of the ghosts on the field like a sledgehammer, making them terrified. The Black Death Mew on the side stepped forward and knelt down on one knee at this time and said, Lord Wu Miserable, please calm your anger. When he brought back Tong Mo, the aura emitted by the human on the other side was very terrifying, and even I felt that I had to be cautious. If it was me, it would take a while to solve that human being. Lord Wu Miao, times have changed. This time is different from the past. The comprehensive strength of the current Ghost Slayer team has surpassed the previous Ghost Slayer team, and this momentum has been on the rise. The Ghost Slayer team is getting stronger. We should also change. Wu Miao watched his partner Black Death Mao say this, and the anger in his heart began to subside. However, he would never admit that he had made a mistake in judging the situation, and deep down he still believed that his subordinates were incompetent. Then he vented at the lower string ghost before stopping. Listen, being chased and beaten by the ghost killing team, this is your incompetence. I won't interfere next time. If I fail, I should disappear forever. Did you hear that? Chapter 17. The ghosts hurriedly responded to Wu Wu's words. Then he looked at the ghosts and said with a grim expression, You must continue to search for the whereabouts of the cyan flower at all costs, and by the way, kill the Sanyashiki clan and the members of the damned ghost killing team. All the ghosts, if you encounter the ghost hunter who kills ghosts with physical skills, you must kill them with all your might. This is the end of the meeting, all of them retreat. Naruto silently plucked the strings with her delicate hand, and the demons were transported back to their original places. Butterfly Bureau, Butterfly House. Li Xiu lay in his room with a leisurely face, like a wasted person. Because he was too seriously injured, he was bedridden, and lived a life of clothes to reach out and food to open his mouth. Of course, Lazar or something, he still relies on the shadow clone. After all, he will also be shy. Although I, Li Xiu, have fallen, there are countless shadow clones Li Xiu who have stood up again. At this moment, the wooden door was gently pushed open. A gentle figure appeared in front of Li Xiu's eyes. Li Xiu looked at the small bowl held by the pair of jade hands, and began to make up his mind. Dalang, it's time to drink the medicine. Li Xiu Pain Mask Reset Version. Chanel looked at Li Xiu with a painful face, blinked Kazlan's big eyes, and said with a puzzled expression. Don't be in a daze, I've stewed black chicken soup for you. This is what Ren bought from the market this morning, it's very fresh. Li Xiu still lay on the hospital bed with a loveless look, and whispered softly at the corner of his mouth, "I don't want to drink medicine, I really don't want to drink medicine." Chini leaned down, slowly approaching the corners of Li Xiu's mouth with her little ears that were white and powdery, and a wisp of green silk fell down the earlobe. Chini stretched out her hand and put her head behind her ear, and said softly, "Xie-jun, what are you muttering?" "Ah la la, Xiu Jun, the chicken soup is coming, drink the chicken soup quickly, otherwise it will be cold." Li Xiu's thoughts were violently pulled back to reality, and he was so frightened that he stiffened up and leaned forward. Suddenly, there was a soft Q-bomb touch on his lips. It turned out to be Li Xiu's inadvertent movement, kissing Chanel Hui's cheek. Chini's face was immediately dyed crimson, and she quickly stood up, leaving Li Xiu's side, her whole head lowered, not daring to look at Li Xiu, and her two small hands pinched the corners of her clothes uneasily. Li Xiu endured the pain, and Xi habitually touched his nose with his hand that was bandaged into a rice dumpling. Li Xiu's old face flushed. "What? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." Chini looked shy and whispered, "Well, I understand, it's okay." Li Xiu didn't know what to say for a while. Chini didn't speak again, the two were quiet, as if forming a tacit understanding, and no one spoke. After a while, Li Xiu's eyes looked at Chan Ahui, and coincidentally, Chini also raised her head to look at Li Xiu, and the eyes of the two collided together by chance in the air. Chini lowered her head again with a blush, her eyes stared at the ground. Li Xiaoxian couldn't sit still, and opened her mouth. "Chini, what happened just now? I'm really embarrassed. Don't be angry, don't take it to heart, I'm sorry. Let me drink the medicine first." Chini raised her head and said softly. "Xie-jun, I'm not angry, Xie-jun doesn't have to blame himself." Then Chini laughed, "Is there any medicine? It's the nutritious chicken soup I specially stewed for you." After saying that, Chini stepped forward, moved out of the small wooden chair, sat on it, held the soup bowl, and fed Li Xiu spoonful by spoonful. Yiren smiled like a flower, and immediately stunned Li Xiu, hurriedly lowered his head, did not dare to look at each other, and only drank the soup in his mouth. Sug. Sug. Ba. It's delicious. It's delicious. Li Xiu drank it all at once. "I like it very much. Thank you for this heart, thank you." Chini put down the spoon and bowl, clasped her hands together, and smiled comfortably. "Great, I'm still afraid that this soup will not taste good, in this case, I will rest assured." Then Chini talked about Li Xiu's first mission. "I heard that the task of cultivating the monarch this time is extremely difficult, but it's a pity that the evil ghost who is on the second string runs away. When I came back this time, I saw that you were seriously injured and were about to be wrapped into Zongzi, and everyone in the butterfly house was very worried about you." Li Xiu smiled embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I'm worried about everyone. The opponent I encountered this time was still very strong, and even Shang Xianyi was involved in the back, intervened, and rescued Shang Xian-tu home. Luckily, I made it to the time the sun rose. Thank you for your butterfly amulet, bless me for being able to survive until that moment. Next time, I will definitely not let that evil ghost escape from my hands again, absolutely." Speaking of this, Li Xiu's eyes burned with a raging fire, and he said with a resolute expression, "I am convinced that Xiu Jun will do this. Xie-jun, when you complete the task, you must pay attention to safety." Li Xiu said seriously, "But I refuse." Chanel Hui tilted her head slightly, Hey! Do you know that you look really kawaii asterisk? Chini pouted her cheeks like a little angry bag, pouting. "Really, Xie-jun will joke and tease people. Humph! Ignore you." Li Xiu suddenly laughed. "Nuzhui's angry look is also very cute, you are coquettish to me." Chini immediately picked up her small sandbag-sized pink fist and slammed it into Li Xiu's chest. I know that I will make people angry and kill you as a bad person. Hissed. Hiss. Li Xiu took a breath of cold air. It hit my broken ribs. It hurts, it hurts. Chini panicked all of a sudden, and hurriedly asked, I forgot that you are still injured, let me rub it for you. When I was a child, when I fell and was injured, my mother would hold me like this and gently rub my wounds, which was very effective. Pain, fly away. Li Xiu watched her operation, and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Chini, are you a critic? No matter how you say it, rubbing the wound should be used when it is bruised and swollen. My bones are all broken, wouldn't it be worse to hurt if I do this again, and it's obviously hard to get the bones. And blowing won't let the pain fly away. Chini was embarrassed to take her hand back, and said apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through and caused you trouble. Li Xiu said with a look of indifference, I'm rough and thick-skinned, it's okay, thank you for your kindness. You must be a good wife in the future. Chini heard this, her shy head was about to puff up, and she hurriedly said, what are you talking nonsense, the soup is also drunk, I should go, I wish you a speedy recovery. After saying that, Chini hurriedly packed up the dishes and walked away. Chini, who walked out of the door, still blushed and looked cute, and even she didn't realize that her heart lake was flooded with different ripples. Chapter 18. The representative of the Longdi Cave Immortal Mode, Yakushadu. The Longdi Cave Immortal Mode gathers natural energy on the basis of creating chakras, so as to create immortal chakras, which are twice or even several times more powerful than ordinary chakras, and can use natural energy to perceive the surrounding chakras or life forms. The representative of the Myokiya Immortal Mode, Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki, the Myoki. Immortal Mode gathers natural energy on the basis of creating chakra, which can greatly increase the amount of chakra, greatly increase the power of the ninjutsu launched, and has a powerful perception ability. The representative of the Immortal Mode of the Wet Bone Forest. Thousand Hands Pillars. As mentioned in the Book of Arrays, the Thousand Hands Pillars can instantly enter the Immortal Mode and have an extremely amazing recovery ability. It is assumed that the immortal pattern between the Thousand Hands Pillar is the Wet Bone Forest Immortal Pattern. Kongo is the source of the Curse Seal, born with an immortal physique. Once he is in an area with strong natural energy, he will go crazy and lose control of his mental and physical changes, and he can partially spell seal. Shikigo himself once said that the Curse Seal is also a type of immortal mode, but it can't absorb natural energy by its own will and can't control it. Each of the above four immortal modes has its own characteristics, and each immortal mode has its own advantages and disadvantages. But after Li Xiu considered it, he still chose the immortal mode of Miamu Mountain. Ninjas who learn the Dragon Cave Immortal Mode will resemble snakes and have two horns on their heads, which is also a testament to the Dragon Earth Cave Immortal Mode. I don't believe in this if it's not cut by a ghost, and I transplanted a bunch of other people's cells, and the immortal magic looks very infiltrating, so I don't choose it directly. After the Wet Bone Forest Immortal Mode is turned on, black stripes appear around the corners of the eyes, the forehead resembles a black bullseye, and the pupils are yellow on the periphery and black on the inside. After opening, it can quickly recover from injuries, and it can enter the immortal mode in seconds, and the immortal skills between the pillars are strong, and they are at the level of destroying the world at every turn. It's a pity that Li Xiu was born without any chakra attributes, so he can't use ninjutsu with chakra attributes and changes in the nature of chakra attributes. Otherwise, he must choose this, an immortal law, Mu Dun and Zhen thousands of hands on top of the Buddha, directly physical superfluous crumbs without misery. The spell seal physique is not even in Li Xiu's consideration, although the attack and defense are very high, but unfortunately it will get out of control and go crazy, and absorb too much, the whole body will be cursed and sealed, the image is not very good, and it is also a strange appearance after the spell seal. Although it takes 5 minutes to enter the perfect Miamu Mountain Immortal Mode, and the duration is only 5 minutes, Li Xiu said that he has a hanging, Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. Although Li Xiu was seriously injured, his body was temporarily unable to move. However, he made many shadow clones through the shadow clone technique, Li Xiu, and he planned to use the shadow clone to learn XI refine the immortal chakra instead of himself. After all, the memories and experiences of the doppelganger will return to the main body after being lifted, and the risk is still low, just to consume a little chakra. Chakra, Li Xiu said, he has a lot. Li Xiu conjured up many shadow clones, and asked the shadow clones Li Xiu to smear toad oil on each other, and then sensed natural energy, integrating natural energy into the body, mixing physical energy and spiritual energy to achieve a balance of 1/3 each. During this period, he kept observing one of the shadow clones, Li Xiu, with curiosity, and let him constantly ingest natural energy. Then the shadow clone Li Xiu visibly slowly turned into a toad, and finally became a petrified toad. The premise here is to use MT Myoki to refine chakra. I'm going to turn to stone, but it's not a big problem. Then, Li Xiu asked another shadow clone, Li Xiu, to absorb natural energy until he turned into stone. Now there are 2 identical toad stone carvings. Stone lions can be used to ward off evil spirits, and the toad is a toad, and this color is a golden toad. It shouldn't be a big problem to put it in a suitable place, right? Then Li Xiu asked the remaining shadow clone Li Xiu to sit quietly on the ground, feeling the feeling of natural energy pouring into his body, and then seizing the opportunity of fusion. Seeing which shadow clone Li Xiu was going to frog, he asked the other one to give him a stick and beat the excess natural energy out of his body. This shadow clone Li Xiu has been beaten into a pig's head, and he can't be fused into it. It seems that I don't belong to the genius-like character of the 6 Dao immortals who enter in half a day. Li Xiu shook his head discouragedly. Since then, Li Xiu has begun to practice penance day after day, and at the same time, every time he cultivates, he will avoid the people in the butterfly house and practice silently. 3 months later, the bandages on his body have been removed, and the plaster on his hands has also been dropped, except for the hands that cannot bear too much pressure, the rest of the place is almost fine. The immortal mode has finally allowed Li Xiu to succeed in his cultivation, and through various props, coupled with Li Xiu's perseverance to never give up, he has cultivated the perfect Miamu Mountain Immortal Mode. Immortal Mode, on. As Li Xiu snorted softly, eyeshadow began to appear in the corners of Li Xiu's eyes, and his pupils turned into yellow horizontal bars. Face, eyeshadow, appears, and the immortal mode is successfully activated. Is this the immortal mode? Curiosity's power. Ordinary chakras will only consume the energy in their own bodies, and the more they use it, the more tired they will become. And the immortal chakra is different from the ordinary chakra, it can absorb natural energy from the outside, there is no sense of exhaustion, and the recovery is also fast. Then Li Xiu smiled bitterly and said, Strong is quite strong, but the time is a bit short. If there is no shadow clone technique, it will really be a real man in 5 minutes. As he spoke, Li Xiu concentrated the chakra in his hand, which continued to flow in an irregular direction and compressed it to form a palm-sized non-attribute chakra ball. During this period, Li Xiu took care of his injured teammates and punched in to get a reward, Spiral Pill, System Reset version, after use, directly have the use of Spiral Pill. Is this the Immortal Law Spiral Pill, which is even more powerful than the ordinary Spiral Pill? The Spiral Pill essentially condenses the chakra in the hand, and causes the chakra to flow and compress in different directions, forming a chakra ball with high spinning density. Li Xiu's left and right hands each rubbed a ball, and the chakra balls gathered in his hands and emitted a blue light. The flow of the chakra was then lifted, the chakra was dispersed, and the spiral pill disappeared from the hand. Finally, the cultivation was considered a great success, and Li Xiu showed a smile of relief. Note 1. So the spiral pill is attributeless, but because Li Xiu does not have any chakra attribute, he cannot be mixed with the change in the nature of the chakra attribute and derive other ninjutsu. 2. The ninja, body, illusion, technique launched by using the immortal chakra is called immortal art. Chapter 19. Time flies, and the boring year of healing life is gone forever. In the year, thanks to Diao's medical conditions, and Li Xiu's own training that he can do from time to time in order to recover, his body has fully recovered. During this time, Megami Channa killed 50 ONI creatures and met the conditions to become pillars, which was recognized by YAIBA Sanyashiki. She became a new member of the Ghost Slayer rank, named after her breathing method, the Flower Pillar. Shinobu found that he was not suitable for the breath of water and the breath of flowers, and that he was too incompatible with these two schools to use these two breathing methods. Later, through her own efforts, she also mastered the flower breath derived from the water breath, and then derived her own genre, the insect breath, and also deliberately made a suitable Nichiren knife. Because of Li Xiu's intervention, Guyu bird was killed by Li Xiu in advance, and the immortal Chuan Minoru and Kuono Quangjin did not encounter Gu Xiao bird, so Kuono Quangjin did not die at the hands of Guyu bird. The strange thing is that the two of them have experienced large and small battles, and they have killed more than 50 ghosts, so the ghost killing team has set up 2 wind pillars for the first time. Because of the contrast in their personalities, the two are called the gentle wind and the violent wind respectively. The two also came to the butterfly house several times due to injuries during this period, and were taken care of by Li Xiu. Especially the rough tone of the grumpy old brother Shimai, so much so that he was beaten up by Li Xiu. Later, after learning about Li Xiu's character and deeds, Shimai forgot about those unpleasant things, and together with Kuono Kuang, the 3 of them became good friends. In particular, Shimai is aiming to chase Li Xiu's powerful strength, and he works hard to cultivate. Li Xiu's evaluation of him is, gentle and loving in his heart, a little grudge and arrogant, with a righteous heart under his irritable tone, and a righteous and awe-inspiring person. Butterfly House. The sky is sunny, the glow, the small pavilion, the tea, a pot of incense, quietly burn out the agar wood, smoke a courtyard to revel intoxication. A beauty, a guhan, plucked and played, calm and elegant, the aftersound is lingering, and the sound of the piano is endless. The familiar black hair with purple eyes, wearing emerald green butterfly hairpins with pink edges on both sides of his hair, dressed in a kimono, kneels next to the koto. Li Xiu's expression was in a trance, he stopped his steps, and he didn't dare to disturb the person who played the piano, and there seemed to be an infinitely soft heart under the face of allure. Waiting for the sound of the piano to fall, Li Xiu's thoughts could not be calmed down for a long time. Li Xiu stepped forward, sat down across from her, picked up the teapot, and added a cup of warm tea for her. Li Xiu stared at Chenyi's slender jade hand. Why don't you bring a prosthetic armor to play the guhan? Look, the parts of the fingers are red, will it hurt very much? Chenyi smiled lightly, shook her head, and signaled that she was fine. Li Xiu said worriedly, I always feel that your state is not right, is there something on your mind? I felt a sad atmosphere in the sound of the piano. Chenyi said slowly, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Can you tell me about it? Of course, if you don't want to, you don't have to say it. Chenyi shook her head and said, it's not something that can't be said. Xie-jun. Hey! The investigation by the hidden troops found that in the past year, the number of ghosts has been increasing, and the intensity of ghosts has also increased. More and more people are being injured by ghosts, and the casualties of the ghost squads are increasing day by day, and the number of wounded in the butterfly house is also increasing. Chenyi said with a sad face, it's just that when I think of this, I feel something, and my heart is inevitably sad. Recently, the ghosts have really not been very peaceful, and the casualties of the ghost killing team are also a bit serious, and there are not many newcomers recruited every year. Li Xiu sighed slowly, how can you cultivate? I don't know what small actions are being made over there, it's really a headache. Someday, I'm going to kill that guy with my own hands. Seeing your worried look, doesn't it really matter? Well, it's okay, I'll adjust it, Xie-jun doesn't have to worry. That's good. Li Xiu's expression relaxed a lot, he knew Chenewi's temperament, she had her own consciousness, but her personality was still too gentle. Cheni didn't think much about these things, adjusted her emotions, and changed the topic. Xie-jun, you have been practicing very hard this year, and you have been practicing most of the time, day after day, so it must be very hard. Li Xiu was slightly stunned, and then nodded, it's a little hard, but I still persevered. These attacks of mine need a lot of training to be more effective, but I can't relax. Cheni's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. It's a very proud thing to be able to persevere, Xie-jun is a person with great perseverance. Li Xiu touched his head embarrassedly. Where, this is nothing to be proud of, I just want to protect the people I want to protect, so I have to do my best to keep moving towards stronger. Cheni said softly. Xie-jun, your goal has always been very clear. What is your dream? My dream. Li Xiu thought for a while and said. My dream is very simple, it is to kill evil ghosts and protect the people you want to protect, that's all. After hearing this, the corners of Chenewi's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sweet smile. What a good dream! What is your dream? Cheni. Li Xiu asked rhetorically. As for me, I made an agreement with my sister Xianan, if one day, the ghosts can be killed, the two of us want to live an ordinary life. Li Xiu whispered in a voice he could hear, is it an ordinary life? And then the two chatted for a while, and Cheni said goodbye and left. Only Li Xiu was left to sit alone in the gazebo, quietly sipping tea, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. After drinking all the cup of tea, Li Xiu put down the teacup, stood up, and walked towards the stairs. Xiu, wait a while, don't rush to leave. They. Sudden voice startled Li Xiu. Li Xiu turned his head and saw that the immortal Chuan Minoru was standing behind him, he couldn't help but smile and asked. What's the matter? About my orders? Yes, about you. Shi Mi's eyes were fixed on Li Xiu, and his eyes were like a deep whirlpool, which attracted Li Xiu firmly. Li Xiu looked at the serious appearance of the immortal Chuan, and said suspiciously. Oh, what is it? Let's say okay first, I didn't do anything bad, I'm a member of the 3 good members of the ghost-killing team. Then the immortal Kawa Minoru said. That's right, after I finished reporting at the Ghost Slayer headquarters, the Lord told me that he wanted you to meet him. Li Xiu was puzzled. Lord, why did you see me? It was quite sudden. Shi Mi said, I don't know, I only know that the Lord asked you to go over, and I don't know what the specific thing is. All right then, I'll have time to make a trip. Li Xiu agreed. All right, I'll go first. Won't you sit down and rest for a while? No, I have other things. Then the immortal Chuan Minoru said goodbye to Li Xiu. Li Xiu shook his head, and after Shi Mi left, Li Xiu continued to drink tea leisurely, but he was thinking about meeting in his heart. Chapter 20. Time passes. When Li Xiu came to the Lord of the Ghost Slayer team, it was already the morning of the second day. In an office at the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team, the head of the Ghost Slayer headquarters, YAIBA Shiki, was working on the documents at hand, and when he saw Li Xiu coming in, YAIBA put down the pen in his hand. Li Xiu stood there respectfully. Xie-jun, it's you, good morning. Hearing Fu YAIBA's greeting, Li Xiu replied. Li Xiu knelt down on one knee and greeted, See Lord, I wish Lord a good health. Xiu Jun doesn't need to be polite, please get up. That's right, yesterday Shimei received your order, and he told me, saying that you want to see me. YAIBA Sanyashiki said slowly. That's right, Your performance during this period of time has been very good, causing a sensation in the entire Ghost Slayer team, and greatly improving the overall morale of the Ghost Slayer team. The strength of our Ghost Slayer team has also improved, so I want to formally invite you to serve as the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team. I don't know what you think. Pillar? Li Xiu wondered. Let me be a member of the Ghost Slayer pillar. YAIBA Sanyashiki said with a smile on his face. Your strength has reached the conditions for becoming a pillar, and your strength is obvious to everyone. Become a pillar. Li Xiu shook his head. And then said, I don't want to be a pillar at the moment, Mr. Sanyashiki. Hearing this, Yayashiki's face changed, he frowned and said slowly. Are you sure? Li Xiu nodded. Yes, I'm very sure, I don't want to be a pillar for the time being. Hearing Li Xiu's words, Yayashiki's eyebrows furrowed, and after a long time, Yaya sighed. Okay. Well, my lord, thank you for your understanding. If there is nothing else to do, I will go first. Li Xiu arched his hand, turned around and prepared to leave. Yaya called out to Li Xiu, Xiu-kun, please wait a minute. Li Xiu stopped, turned his head, looked at Yayashiki, and said, My lord, is there anything else? After being silent for a while, Shiki Yaya said. Xiu-kun. I know your thoughts and understand your decision, but I hope you can think it through. You are one of the best young people I have ever met, and your talent is beyond doubt, and your strength is beyond doubt. I admire you and I hope you can think about it. After all, it's a very rare thing, and I also believe that it's not a good thing to be a pillar. Hearing Yayashiki's persuasion, Li Xiu nodded with a smile and said. Thank you for your love, but thank you for your kindness. I don't think I need this position. I'm part of the Demon Slayer no matter where I am, but I don't think I'm qualified to be a pillar at the moment, and I want to wait until the time comes. Soga, this is what you really think in your heart. I respect your choice, Xie-jun. Actually, this time I came not only to discuss the establishment of you as a pillar, but also to give you a task. Li Xiu was puzzled. My lord, what is the task? Yayashiki's deep eyes looked at Li Xiu. That's right, the Fuji Raid Mountain selection is about to start again, and this time I want to send you to serve as the chief examiner of the Fuji Raid Mountain selection. By the way, you also have to investigate whether there is something unexpected in Fuji Raid Mountain. The number of new generations who have been selected and lost in recent years is too large, and this situation is very abnormal. It stands to reason that the ghosts imprisoned on the Vinatak mountain are very weak, and this should not happen. I suspect that there may be something abnormal in the Vinatak mountain, so. Li Xiu replied. So send me to be the chief examiner and investigate the abnormal situation by the way, and protect the new generation, right? That's it. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, you are specially dispatched, and there will be people from other units of the Ghost Slayer team on standby at any time under the mountainside. Yayashiki Yaya said solemnly, this matter is entrusted to you, Xie-jun. No problem, wrap it up on me, I will definitely complete the task assigned to me by the organization. Saying that, Yaya told Li Xiu about the characteristics of some key people in the assessment, so as not to even recognize him at that time. After finishing speaking, Li Xiu turned around and left in great strides. Li Xiu left, but Fu Yaya's brows were furrowed. Looking at the back of Li Xiu leaving, Fu Yaya whispered to himself. It would be a pity if such a talent was missed. Then Xie Yaya focused his attention on the work at hand. Ducks, it seems that the Lord is not blindly gentle, and his judgment of certain things is still very accurate. The next thing is the selection of Fuji Raid Mountain. P.S. It's the end of the Meiji period. The main story, Taisho period, hasn't started yet. The selection of Fuji Raid Mountain will be different from the original book, mainly used to change some regretful things. Chapter 21. The next evening, Li Xiu walked alone on the quiet forest path. he walked slowly on the steps and quietly enjoyed the beautiful scenery. There was a sea of purple flowers formed by wisteria flowers on both sides, and Li Xiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a beautiful picture! It's obviously not the season when wisteria flowers are in full bloom, but there are still such gorgeous and colorful wisteria flowers. This is the essence of the ghost-killing team. In order to cultivate newcomers and inject fresh blood into the ghost-killing team, the ghost-killing team has also made a big investment. When Li Xiu walked in the designated gathering place, there were already many people dressed neatly, and teenagers and girls with knives on their waists were waiting here. They walked in groups or alone, and there were more than 40 people in sight. Looking at Li Xiu, who was belated, most of the candidates in the square glanced at Li Xiu a few times, and then ignored it. After all, he was wearing a ghost-killing team uniform, and it was estimated that he was just an examiner or something. On the other hand, Li Xiu was still very excited. After all, this is the Vinatak Mountain, the place where the dreams of teenagers and girls meet, and the place where generations of future ghost killer team members originate. Li Zihuzuo looked, and the scene was unexpectedly very lively. Some of these teenagers and girls are taking care of their knives, some are recuperating and leaning on some places to rest, and some are still exercising, with a fiery battle intent in their eyes. What's more, they are still chatting with each other. The people who were talking to each other, they had a smile on their faces, and they didn't know what interesting topics they were talking about, making everyone laugh. The mental outlook displayed by these people seems to be completely unimpressed by this assessment. However, Li Xiu also said that he could understand such a situation. After all, generally speaking, most of the ghosts caught on Fuji Raid Mountain have injured 1 or 2 people, and they are caught by the ghost-killing team and locked up in the special version of Fuji Raid Mountain's small black house. In fact, according to the acceptance rate in previous years, most of the dozens of people actually survived and became members of the ghost-killing team. However, the acceptance rate in recent years has been too low, and dozens of people can't survive, which is really too abnormal. Therefore, the Lord sent the powerful Li Xiu to serve as the guardian to protect the members of the future ghost-killing team. After all, the new era is the future of the Ghost Slayer, and we have to pay attention to it. Another purpose of the Lord is to let Li Xiu investigate what happened to Fuji Raid Mountain where there was an abnormality, so that why the acceptance rate of Fuji Raid Mountain's final trial in recent years is so low. I have to say that the Lord still has a keen insight. Some people in the Ghost Slayer generally believe that this is just a matter of lack of strength and character in the new era. However, the Lord still suppressed the public opinion with his own strength and sent Li Xiu to investigate whether there were any other factors. Li Xiu knew the truth of this matter, and to put it bluntly, it was a good thing done by the big boss of the Vinatak Mountain. This thing has already eaten dozens of people on the mountain, and it can still hide its breath, and over time, the ghost-killing team has not found the existence of hand ghosts. And Li Xiu could only pretend that he didn't understand anything and accepted the order of the Lord. Suddenly, 2 people in the crowd caught Li Xiu's attention. It was a young man with flesh-colored medium-long hair, silver eyes with horizontal stripes, and a cheek-length scar on the right side of his mouth. On his head is a plague-removing fox face with a scar on the corner of his mouth. Wearing yellow, orange, and green tortoiseshell pattern feather weave. Next to him was a calm, unsmiling black-haired young man draped in a crimson feather weave. Note: at this time, the rabbit did not die at the hands of the hand ghost, so the color of this feather weave is all crimson, and it is the color of the clothes of Tomioka Yoshida's sister who was killed by the ghost, Tomioka Tsutako. Those 2 people are a good friend combination, Tomioka Yoshi and Tsudoma. Makoto and the 2 of them are not in the same session, so there is no real mushroom in this selection. At this time, under a wisteria flower with a huge root system, Hina and Haika Shikiki saw Li Xiu coming, and Li Xiu also saw 2 small ones waiting silently in the distance. The 2 sisters look very similar, both have short white hair, and both have large pupils, very similar to the Lord's wife, Tianyan. In Li Xiu's opinion, the only difference between the two is that the sister wears a red knot on the right side, and the sister wears a yellow knot on the left side. Li Xiu secretly thought in his heart, fortunately, the Lord told me about how to distinguish twin sisters, otherwise it would be embarrassing to call the wrong name at that time. At the same time, the two little ones walked forward slowly with slender steps, bowed slightly to Li Xiu in a proper posture, and said in unison, "Lord Li Xiu, Guiyin." Li Xiu nodded slightly, thinking, the children of the Lord are very personable and polite. Then Li Xiu said with a straight face, "Hina Sauce, Haika-chan, good evening." Li Xiu touched his head embarrassedly, "I'm not late, after all, I see that no one seems to have come up again, and I seem to be the last." The delivery house covered her mouth and chuckled, "Lord Li Xiu is indeed late, but it hasn't started yet, don't worry. Lord Li Xiu, please pay attention to the task assigned to you by your father." Li Xiu nodded, "Great, it's really good that I didn't delay the trial, don't worry, I will definitely take the task assigned to me seriously." Then Li Xiu turned his back, and then his words changed, and Li Xiu complained in a low voice. "In other words, is it really okay to let such two young children serve as the chief examiner and guide?" Li Xiu shook his head, looking puzzled. Then the twin sister on the side, Mai Shiki, slowly spoke. "Everyone, please keep quiet." The noise on the field suddenly stopped. "Thank you very much for gathering here tonight to participate in the final trial of the Ghost Slayer squad. There are many ghosts captured alive by the members of the ONI Slayer in the Fuji Raid Mountain, so you can rest assured that they will never be able to leave the Fuji Raid Mountain." Then, it was Haikashiki, who was the younger sister, said, "Because from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point of the mountain, there are a large number of wisteria flowers that are disgusted by demons all year round." Haika Shiki, the younger sister, said, "From the place where you enter in front of you, there will be no blooming wisteria flowers, so there will be a large number of ghosts. In a place where there is no wisteria flower, surviving for 7 days is the condition for passing the final trial of the ghost-killing team." The last two little ones bowed to everyone on the field and said, "Then, I wish you all a smooth journey and a safe return." As the words of the two little ones fell, the young boys and girls on the field entered the mountain one after another. The final trial of Fuji Raid Mountain began. Chapter 22. When night fell, the darkness once again enveloped the world. The only source of light was the cold moonlight, the wind whirred through the trees, and the whole forest was mysterious and silent. Tomioka did not go in with the rabbit, but walked alone on the mountain, holding the hilt of the knife in both hands, looking around vigilantly, cautiously moving forward. "Sister Tsutako, I will take your share to live bravely. I will definitely become a member of the ghost-killing team and eliminate all the evil ghosts in this world. Now that I have been practicing in the Sasagiri Mountains for a long time, I am no longer the person I used to be who can't do anything and will only give up on myself in the end." Tomioka cheered for himself in his heart. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in the woods and landed in front of Tomioka Yoshitoshi. The ghost creature let out a cruel smile. "I found you, little ghost." Tomioka immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy, and his heart was alarmed, and his body transmitted a signal that the other party was extremely dangerous. Under the moonlight, Tomioka saw the appearance of the ghost in front of him. The upper body of the ghost resembles a human, its face is pale, its pupils resemble those of a snake, it licks its lips from time to time, its tongue is like that of a snake, and it wears a costume with black and white squares crossed by each other. The lower half of the body is not an inch, completely like the body of a snake, and the snake's tail has been shaking and sweeping the ground all the time, making a rustling sound. "It's such a strong ghost, is this really a ghost thing that has eaten a few humans?" Tomioka Yoshiyuki said with a bitter face, and couldn't help but ask himself. Then Tomioka Yoshiyong put the next plate right, staring at the snake ghost with sharp eyes, waiting for the opponent's first attack to reveal the flaw, and then he counterattacked. The snake ghost swayed its tail from side to side, crawled quickly on the ground, and attacked Tomioka Yoshiyang. When the snake ghost was about to approach Tomioka, it immediately threw out its snake tail and tried to wrap around Tomioka's body and strangle him alive. Breath of water, 3 shape, flowing dance. Tomioka Yoshiu's whole person floated through the body of the snake ghost at high speed as if he were incarnated as a stream of water, interspersed with a gentle slash like a stream of water. The trail of slashing in the air was like a flowing galaxy, and the swift pace left only the afterimage of Tomioka Yoshitoshi on the field. The snake ghost's snake tail was slashed in many places. Obviously this blow did not directly cut off the snake tail, for the snake tail that has recovered, it is just a painless blow. But such a move provoked the snake ghost on the side to be angry. It's just a little ghost, you can't catch it obediently, you have to do a senseless resistance. As he spoke, 2 curved blades like snake teeth appeared on the snake ghost's hand, and the curved blades glowed with cold light, cutting fiercely towards Tomioka's throat. The curved blade collided with the blade, causing bursts of sparks, and Tomioka was forced to no foothold. Water breath, land type, twisting vortex, he quickly and violently twisted his body, twisting at high speed to form a huge water vortex. The sharp and massive water blade bounced off the snake ghost's attacks, leaving wounds of varying shades on the snake ghost's body. Water breath, 7 shape, Shizuku ripple stab. The sound of the water flowed through, and Tomioka stabilized his body, leaning sideways along the curve of the snake ghost's body, and quickly stabbed at the snake ghost. The movement was like soft water, causing quiet ripples on the surface of the water, and quickly stabbed the heart of the snake ghost. Cough. Ahem. The snake ghost was hit hard, spitting blood from his mouth, and the wound on his heart was exposed, and he was bleeding unexpectedly. It was so fast, I was hit without even reacting. Something is wrong with this little ghost, I'm afraid I've hit a hard stubble. The snake ghost didn't dare to be careless, and began to deal with this difficult little ghost cautiously. My strength is obviously much greater than this little ghost, but this little ghost has skillfully dissolved the past. There are soft and strong in the attack, what a difficult human being. After the snake ghost healed from his wounds, he attacked Tomioka at a faster speed. For a while, even Tomioka Yoshiyuki couldn't withstand such a fierce attack, and was constantly repelled by snake ghosts, and was at a disadvantage. Breath of water, 1 type, water slash. Water. Breath, wanton type, tide of strike. Tomioka adjusted his breathing, quickly rushed in front of the snake ghost, and quickly swung the Nichiren knife to slash at the snake ghost's neck as if he was about to cut the water surface. The snake ghost used infrared sensing to feel Tomioka's body, and used a curved blade to resist the horizontal slashing between the Nichiwa blades. Although the neck was avoided from being cut off, the whole person was knocked several meters away by the powerful anti-shock force, leaving a long mark on the ground. Tomioka Yoshi was not idle, taking advantage of the time when the snake ghost was rolling on the ground, he quickly jumped into the air, water breath, Tsukino type, Takiju. Tomioka Yoshi used the power of the fall to send out a fierce blow from top to bottom, like a raging jet of water, and the huge power contained in it fell. Bastard little ghost, it's too late to dodge. I can only use the power that the Lord gave me. Between the lightning and flint, the snake ghost activated the ability, Blood Demon Technique, Snake Molt. Tomioka Yoshi fell with a blow, feeling that he did not hit the entity, and when he looked closely, he only slashed a snakeskin that had fallen off. Tomioka saw that the blow missed, and immediately rushed over, breath of water, wanton type, tide of strike. He walked forward quickly, like a tide constantly lapping the sea, and quickly slashed multiple combos. Although this move is not the most powerful blow, it is better to be able to hit the opponent continuously in a very short period of time. The snake ghost unhurriedly used the curved blade to resist most of the slashes, and the attacks that did not resist only left shallow slash marks on the newborn snake scales, and even the traces disappeared in one breath. Hey, hey, Uncle Ben's new scales after molting are harder and smoother than the old ones. Do you want to keep fighting? Uncle Ben will tear off your limbs, screw off your head, and brutally torture you. Don't you think that's funny? Tomioka Yoshiyuki began to lose his breath and his body began to weaken after using the breathing method continuously, and with violent wheezing, bean-sized drops of sweat fell to the ground, wetting the soil under his feet. A ghost is a ghost after all, and there is no humanity at all. Sister Tsutako, Brother Rabbit, I'm sorry. Sure enough, I'm still too weak to do anything, and I'm still powerless after all. With such a me, what can I do to protect the people around me, again? I'm going to lose everything again. Tomioka fell into deep self-reproach. Looking at Tomioka Yoshiu's tarnished eyes and lowered head, the snake ghost laughed wildly again, and began to stab Tomioka Yoshiu's heart with words. Little ghost, look at now, you don't have any initiative, I now have the absolute right to kill you, just a thought, at most you resist a few times, and then you will die tragically at my hands. The weak are the weak don't have any initiative, they can't make the choices they want, welcome death, stinky little. Chapter 23. Brave, brave, sober up, calm down, your sister gambled her life to maintain your life, and entrusted you with the future, have you forgotten? And remember our agreement, become a member of the ghost-killing team together and live bravely. The gentle voice of the rabbit came from the depths of his mind. Tomioka's low mood was immediately pulled back to reality. Brother Rabbit, Alligato. I have never forgotten what I agreed, and I will not run away anymore. Even if I am destroyed, I will definitely kill the evil ghost. Tomioka Yoshiyong's eyes regained their resolute look, and the whole person exuded a fierce fighting spirit. Breath of water, three-shape, flowing dance. Tomioka Yoshiu turned into a fierce and turbulent river, moving rapidly towards the snake and slashing at the ghost. How can it be repaired? Why does this little ghost suddenly seem to be a different person? It's this trick again, dynamic vision can't catch the figure at all. Snake ghost slashed through Tomioka's body with a sharp curved blade, and the result was only one afterimage after another. On the other hand, Tomioka Yoshiu's every blow slashed at the snake ghost's body, and every swing was accompanied by flesh and blood. Gradually, the snake ghost couldn't parry, and he was at a disadvantage for a while, and was unilaterally trained by Tomioka volunteers. Bastard little ghost, the snake can only forcibly shed a skin in a day, and it is no longer possible to use this blood ghost technique. Suddenly, the snake ghost looked at Tomioka Yoshiu, who was constantly accumulating sword momentum. Hey, it's really fake, the air is rippling and vibrating, no, the head will really be cut off by this trick. The other side. A roaring water dragon with a dragon's roar is constantly surging and spinning, and as the number of spins and tossing continues to increase, the sound of the water dragon is getting bigger and bigger. It wasn't until Tomioka could no longer continue to spin and increase his power that he slashed out. Ugly monster, it's time to end your life of sin. Water breath, pick up shape, life, and flow. Water dragon roared and bit fiercely along the neck of the snake ghost, and the snake scales collided with the blade to create bursts of sparks, and one after another the snake scales collapsed, and blood splattered out like raindrops and fell to the ground. Ah, damn it, the snake ghost's eyes were red, and he continued to attack Tomioka despite his injuries, and Tomioka continued to swing his knife despite the pain caused by the slash on his body. The blood of the snake spurted wildly in great pain, and the snake ghost was unable to withstand the strong impact after all, and fell to the ground, letting out a terrible hiss. Roar! 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 Tomioka Yoshi did not let go, but continued to slash the neck with the blade of the knife. Finally, the extremely domineering water dragon successfully tore off the demon's head, and its neck gushed unstoppably like a pillar of blood, and the bright red liquid moistened the dirt on the ground. Everything was calm, and the snake ghost also fell in a pool of blood. But in a place where Tomioka Yoshi didn't see, a small snake quickly shuttled through the grass and disappeared. Poof! Tomioka spat out a mouthful of blood, shook his body a few times, and finally stood firm again, but he felt dizzy, and the consumption of his own strength made him feel very difficult. The effectiveness of the water breath finally reached its limit, so that Tomioka's strength was completely consumed, and he could no longer stand on his body, and fell to the ground. Tomioka looked around, saw nothing unusual, and closed his eyes and fell into a coma. Ah, I'm so tired, my body is completely out of strength, I'm really tired. This was the last thought he had before he fell unconscious. After a long time, Tomioka Yoshi slowly opened his eyes, and the blinding light enveloped his eyes, and he hurriedly blocked the dazzling sunlight with his arm. After a while, Tomioka's consciousness came to his senses, and he murmured softly. I still feel a splitting headache, my whole body is sore, as if I have collapsed, and the clothes on my body are already soaked, and they are all stuck to my body. And here? Where is this? Tomioka looked around and found himself lying on the ground, with a vigorous bonfire burning next to him, conveying warmth to him. Who saved me? Tomioka struggled to his feet, walked out of the campfire, and walked to the side of the campfire. Looking at the pile of burning firewood on the ground, as well as the ashes on the ground, Tomioka Yoshi slowly spoke. The bonfire has been burning for a while. It seems that the fire was only lit last night, and it looks like he has been asleep all night. At this moment, a young man approached from a distance, with a sunwheel knife pinned to his waist and 2 lifeless hairs in his hands. After seeing the comer, Tomioka let down his vigilance. Well, did you save me? The boy looked up at Tomioka Yoshi. Duck, you said this. When I was rushing here last night, I smelled a strong smell of blood, so I ran over and saw you lying on the ground, so I carried you back. Then I checked your body, and found that you still have breath, and your body is fine, but your physical exertion is too great, so I simply bandaged you. Tomioka looked at the smiling boy in front of him. Arigato. Tomioka thanked him and looked at the boy. By the way, I don't know your name yet. The young man said nervously, my name? Oops, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Inu Kawase, please take care of me when we meet for the first time. It turned out to be Inu-kun, and I am here to be taken care of by you, Arigato, Inu-kun. Tomioka remembered Inu's name, and then began to look at Inu. Inu Kawase's figure is not too tall, only slightly shorter than Tomioka Yoshi, but his facial features are angular, his eyes are bright, he looks very heroic, and he also has a special temperament. I always feel like a very sunny person, and I feel like I can pass on the warmth to the people around me. Tomioka thought to himself. At this time, Inu Kawase spoke, I still want to ask your name, I don't know what I should call you. Tomioka. Yoshitoi. Call me Yoshitoi, that's what my senior brother called me. Well, righteous warrior-kun. Inu Kawase nodded, and the atmosphere between the two gradually became harmonious. I can't imagine what kind of crisis you've encountered, and you've been hurt like this. Tomioka Yoshiyuki smiled bitterly and said. I also had the misfortune to encounter a snake-like ghost, but I was quite lucky, and in the end, I was able to reluctantly defeat the snake ghost with my sword skills and water breath. It sounds like a thrilling battle, it's really not easy, Yoshi-kun. As he spoke, Tomioka pointed to his body again. Although the physical injuries were severe, I could feel that the internal organs were still intact and there was not much damage. But thank you for bandaging me, otherwise I will still lose too much blood and lose my combat effectiveness. You're welcome, I'm very happy to be able to help others. It's really good that I didn't get seriously injured. He was completely relieved. Chapter 24. Inu Kawahe patted his head and said embarrassedly, I almost forgot, after such a long time, you still haven't eaten anything, you must be hungry. Inu Kawahe pointed with his finger. Well, these are the 2 hares I caught in the mountains, and our food today is settled. After saying that, Inu Kawahe took out 2 rabbits from his arms and began to tear the rabbit fur. Then Inu Kawahe took out a dagger, cut the hare's belly, and removed the internal organs and edible parts. Tomioka Yoshi hurriedly got up and said, This. How embarrassing, I was taken care of by you all night here, and I bothered you to go to the mountains to find prey, and I got it back, I am really ashamed to be down. Inu Kawahe let out a hearty laugh. It's okay, don't take it to heart, I can help others, I'm very happy from the bottom of my heart, Yi Yongjun. If you really don't want to go, come and help me clean up the hare meat I have cleaned up. I'll cut some bamboo sticks, skewer them, and eat roast rabbit meat together. Then Inu Kawahe put down the kettle he was carrying and asked Ji Yang to take it to clean the rabbit meat, and he went to chop a few pieces of bamboo to make bamboo skewers for rabbit meat. Before leaving, watching Tomioka start to handle the food, Inu Kawahe smiled and left. Yoshi Tomioka began to clean the hare meat. After a while, the hare meat was cleaned by him, and he washed the knives with water again and began to cut the rabbit meat. He cut the rabbit meat into pieces and set it aside, and when he had done all this, he cut off the rabbit leg as well, washed it with the water, and put it together with the cut rabbit meat. Then he picked up some dry firewood nearby and added it to the campfire. After a while, Inu Kawahe also came back with a few pieces of bamboo. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground, trimmed the bamboo into bamboo skewers, then skewered the rabbit meat, and then put it on the fire to roast, and soon the smell of the barbecue came out. Sprinkle some of this will be even better, said Inu, handing over a bottle of spices. Why did you bring this thing, is this really here for the trial? Yi Yang held his forehead with one hand, and couldn't help but be speechless. Inu Kawahe touched his nose embarrassedly. When I thought that I could only get food by myself in the trial, I couldn't order any seasonings or anything, it must not be very delicious, but fortunately, I brought some spices. Inu Kawahe stood aside, a sincere smile on his face. The 2 then set some of the skewers on top of the campfire and smoked them. In less than half a pillar of incense, a tempting fragrance wafted through the air. Inu Kawaze couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva, his stomach was already hungry, and he couldn't help but drool when he smelled this fragrance. He looked at the fragrant hare meat roasted in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion, it's still good during the day, there are no ghost attacks, and there are roast rabbits to eat. After the roast was cooked, Inu Kawahe couldn't wait to pick up a skewer, and quickly stuffed a small piece into his mouth, and he suddenly screamed. Tomioka shook his head, and couldn't help but complain inwardly, is this person a stupid? But after a while, a satisfied expression appeared on Inu's face. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Looking at Inu Kawapi's eating appearance, Tomioka couldn't help but pick up another string, and the same was also eaten with relish. Inu-kun, barbecue, it's surprisingly delicious. That's right, the rabbit meat is very tender and fresh, and the meat is also very firm. As he spoke, Inu Kawapi picked up 2 more skewers and ate them with relish. Seeing Inu's expression, Tomioka couldn't help but begin to admire him, this guy's appetite is really not covered. Tomioka picked up and ate a few more strings, drank some water, and sat down on the side again. Yi Yongjun, is it really enough to eat so much? I'm already full, thank you for your hospitality. Besides, not everyone can eat as much as you. Tomioka's face did not change, as if he were repeating a fact. Inu Kawahe didn't care, and said happily, okay, Yi Yang, I'll take care of the rest. With that, Inu Kawapi began to process the remaining hare meat. After a while, Inu Kawahe roasted the rabbit meat again, He handed the meat skewers to Yoshiyang, and said, "It's freshly baked rabbit meat again, why don't you eat more?" Tomioka waved his hand. "No, I'm really not hungry, I'm full, I'd better rest first." "Oh, okay, in that case, then you can go to the rest meeting." With that, Tomioka sat down on the ground and closed his eyes to recuperate, and after a while, he fell asleep. "Hey, I'm really asleep, it seems that yesterday's battle was really a big drain on him, let's take a good rest." Inu Kawahe said softly, and he didn't forget to eat a roast rabbit leg in his hand. "Oops! Hiss! Ouch! Really, what's the matter? I bit my tongue just now, it hurts, really, how do you always encounter such unfortunate things?" After a while, he suddenly heard the sound of even breathing, and he knew that it was Yi Yang resting, so he quietly walked to Yi Yang's side. I saw that this guy's eyes were closed at the moment, his face was peaceful, and he looked so quiet and peaceful. Inu Kawase sighed softly, alas! It seems that he is really tired. Inu Kawase looked at the bonfire next to him, and said to himself, it's better to rest for a while to recuperate, and after nightfall, you have to be afraid to avoid the attack of ghosts. Why are the nights always very long, alas? After that, Inu Kawase also lay down on the ground and began to close his eyes and recuperate. After a while, his snoring sounded, and he fell into a deep sleep. The red sun is setting in the west, and layers of golden ripples appear on the sea. The sun was about to set, leaving only a faint rouge in the western sky, and the entire Vine Mountain was dyed with blood-colored. After a while, Tomioka Yoshi opened his closed eyes, and when he entered the eye, he saw Inu Kawahe lying on his back, with saliva still hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he fell asleep defenselessly. Tomioka Yoshito walked over and patted him on the cheek. Hey, Kawapi, don't sleep, wake up, it's almost night, get up quickly." Inu Kawapi unconsciously slapped Yoshito's hand aside, and the corners of his mouth murmured, "I'm sleepy, let me sleep for a while, just." In a moment. "Woo! Call! Phew!" he said, and the sound of snoring while sleeping sounded again. Tomioka Yoshi had a black line, "Kawapi, it's time to eat, get up and eat quickly, otherwise there will be no you." I saw Inu Kawapi's eyes shine. "What? It's time to eat, what are you eating?" "I want to cook." Tomioka Yoshi grabbed his ear. "Are you a pig? You know how to eat in one day, and it's night soon, and you have to go." Chapter 25. Inu Kawahe got up and rubbed his sleepy eyes, and said lazily, "It turns out that it's night, and I always feel like I haven't slept enough, and I want to sleep for a while." Tomioka ignored him and put his hands behind his back. "Thanks to your care during this time, I am grateful, let's disperse." Inu Kawapi immediately fell asleep, and said loudly in surprise, "How is your body?" "I'm fine." Inu Kawahe looked sad and lost. "Why do you want to disperse? Don't you take care of each other when you walk together? We are companions, aren't we?" Inu Kawapi looked at Tomioka Yoshi with a look of hope. "Yi Yang, isn't it good to walk together?" Feeling this fiery and sincere gaze, Yi Yang's rare silence, but his heart emerged. Companions. Since Sister Tsutako's death, he has never experienced that kind of warmth, and even if he became friends with Brother Tsuta, it was still difficult for him to get out of that shadow. Maybe it's because he's not strong enough, so he can't protect his loved ones around him, he's afraid of losing, he's afraid of not being able to protect the people around him. He doesn't want to experience loss again. Although it was difficult for Yi Yang to accept such a fact, he still resolutely turned and left. Inu Kawahe immediately got in good spirits, and hurriedly shouted. "Behind Yi Yang, where are you going? Wait, Yi Yang, I won't hold you back, let's go together." In this way, one walked in front and the other chased behind, forming a different kind of tacit understanding. On the other side, between the shadows of the woods, a black shadow flashed from time to time. Like a big black mouse. That's right, it was Li Xiu's. Who had been secretly observing. Li Xiu has been paying attention to the dynamics here, and has been using chakra to sense the position of the people nearby. The road in the middle of the Vine Mountain is very long, and the trees on the road are very dense, and from time to time there are various birds and beasts chirping. Li Xiu's eyes were fixed on his eyes, and he silently recorded the location information on the Vine Attack Mountain in his heart. The center of the mountain is an open flat land, and the trees are very thick, but I didn't see a single ghost last night. There was a hill on the opposite side of the flatland, and the trees on the hill were dense and there was a faint smell of blood. There was a pool of bright red blood in the soil below the hill, and this blood had coagulated into lumps. Apparently someone here was caused by a battle, but the blood has long since dried up, and it is impossible to trace it for a while. The plants on the flat ground are also very messy, and some of them are still mutilated, apparently just destroyed. Li Xiu sensed it with chakra and found the student. It's the person who used the breath of fire to do it again. I have secretly seen his battle, clean and neat, his skills are vigorous, and the battle is not muddy and watery, and the accident is very good. These blood all have the breath of ghosts, and the quality of this class of students is still quite good. Li Xiu thought to himself. To the southeast of the flat land is a cliff, and there is a steep and precipitous terrain here. No one should come to this kind of place, right? Li Xiu carefully observed the surrounding environment, while thinking in his heart. Suddenly, his ears moved and he heard something, and Li Xiu immediately turned his attention to the source of the sound, only to see a group of black-pressed creatures running towards him. Li Xiu carefully identified, Nima, this group of people has stabbed the ghost nest. What caught the eye was a young man with thick black shawl hair. Quick, run for your life. Seeing a ghost jumping and rushing towards him, and when he was about to catch him, he ruthlessly pushed his female companion out. The girl was pushed out and fell to the ground, and when she saw the demon, her whole face turned pale, and she trembled with fright, as if the demon had seized one of her feet. The man's actions gave him a chance to survive, and after running to the crowd in front of him, the man breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived the catastrophe. Then a trace of unnaturalness flashed on his face, and after a while, he returned to his original state, and said with peace of mind. Don't blame me, blame those ghosts. I just want to live, hee hee. Hee hee. Just as Li Xiu was about to make a move, a sound came. Breath of water, 3-form, flowing. After image flicked by, and the ghost's head flew into the air, not knowing who had killed it when it was dying. Then the young man with long flesh-colored hair and a plague-removing fox face with a scar on the corner of his mouth immediately picked up the girl on the ground and retreated into the crowd. It's still a critical time for this kid to rely on. Li Xiu muttered silently in his heart, while looking for the previous person on the roster. Found it, let me take a look at this scumbag guy. Looking at the portrait painting on the roster, Li Xiu let out a soft voice. Chuanzhong Falcon, tisk, tisk, the heart is not right, such a person can't enter the ghost-killing team. Saying that, Li Xiu made a big cross at the bottom of that page, and directly eliminated the student Chuanzhong Falcon. The humans and ghosts on the field were divided into two regions like the Chu River and Han Realm, and the two sides were afraid of each other, and for the time being, neither side made the first move, but just stared at each other. On the other hand, the human side. A male trainee with a flushed face and like an angry locomotive was crushing Hayato Kui under him, beating him hard with punch after punch. Bastard guy, why did you frame Hanako and let her be your shield, bastard, not a human guy? Hayato Chuanzhong, whose face was swollen and bleeding from his mouth and nose, was still stiff-mouthed. Only those who survive are the winners, and they can become members of the ghost-killing team. It's not wrong for me to do this, I just want to live, what's wrong with me? She died, I will thank her well, and I will go to pay tribute to her every year, isn't that enough? The more the man listened, the more angry he became, and he was about to smash it down with a punch. At this time, the rabbit stepped forward and squeezed the man's fist hard. The rabbit's face was cold, and he reprimanded angrily. Enough, if he goes on like this, he will die. Do you want to kill someone? Do you think your behavior is correct? I understand that you are very angry, but in the current situation, are you still in the mood to vent your emotions? The wicked have evil retribution, and he will have relevant personnel to deal with it. You better worry about the situation in front of you first. We are surrounded by a group of ghosts. Listening to the rabbit's scolding, the man regained consciousness, slowly lowered his fist, and stood up from the body of the Kawajang Hayato. When he got up, as if he hadn't relieved his anger, he spat at the Kawajang Hayabusa, kicked it again, and said viciously, "You damn bastard, why haven't you been eaten by ghosts? It's really disgusting." The man got up indignantly and came to the front of the rabbit. Chapter 26. The rabbit looked at the man whose face was very red, his head was bruised, and his eyebrows were raised viciously, his face was cold, and he said undoubtedly, "The anger should be enough." The man's tense face eased at this time. He wiped the blood on his cheeks on his clothes. "This scumbag, he dares to hurt my lover, it's a crime that deserves death, this time it's already cheap." Humph. The man brought the girl who was silent and hadn't walked out of the fright at this time, and said respectfully, "I'm Shota Ito, this is my girlfriend Hanako Tachi, thank you for saving Hanako's life, thank you very much." Shota Ito clenched Hanako Tachi's hand, Hanako reacted, and sobbed weakly. "Woo woo woo, annoyed face, thank you for saving my life. I'm a rabbit, don't thank me, it's just a gesture, it's not enough to worry about it. You'd better appease the girl next to you first, there will be a fierce battle later." Shota Ito apologized slightly, and took Hanako's hand to the side to appease Hanako. The man turned to leave, his back looking a little lonely, but at this time, no one was in the mood to sympathize with his plight. The ghosts don't know when to attack, and that's what they should be dealing with right now. The rabbit walked next to the Chuanjiang falcon, and said coldly, "It seems that you are not too powerful, you can't even deal with ghosts, and you have abandoned your companions, what a shame. In order to prevent you from making any more moths, I can only tie you up first, and then think about your affairs after we settle the battle." A ghost with horns on his head and an ugly face said, "How can you cultivate, why hasn't that guy arrived yet? It's not good to continue like this. The momentum on the human side has already condensed, and if it drags on like this, it will be not good for us." At this time, a little ghost stepped forward and flattered, "Lord Antelope, the ghosts below are all starting to be restless, you see, can you mention launching an attack?" They words of this thin and slender ghost completely made the antelope's patience completely lost. "Now, all the ghosts on the field, you must devour all the humans, and not a single one will be left alive." Roar! Roar! The scene of the roar suddenly became chaotic, and the ghost tide formed by dozens of ghosts rushed towards the human team of more than 10 people, and the battle was about to break out. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Run! 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 Hurry up!" The ghosts rioted. The human team panicked. Although these people are not ordinary people, they are faced with a large number of ghosts, and these people are just children after all. Most of them have never encountered ghosts, and they will inevitably give up the idea of fighting against such creatures. Therefore, several people in the crowd fled in a hurry, and only some brave people remained, still fighting bravely to kill ghosts, and they did not care about their own lives, just hoping to pass the trial smoothly. "Hurry up! You stupid, hurry up and fight! Eh? Student cried with a sad face, I can't do it, I can't do it at all, so many ghosts, I will definitely die. Seeing that some of the people in the human team were chased by ghosts and fled one by one, Ito Shota's face became more and more ugly, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. Bastard! Ito! Shota shouted angrily. What are you doing in a daze? Take out your Nichiren sword and fight! Are you just scattered and fleeing like this? Go and help the others, a bunch of little ghosts, let you panic like this. He angrily reprimanded, and a few people who fled in a panic temporarily suppressed the fear in their hearts and regained their calm. They took out their weapons one after another, and used various breathing methods to meet the rampant ghosts. Breath of the Rock, Type 2, Shattered Face, Breath of the Wind, Type 2, Claw, Kodo Wind, Breath of Fire, Wanton Type, Winding of Flames. Breath of Water, Triple Shape, Flowing Dance, Breath of Water, Type 2, Water Wheel, Breath of Thunder, Type 2, Soul of Rice. Breath of the Wind. Type 1, Dust Whirlwind, Slash. Breath of Fire, Type 2, Rising Heaven. Breath of Water, Type 1, Slash on the Water. A burst of screams resounded through the valley, and blood flowed on the ground, staining the grass, dyeing the trees, dyeing the lawn, and dyeing the whole land, and the bright and dazzling red made people feel chilled. The battle of kill, kill, kill was in full swing, and the number of these ghosts was wiped out at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Li Xian stood on a tree, hiding his breath and overlooking the fight below. Of course, he was not idle, and from time to time he used the Konoha instant body technique to send some people who couldn't parry or escape directly back to the square in front of the mountainside. Then draw a picture on the roster to record the performance of these students. The battle situation at the foot of the mountain is about to be settled, and the victory of the cadets is not far off. Li Xiu was not in a hurry to go down to help, but sat quietly in place, observing the battle below. Because this is a battle between the new generations, it is a process that she, must go through. If it is not mortally dangerous, Li Xiu does not need to intervene. Hey! Li Xiu suddenly frowned, looking at a ghost in the battle situation under the mountain. This is... Li Xiu's pupils instantly narrowed. I saw a sturdy ghost, with a tiger-faced human body, dark skin, muscles as tight as rocks, and 2 feet on the ground, as if walking on the ground, forced towards the human team. As soon as the tiger ghost appeared, it showed great strength and speed, knocking down a human with one punch, and preparing to blast the chest cavity of the human on the ground with the next punch. At this critical moment, Li Xiu used an instantaneous technique to carry the injured student to the medical room in the square. Immediately, there were special medical personnel to treat the student. The next moment, he quickly returned to the battlefield. I saw that the tiger ghost was already at war with the rabbit. Bang! 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 The tiger ghost collided and crashed straight into the rabbit. Bang! Bang! Seeing that the blow missed, the tiger ghost roared and crashed into the rabbit again. Seeing that the situation was not good, the rabbit used water breath, 3 types, flowing dance. A. Flowing water teleportation, dodging the tiger ghost's collision, and leaving slashes on the tiger ghost many times. The tiger ghost didn't care about the injuries on his body, but let it recover naturally, and he raised his hand with a claw, and slapped it fiercely at the rabbit, only to see the rabbit holding the sun wheel knife horizontally to resist this blow. Although he could barely resist the tiger ghost's fierce blow, his entire foot was already sunk into the ground, which showed how powerful this blow was. After a little buffering, the rabbit launched a counterattack against the tiger ghost. Chapter 27. After seeing the rabbit turn around, he left the ground, dodged the slap of the tiger ghost's other hand, and held the handle of the knife with his right hand to swing, water breath, 1 type, water surface slash. Like a flowing galaxy-like trajectory, a charged horizontal slash went straight to the tiger ghost's neck, and the tiger ghost was on one side of his body, dodging the attack of the rabbit. But it ignored the other human who had suddenly arrived next to it. Shota Ito got rid of the little ghost on the side, and rushed straight to support the rabbit, ready to help the rabbit kill the tiger ghost. I saw that Shota Ito seized the opportunity, a black hand, mistaken, and swung out the Hinawa sword with one hand, wind breath, land type, black wind smoke. He swung a powerful wind blade from the bottom up, and at the same time, the wind blade spread out black sword chi from it, wrapping around the blade, increasing the power of this blow. The tiger ghost was careless, and he was directly cut off an arm by his knife, and blood splattered. The tiger ghost screamed, covered his wounds, and glared angrily at the humans in front of him. "How can you fix it, two damn human imps?" And then waited for his arm to recover, and then burst towards the two of them. "Humph, I don't know if I'm alive or dead." Tomioka slashed at the tiger ghost's abdomen, and all this happened between the lightning and flint, so fast that the tiger ghost couldn't react. Hiss! The tiger ghost's mouth opened, revealing white teeth, its facial expression became extremely hideous, and its eyes turned red, looking like a wild beast. Roar! Roaring! Taking advantage of the tiger ghost's frantic distraction, Shota Ito clenched the Nikiran knife tightly, and silently shouted in his heart. "Wind breath, one shape, dust whirlwind, slash!" His body turned into a violent wind, blowing the leaves around him, and he and the knife in his hand rushed towards the tiger ghost at high speed like a raging tornado. The ground behind him was slashed by the sharp wind blades behind him. At this time, the tiger ghost seemed to have captured Shota Ito's figure, and angrily slapped a giant palm towards Shota Ito, and Shota Ito hurriedly raised the Nura's knife to block it. But he couldn't stop it, the black knife was directly slapped down by the big hand, and Shota Ito's whole person was slapped by the big hand and flew out more than 10 meters away. Ahem! Ahem! Ah! Poof! Ah! H! The rabbit didn't stop, still wrestling with the tiger ghost. Tachi Hanako hurriedly stepped forward to help Ito. "Shota," and asked with concern, "Shota, how are you? You don't matter, right? Shota, don't scare me." Ito Shota raised his head with difficulty, glanced at Hanako in front of him, held her jade hand, and said slowly. "I'm fine, we're just dragging down the rabbit here, I shouldn't be reckless, the battle rhythm of the rabbit has been disrupted by me. It's all my fault, I'm still too weak to help at all." Sho Ito replied with too much self-reproach. "You fool, what's the matter? Let's kill those weak ghosts here, and pray that Rabbit-kun will defeat that tiger ghost soon." Shota Ito was helped up by Hanako and slowed down. "Let's go up, at least we can help a little and share a little pressure for Rabbit-kun." With that, the two of them joined the team of slaying demons again. On the other side, the rabbit seemed to be at ease, dodging while dodging, giving the tiger ghost 2 knives from time to time, consuming the blood of the tiger ghost, and Rao's tiger ghost's powerful physique could not withstand such consumption. The regeneration rate is decreasing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. How can it be repaired, and if it continues like this, it will be consumed by human imps. An ominous premonition enveloped the tiger ghost's heart, and its attack rhythm had been disrupted, and it was getting more and more panicked. It found that its combat power had been reduced considerably, which made its attack power unstable, and it was no longer able to perform at its full strength. Coupled with the fact that its slow recovery from injuries has greatly reduced its strength, making it even more unable to defeat this human. Roar! The tiger ghost roared angrily, but there was no way, it was now cornered by this human. "Tiger ghost, you are almost out of the ability to resist, and the situation should be reversed." And this time, the momentum of the whole person changed greatly, the corner of his mouth spit out turbid air, replaced with fresh air, and the state of water breathing method was fully opened. His offensive was no longer a warm flowing water, but like a monstrous wave, it became fierce, and every move became fierce. I'm just a human ghost, I'm a ghost, how can I lose? Give me Sinai. 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 When the tiger ghost saw that he was defeated and retreated, his face was gloomy, and his face was full of anger. It felt as if it had been played, toyed with by the imp in front of it. It couldn't figure out how it could have been teased like this, and it was a great shame. Breath of water, 3 style. Flowing dance. Breath of water, wanton style, tide of strike. Rabbit dodges the defense with the flowing dance of the breathing technique. While taking advantage of the tiger ghost's flaws, he wielded the Hinawa knife and inflicted multiple attacks on the tiger ghost like the tide crashing on the shore. Gradually, the tiger ghost's arms and legs were scattered in a pool of blood like disassembled car parts. Looking at the tiger ghost who was about to be cut into a man, there was no trace of sympathy in the rabbit's heart. He never thought that the ghost was a creature worthy of sympathy. The tiger ghost didn't have the strength to recover at all, and it gnawed at the ground with its mouth in great fear, trying to drive its body away. It's just that under such behavior, the movement is very small, and it drags a long string of horrible blood. Yes, it was afraid, its blood no longer boiled with the desire to devour humanity, like congealed ice, and its whole body and mind were cold and... Yes, the majestic figure of the rabbit has become its nightmare. The rabbit stabilized his body and drank softly in his mouth, the breath of water, the shape of picking, the flow of life. The wheel knife and his body were spinning and churning, and a swift water dragon appeared here, and the water dragon continued to churn and grow, and finally the rabbit took advantage of the situation to slash out this powerful blow. With the sound of the dragon groaning, the water dragon roared and tore off the huge head of the tiger ghost. Tiger ghost pawn. After its head was cut off, it did not produce any marquee. It's just that until it died, its eyes were full of hatred, and its 2 tiger eyes were about to jump out, and it still retained a cursing posture on its mouth. Deep down, it didn't believe that it would end up like this. As the battle on the rabbit's side came to an end, the other weak ghosts were also killed by the new generation who had gathered people's hearts behind them. The battle ended with the absolute victory of humanity. Chapter 28. After seeing that his side had completely put down this wave of ghost riots, the hand that was tightly gripping the handle of the Nichiren knife also relaxed. He took advantage of the situation and shook off the drops of blood, and put the Hinawa knife in the scabbard, and then he walked to Shota Ito and Hanako Tachi. After the battle, both Shota Ito and Hanako Tachi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 2 of them are considered to be good in this generation, they are still unable to compete with the strong existence of tiger ghosts, but fortunately, they still have helpers. Hoob. Hanako Tachi and Shota Ito were paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath, with a look of horror on their faces that would leave the aftermath of the catastrophe, but they both smiled. The rabbit walked over with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand to pull the 2 of them. It's hard work, it's our victory. Then he faced the other 2 students who were cheering on the side, nodded slightly, and the 2 also waved in response. All the humans present cheered and were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. After such a terrifying battle, they all felt a lot more relaxed and their mood was much better. Shota Ito and Hanako Tachi stood up with each other's arms, patting the dust off their bodies, and then looked at the people in front of them. Both of them were filled with excitement, they didn't expect that they would be able to win. "We won!" said Kataki excitedly, her fists clenched as she was clearly in a state of euphoria. "Yes, we won!" Ito echoed, although his consumption in the battle was extremely severe, but at this moment he also felt the joy that came from the depths of his heart. It was a joy from the bottom of his heart, and he felt a lot more relaxed. "It's amazing, Saijao Mud High Iron Duck, I didn't expect that we would be able to defeat the ghosts this time. If we continue like this, we will definitely pass the final trial," said One of the students, his tone of voice with excitement that could not be concealed. His companions also spoke along, and they were all excited, very excited. They never imagined that they would be able to win, that they would one day be able to defeat those powerful goblins. After all, they've just been training all the time, and they've never fought real ghosts, and their emotions are unusually high. Yes, we really did it, haha. Shota Ito and Hanako Tachi looked at each other and smiled, and there was a look of relief in each other's eyes. Both of them were very proud and very honored. They never thought they would be able to win, they never thought they would win, because they knew how powerful the goblins were, but now they were victorious. They both looked at each other in disbelief, and they both looked at each other with their eyes, trying to make sure that all this was true. After a long time, the two of them recovered from their excitement, and then looked at each other, and they both showed bright smiles to each other. "We won! We won!" shouted Hanako Tachi, her voice very loud. The two hugged each other and snuggled up to each other, and Hanako Tachi cried with joy and shed tears of joy. "Yes! We won! Yes, we won! We won!" Everyone shouted loudly, and for a moment the entire cave was covered by the sound of shouting, and even the rabbit under the mask, his face was with a smile of relief. Chapter 29. On the other side, Inu Kawahe followed Tomioka Yoshio, and wherever Tomioka walked, he followed him, chattering like a sparrow. Tomioka Yoshito held his forehead with one hand, a black line on his head, and said speechlessly in his heart, "Why didn't I see this guy talk so much during the day, and how did he seem to be a different person at night? I thought this guy looked very reliable." Tomioka Yoshi teased in his heart. Sure enough, after all, I paid by mistake. Later, gradually, Tomioka Yoshi couldn't do anything about him. Just like that, Tomioka Yoshi could only take the chattering version Inu Kawapi and walk towards the depths of the Fuji Attack Mountain Forest. The two of them walked along the rugged mountain road, step by step to the top of the mountain. As they walked, Tomioka's ears had to endure Kawadera's verbal torture. The white moonlight poured down from the nine heavens like mercury, blurring the of the gradually elongated backs of the two. Dense jungles, lush vegetation, verdant green leaves, and streams gurgling through the mountains, the clear water splashes a few drops of crystal water, reflecting a few bright colors. The world of darkness is not monotonous. Either from time to time there were a few chirps in the quiet night sky, and the two of them walked cautiously on the land beside the creek, when suddenly a few untimely shouts came. "Run, they're catching up! No, run for your life! Quick, 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 run!" Tomioka looked at two people in the distance, shouting desperately, and their voices were particularly abrupt in the silent jungle, startling a flock of birds. In the later scenes, because of the night and the environment, Rao is Tomioka's brave Kazlan's big eyes can't see clearly. Tomioka realized that the situation was not right, and hurriedly set off to rush over. Inu Kawahe was still puzzled when he saw this, because he was walking behind and didn't know what was going on. Inu Kawa was puzzled, but he still chased Tomioka Yoshio and shouted loudly, "Yoshio-kun, suddenly this is like this, what happened? Wait for me." On the side of the two students who escaped. Whoosh! A few sounds broke through the air, and arrows struck at a rapid pace. Blood-colored arrows shot into the grass behind them. "How can you fix it? It's Harry, this didn't hit." A female ghost twisted her temples in confusion, then put her hand on the bow and arrow, her body straightened, and her arm was used as the axis, and the bowstring was full, ready to shoot the human in front of her. Seeing this scene, the person next to him turned pale with fright, shrunk up, and thought to himself, "Why is there a ghost with strange abilities in this place?" Seeing the formation of the arrow ghosts, the other people also panicked, and they hurriedly ran into the distance. It was silent, no one dared to speak, only the rustle of a few towering trees, and the rustle of leaves. Woo-woo, suddenly. A gloomy wind sounded in the woods, blowing the branches and swaying, and the leaves rattled. Hearing the sound of the wind, a chill came out of them, and they felt that their bodies were getting colder and colder, as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their whole bodies were shivering. They involuntarily stopped, turned to look, but there was nothing, everything was still, only the rustle of leaves blown by the wind. Don't be afraid of, don't be afraid of, don't be afraid of. They kept convincing themselves, but deep down they were already starting to fear. Their legs trembled, their hands clenched into fists, their foreheads covered with beads of sweat, and they kept telling themselves to calm down, but the more they did, the more nervous they became. Quick! Run! Hurry up and run! Enduring the fear in their hearts, they took steps and ran forward, as if they were crazy, and ran desperately. Trump! Ghost! The female ghost smirked, and the corners of her mouth were almost grinning to the back of her neck. Run, weak human, no matter how much you run, it's useless, but it's just a little food. And it's just of it in the woods, the playful laughter of the female ghost echoed, filling the entire forest. I like to observe the despair, fear, resentment, anger, sadness, and other expressions of human beings before they die. Everyone's expression is different, but without exception, every human distorted face gives me great pleasure. The way you run away only makes me more excited. I saw that the female ghost was holding a bow and arrow in one hand, and the other hand was so hard that no air poured into her body. Then her scarlet eyes flashed, and her mouth gasped violently on her fair face, a trace of crimson hung on it, and I saw her snorting with a flushed face. Dying and struggling human beings. You know what? This strange feeling. This feeling. Yes. It's really too sparse. Ah. Humph. The body feels sublimated, and I'm about to enter heaven. Haha. Already. 2. Forcibly omit, the stated, self-experience, self-perception, doge. Looking at the two people with distorted faces in front of them, an incomparable, excited, sense of excitement surged into the depths of the female ghost's nerves, and I saw her eyes frenzied, and her figure flashed behind the fugitive. She held her bow and arrow, and the bowstring was pulled up, aiming at the two-person squad in front of her. As she spoke, she lifted her bow and arrow, and shot a bloody arrow again. Hey! Shout! They! Female ghost shot several bloody arrows in succession, and the arrows flew like lightning to the two people in front of them. Run! And run! They kept shouting in fear, constantly urging themselves to flee. One man turned around and struggled to shoot down a few arrows with his Naklun sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! More! Blood-colored arrows struck again, heading forward. There was a flash of despair in their eyes, as if they saw death approaching. Poof! Suddenly, two pillars of blood splattered out of their legs and the ground. Ah! My legs! My legs! The two of them were shot through their legs, and although they were not in mortal danger, their speed was greatly reduced by. Just as they were about to get up, their legs seemed to be disobedient and could not move, and they fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. No, I can't feel the presence of my legs are unconscious, no, the arrows are poisonous. The female ghost creature continued to move forward excitedly, because her prey was now getting closer and closer to her. Chapter 30. After the two of them fell to the ground, they both inhaled heavily and tried to adjust their rapid breathing. However, the scars on their bodies still made the two of them scream in pain, and the pain of their legs being pierced made them both almost unconscious. The body kept spasming, the whole body kept twitching, the lips were purple, and the body was constantly trembling. At this moment, the two really realized that instead of running away, they might as well fight hard to find a glimmer of life. No, I shouldn't have run away. You shouldn't run away. You should resist. A male student's whole person was directly broken, and his face was distorted and hideous. How can you repair? What are you kidding? You were tricked by that female ghost. This feeling of being played with is really terrible. How can it be cultivated? How can it be cultivated? His face was full of despair. Why is there a supernatural ghost? Why is it? The solemn aura of incomparably despair shrouded the hearts of the two, and they couldn't disperse for a long time. Who's going to save me? Help me! Help me! I can't do it! The two men dragged their hands on the ground trying to get away from the female ghost, and the other side cried helplessly for help. Humph! Ridiculous! No one will come to save you, don't have any more hope, no one will come to save you. The female ghost's eerie voice came into the ears of the two, and their inner defenses were being torn apart by the female ghost's ruthless words. I saw that the corners of the female ghost's mouth were slightly hooked, revealing a gloomy evil smile. She raised her bow and arrow, aiming it at one of the boys. Don't! Help! Help! When he saw the bow and arrow pointed at him, he was immediately frightened, and it seemed that thousands of ants were gnawing at him. He felt like he was about to be torn apart, and his whole body felt as if he was about to be gnawed. He didn't want to be killed, but he had no strength to resist, so he could only watch the female ghost kill her. He didn't want to die, he didn't want to die. He still has a lot of work to do. He was not reconciled. He didn't want to die. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The boy cried and wailed. He felt like he was about to suffocate, as if he couldn't breathe. Bang! Bang! I saw that after the female ghost shot 2 blood arrows, a crisp sound of weapons clashing came. I saw 2 black flashes of light, the shadow clone Li Xiu's figure appeared. A shadow clone, Li Xiu, dragged the 2 of them back, and a kunao appeared in front of the 2 of them and confronted the female ghost. Li Xiu, the shadow clone holding kunao, patted his chest and said, "Fortunately, I caught up. The speed of the clone is far less than the main body. Fortunately, there were no accidents, and these 2 people were saved, and they scared the master to death." On the other side, Li Xiu, the shadow clone who retreated to safety, knocked the 2 unconscious with a few palms, put on a sack and rushed directly to the temporary medical institution on the mountainside. In his heart, he scolded and said, "Before the fight, I want to escape, alas! You're really the worst reserve I've ever had." Chapter 31. On the other side, Li Xiu, the shadow clone holding kunao, confronted the female ghost. Li Xiu, the shadow clone holding kunao, was vigilantly guarded, not daring to relax a little. During this period of confrontation, with the bright moonlight in the sky, he saw clearly the appearance of the female ghost on the other side. Looking at the female ghost in front of her, this female ghost looked at her face about 13 or 14 years old. Her black hair hung down her shoulders, and the ends of her hair were as pure red as blood. The fair skin sets off the pink face, and the long eyelashes are flickering. Her skin was so white that it seemed to be blown apart. Her facial features are exquisite, like a work of art made by a sculptor, perfect without the slightest flaw. She has a delicate face, and there are blood-colored roses on her face, which adds a different kind of beauty to it. If she doesn't make any strange expressions or movements. Just looking at the neck up, well, it looks like a living vampire princess who came out, and people can't bear to blaspheme. Of course, it's really good to just look at the normal face, but it's a pity that the face is miserable, and below the neck is a completely muscular big guy, and the muscles all over the body explode, and the big muscles are properly bully. Unexpectedly, the pectoralis major muscle is not very developed, just like an airport, and it is such a strange but unexpected picture that makes the shadow clone Li Xiu harmonious. so that Li Xiu, a ruthless man, couldn't see what kind of wolf. On the other side, the shadow clone Li Xiu perfectly inherited the character of the original Li Xiu's skin monster, and secretly held back his laughter. Under the grotesque face that wants to laugh and hold back his laughter, he also stares at the female ghost with a strange gaze. At this time, the other party's rough voice came. Hey, 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 who are you? Your scrutinizing gaze always feels very offended, it makes me feel bad, how can I repair? Bastard human! They. Female ghost took a serious look and found Li Xiu, a shadow clone wearing a special uniform of the ghost killing team. What's going on? It's really boring, it's just a member of the ghost killing team, why do you want to spoil my good deeds? Why? 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 The female ghost said in a hurried and dissatisfied tone, while scratching her body with her sharp nails, venting her emotions. Her fingernails were like sharp blades cutting blood marks on her own face, and blood flowed out of the scratched area one by one. But she didn't care at all, and while the wound was healing, it was cut by herself. She paddled faster and faster, and her entire face was covered with blood. In a few moments, she lowered her sharp hand and stopped the farce. Well, there's nothing to worry about, the ghost killing team or something, so hindering my existence, as long as it is all destroyed. The female ghost's eyes suddenly became bloodshot and became more and more crimson, and a state of madness was revealed in her eyes. All die, sign. Sinai. Tong Tong Xenia. Blood demon magic, blood realm evil. Note, by manipulating your own blood, you can change into a variety of shapes, such as building some weapons or something, and you can even turn it into a trap to control. The blood is actually not poisonous, and it has a certain paralyzing effect. Suddenly, she jerked her arm up, and a red light shot out of her hand. A long red whip appears in the air. The whip was covered with dense barbs, and a fishy smell came to the nostrils. Ghost Slayer deserves to die, go die, Ghost Hunter, she waved the blood-colored whip in her hand and lashed at the shadow clone Li Xiu fiercely. Chapter 32. I saw Red Sakura wave the blood-colored whip in her hand, and the whip flew forward. Bursts of whip shadows with red light struck towards the shadow clone Li Xiu in front of him. For a while, the air seemed to be covered with countless blood-colored long whips, and they bombarded towards the shadow clone Li Xiu together. When the shadow clone Li Xiu was not in a hurry to dodge the whip shadow, he also waved the long whip on the opposite side from time to time with a sharp cold light in his hand. Although it is a shadow clone, the physical strength of the current original body and the purity of the chakra are particularly high. So even the trumpet shadow clone version of Li Xiu is enough to resist most of the ghosts below the bottom string. Although it is more difficult to face the other party's ghost who uses blood ghost skills, the shadow clone Li Xiu still has the strength to fight. The shadow clone Li Xiu used Kunao's dexterity to deal with the attacking blood-colored whip with ease. Seeing that her long whip had little effect on the members of the Ghost Slayer in front of her, Sakura manipulated her own blood to change the shape of the tip of the whip to attack, only to see her shouting. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Realm Evil Essence, Change, Thorn Cage. 1. End of the long whip in front of the shadow clone Li Xiu actually continued to grow, turning into an open state of two hollow hemispheres. The outer sphere is made up of blood-colored thorny vines, and the inside is covered with strangely shaped, sharp barbs. The entire cage ejected at a terrible speed, trying to envelop the shadow clone and strangle it in the cage. Hiss! The shadow clone Li Xiu hurriedly dodged, but unexpectedly, the extended thorns cut through his clothes. The hideous thorns directly tore apart the clothes of the shadow clone, revealing his strong torso and tough muscles, as well as the bulging pectoral muscles, showed off his muscle strength. Seeing that such an attack was dodged by her shadow clone Li Xiu, Hong Sakura was not idle, and changed her form again and turned into a blood-colored long whip that attacked the shadow clone Li Xiu again. Li Xiu was startled, he immediately turned around and waved the kunao in his hand, and immediately picked up the blood-colored long whip. His eyes were cold, and he quickly moved forward, ready to stab forward with the kunao in his hand, ready to give Red Sakura a little bitterness. However, this time, before his attack could be stabbed, the blood-colored whip on the opposite side suddenly twisted, changed direction, passed by his side, and then went straight for his left shoulder. Humph, the strength is nothing more than that, there are still a lot of tricks in the blood ghost technique. Li Xiu snorted coldly, flipped his palm, and the kunao in his hand changed direction again and stabbed again. His attack power is very fast, and once he is stabbed, he will not stop without releasing some blood. But Sakura's reaction speed this time was very fast, and the moment his kunao stabbed over, she spun around and dodged the attack. "Do you think your attack will hit me?" she smirked. Trumpet Li Xiu didn't bother to pay attention to her smug appearance, and said casually, "Ah, yes, yes, what you said is right." Trumpet Li Xiu showed a look of appreciation, and then said, "Good nerve reaction speed, this attack can't pierce your body at all and cause damage to you." Something. Chapter 33. Trumpet only smiled meaningfully for a moment, and then the color stimulated Sakura. "But this level is also sufficient." As he spoke, a handful of kunao appeared in his hand again and threw it towards the female ghost. The female ghost looked at the kunao that was stabbing at her, and suddenly sneered. "I really didn't expect you to be so stupid, maybe your brain was broken, and you actually tried to throw your own weapon to attack." Hong Sakura sneered. "What's the use of throwing out this kind of gadget, hee. What did you say?" Li Xiu was slightly stunned, and then reacted, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since you like to play so much, then I'll play with you." As he spoke, a flash of fire flashed, and the kunao wrapped in the detonation charm exploded directly. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, blazing into the sky, completely illuminating the night red. After a while, the sky was dark again, and there was only a trace of moonlight shining down. The flames from the explosion spread through the air, scorching the surroundings. The flames burned in the sky for a few seconds before slowly extinguishing them. At the same time, the temperature in the air rises dramatically, and even the air becomes viscous, as if it has been boiled water. Suddenly, the flames that accompanied the explosion burst into the air, and the entire figure of Red Sakura was buried in a sea of fire. Streams of bright red blood filled the air, volatilizing in contact with the high temperature formed between the explosions. The blood mist formed by the volatilization of those blood contained a strong bloody aura, which spread through the air. The blood mist gradually dissipated, and the dirt on the ground had turned black, and the smell of burning was exuding. A weapon that explodes? Yes, a bit of a doorway, but it's all useless. In the face of the explosive impact of this move, Red Sakura was only injured by the high temperature scorching that formed after the explosion impact. The impact damage caused by the explosion itself was resisted by a 360-degree blood shield formed by her covering her body with thick blood. And the trumpet Li Xiu was like a cat playing tricks on a mouse, intoxicated to enjoy this beautiful scenery. After the trumpet Li Xiu saw that the red cherry blossoms were completely resisted, he was not surprised by such a situation. Then he clapped his hands lightly, stared at the red cherry blossoms as if he was admiring a work of art, and slowly said, "Tut tut, isn't this just a small art display? Art is an incomparable explosion." Trumpet Li Xiu touched his chin and thought, "It's a pity, you should throw a little more, so that the momentum is more powerful, after all, there are a lot of detonation charms." Trumpet Li Xiu picked his nose with the little finger of his left hand, and said, "However, I didn't expect to blow you up this time." The female ghost squinted her eyes, with a bit of danger in her eyes. "How can you cultivate it, but it's just a bedbug." Li Xiu looked disapproving, and then shouted, "Bold! What is my identity, what is your status, You tell me. What do you think? You tell me, what are you calling a dog? Clown. Chapter 34. When Sakura heard these words, her face flushed all over her face until the roots of her hair, and her nose opened wide because of the excitement in her heart, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead. A deep wrinkle stretched from her biting lip to her jaw that protruded menacingly. How can you shoo, you bastard? See if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart. Hong. Sakura stared at Li Xiu with a gloomy face, with a bit of anger in her eyes. She was humiliated by the title of clown, but she couldn't help it. She could only be in an impotent rage on the side. I saw the trumpet Li Xiu's voice turn. Hey, 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 two team students, when are you going to hide there and see it? Trumpet Li Xiu smiled and stared at a hidden bush and said loudly. Tomioka and the others no longer hid, and jumped out of the grass, standing sideways with knives, and staring at the two of them vigilantly. Inu Kawapi's face was full of worry. Yoshiyong-kun, isn't it good for us to stand up like this now? Looking at Inu Kawase's face, Tomioka Yoshiyong had no expression on his face. Just took out his other hand, and hit Kawahira's little brain with a rocket mallet. Listen up, stupid Kawapi, we're now exposing our location and being discovered by that person. What's the use of hiding it again? Can you stay aside in such a situation? Inu Kawapi touched his head with his hand aggrievedly. Don't fight, it's stupid to beat people again. Tomioka Yoshiu? Is this your focus? You're not mistaken. Looking at his appearance, Tomioka knew that he still had to rely on himself, and this kid couldn't count on it. Tomioka often wondered why such a reliable person was actually a stupid, naive person. Tomioka Yoshiu, right, don't be surprised why I know your name, ask me as the examiner, and have your roster. Li Xiu said in a natural tone. In fact, as early as after Tomioka Yoshiu and the others on the side rescued one of the trumpets, the two of them hid in a hidden bush. At that time, Tomioka Yoshi was still more curious about why those two people actually looked exactly the same, and later after the ambulance worker, Trumpet Li Xiu, left. He didn't care anymore, just thought of it as twin brothers, and then the two hid in the grass on the side and silently watched the battle between the two. Why don't you just kill that female ghost? You can also see it, that female ghost is unexpectedly very tricky. Also, why is your fighting style so strange? It doesn't match your uniform at all. Why don't you use the Nichiren sword to fight? Also, since you called us out, there must be some purpose. Why? Tomioka looked at the trumpet Li Xiu with a cold expression. Although there was a hint of surprise in his heart, he still raised his doubts in a calm tone. Trumpet's face was black, and he was speechless in his heart. Are you 100,000 why? Why are there so many questions? And what's going on with your cold face and unquestionable tone? How do I feel that you are the examiner? Wait, I seem to understand why Yiyang is hated. Tut, righteous and brave king, it's worthy of you. You are the best at being hated. Chapter 35. Of course, Trumpet Li Xiu just thought about it in his heart, and it was impossible to say it to his face. After all, he didn't play with peoples. Trumpet Li Xiu said with a serious face. Tomioka Yiyang, it's good to ask, don't ask again next time. Ahem, cough, cough. You two, hurry up, stand here and talk to me. How rude it is to others, isn't it? We are a quality ghost-killing team, this is not a good conversation. Saying that, Li Xiu also pointed to the red cherry blossom mulberry, who was silently recovering from afar. I'm going to chase youth, that female ghost is handed over to you, good luck, bye. As he spoke, in an instant, the figure of Trumpet Li Xiu hurriedly slipped. Before Tomioka and them were dumbfounded. Polite Yoshitoi, are you? Inu Kawahe was silent beside him, and carefully poked Tomioka Yoshi with his finger with a black line on his face. Tilted his head and said, Yoshi-yang-kun, what should we do now? Tomioka Yoshi-yang held the hilt of the Nichiren knife in one hand, cautiously stared at the movement of the red cherry blossoms, and with the other hand protected Inu Kawahe behind him. Kawaze. Inu Kawapi's tense heart was subconsciously startled by Yi Yang's sudden shout, and he came back to his senses with a confused look. Hey! If you're afraid, you can go find a safe place first, and when the dawn rises, everything will be fine. I'll definitely protect you this time. Tomioka subconsciously increased the strength of his hand gripping the hilt. Inu Kawahe was stunned when he heard this, and then quickly shook his head. And said, Yi Yang-jun, I will definitely protect myself. Don't be reckless, you don't have much actual combat experience at all, that female ghost is different from ordinary ghosts, please don't go your own way. Inu Kawapi looked serious and said in a serious voice. At least we're companions, we have bonds, aren't we? Absolutely, I'm definitely not going to leave. Inu Kawapi's whole face turned red because of his intense emotions. 1. Together. Let's fight side by side, shall we? I know I don't have much experience, but as long as you are willing to believe me, I will not hold you back. A solemn look gathered on his face. Tomioka looked at him, his thoughts were a little distracted for a while, and then he recalled the warmth of that moment, and his heart calmed down inexplicably. Friend. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, hooking up a trace of. Inu Kawahe breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, not far away, Red Sakura-san also noticed the changes that had taken place here. Her eyes narrowed, as if she had guessed the next trend of the plot. Red Sakura-san raised his right hand, stroked his forehead, made a headache expression, and then stretched out his left hand again, caressing his temple. Stinky little ghost, when you are dying, you still put this lyrical, fetter, ridiculous, boring scene. After that, Red Sakura-san raised his left hand. His palm gently pressed down, and at the same time spit out a strange word in his mouth. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Realm Evil Essence, Blood Blade. As soon as the words fell, her body suddenly flashed, and she disappeared in place, followed by a sound of breaking through the air. Several 10-centimeter long sharp condensed blood blades slashed abruptly past where she had just stood. The mighty blood blades that filled the sky like a rain of blood directly cut through the air, leaving a long trail. P.S. Hi, whirlwind legs unicorn arms, readers chant vegetable, coriander, emperor. Chapter 36. At the end of this bloody blade, a vague humanoid phantom could be seen with a grim expression. She stared it ahead with a look of utter disgust. The blood blade beside him emitted a seeping red light in the air, and the blood blade was deadly and contained a wonderful aesthetic. Tomioka. Strange and changeable moves, what's the situation? Tomioka was surprised. He didn't expect that this female ghost would use such a terrifying technique at such a short distance. Although he knew that Red Sakura's speed was very fast through Li Xiu's previous battle, when he actually did it, he didn't expect it to be so fast. However, Tomioka Yoshi did not panic. He held the Hinawa knife in his hand tightly, stared at the red cherry blossoms with blazing eyes, and carefully dodged the attacks around him. At this level, the tense spirit can barely cope with it. Puff! The sharp dagger cut directly through a layer of immature skin. Leaves a thin trail of blood in the air. It was Kawahira on his side who was cut through the skin by a bloody blade. Tomioka Yoshiyang's eyes lit up, and an anxious look appeared on his cold face, which was like a 10,000-year-old man. Stupid Kawapi, it doesn't matter. Tomioka Yoshiyang's soft and anxious voice made the resistible Inu Kawapi suddenly come back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he had been cut bloody on his arm at some point. Blood flowed, staining his costume red, and it looked a little shocking. Yi Yang stood in front of him, helping Kawahira resist this difficult offensive. Inukawa was moved. Yi Yang Jun, stupid tape, stupid adhesive tape, sorry for worrying you, I will pay more attention. Tomioka Yoshiyang's nervous heart can be regarded as calming down. He has always wanted to protect the people he cherishes, but unfortunately he has lost a lot of without strength. So he doesn't allow himself to gain the power to slay demons, and he can't protect of the people around him. Breath of water, 1 type, water surface slash. Breath of water, wanton type, tide of strike. Breath of water, 3 shapes, flowing dance. The flowing knife is sometimes warm and unfazed. Sometimes it is turbulent, like the waves of the sea, churning endlessly. Tomioka exhaled the already turbid air, inhaled, adjusted his state, and continued to breathe in full concentration. He used several moves one after another, and the moves were swift, approaching the red cherry. A sarcastic smile appeared on Sakura's lips. She turned slowly and looked at Yoshio Tomioka rushing not far away, a hint of banter flashed in her eyes. Hey! Interesting. It's just a grasshopper shaking a tree. A strong smell of blood wafted through the air and lingered, for a long time. After that, Sakura used her own blood to build a thorny blood whip, and at the same time, she easily dissolved Tomioka's moves. Her eyes were full of a playful look. Little ghost, aren't you going to run away? Red Sakura sneered as she moved forward slowly. Running away is what a kid like you are best at. Do you want to be a hero? But if you really want to be a hero, don't have the heart to do it then, don't die, hee hee. Tomioka Yoshio's expression was cold. Shut up, buzzing flies, annoyed. Water breath, type 2, water wheel. Righteous leaped to his feet, flapping and spinning in the air like a water wheel, and skillfully knocked the warring whip away. Water breath, 3 shape, flowing dance. Yi Yang dodged the attack with his graceful body, and the distance between the two of them was closer. Water breath 7 no shape, Shizuka ripple stab. Yi Yang aimed at time, and his body suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the red cherry blossoms. Ripples rippled in the space around its body, and the thrust of its speed caused even the air to ripple. Red Sakura was slightly stunned when she saw this. She was stunned, stopped in place, and quickly used blood to form a barrier to barely resist. It's a pity that it was only a temporary structure after all, and it couldn't be completely defended, and it was still stabbed by the stabbing and injured the body. Humph, little ghost, this alone is not enough, it's ridiculous, go die. Sakura's eyes narrowed slightly, and a fierce killing intent burst out of her eyes. Red Sakura immediately manipulated the blood, and a cloud of blood mist suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yang's body, enveloping him entirely. While controlling this blood mist, Sakura whispered. Blood demon technique, blood essence funeral. Tomioka Yoshio secretly said in his heart. In the mist, Yoshito suddenly felt that his vision became blurred, and even his vision was about to disappear with the intensity of the blood mist. Oh no, the senses are closed, and the oxygen is gradually disappearing, and if you continue like this, you will suffocate to death. His face was full of solemnity, and he had to use his hearing to sense the position of the red cherry blossom. On the other side, Kawahira, who had torn off the cloth from his shirt and bandaged it simply, also joined the battle. Breath of fire, type 2, rising flame. The raging flames swirled over Inauga Wapping's crimson blade, and the fire roared and slashed hard from the bottom up of Sakura's back. A crisp slashing sound came, and Sakura's face suddenly showed a look of pain. She had been concentrating on fighting Tomioka Yoshiyang, but for a while she forgot to defend the rear, so that she was slashed fiercely. Her eyebrows were wrinkled into Sichuan characters, and the expression on her face was very ugly. It's not over yet. Breath of flame, 3 types, Chi flame. As The raging flames from the bottom up rose to their peak. Kawahira adjusted his posture and twisted his wrist slightly, causing the knife to go downwards and slash down again. Although she was hit hard for a while, she still came back to her senses, and with the fastest speed she temporarily formed a blood-colored blade in her hand, wrapping her arm like a bracer. She struck the blow hard, feeling that her left hand seemed to be broken, and the pain made her almost crazy. Red Sakura shouted angrily and flipped her wrist. Blood-colored rings burst out of the tip of her fist. Blood demon magic, ripple impact. Kawahe contracted suddenly, watching the ring in front of him pounce on him. He didn't dare to be careless, his legs kicked the ground violently, and his body jumped in the air, and he could dodge the. Taking advantage of the entanglement between the two, Yi Yang accumulated the sword momentum. Water breath, gathering, life and flow. He twisted his body and continuously rotated and attacked, and with each rotation, the attack of the slash increased by 1 point. Rao is an existence like Red Sakura, and it is becoming more and more difficult to resist the attacks that have intensified again and again. The situation has begun to reverse, and she has begun to retreat. Chapter 37. Boom! With the crazy attack of Yi Yang, Red Sakura's figure became more and more embarrassed, and she kept dodging and dodging. Finally, Yi Yang's figure gathered momentum to the maximum, and a blue and white water dragon figure wrapped around the Nichiren knife, and the blade let out a whining sound. Flow, break it for me. Bang! Finally, Red Sakura was repulsed again, staggered and fell to the ground, forcing Red Sakura to walk hard, and a mouthful of scarlet blood sprayed out of her mouth, and her face instantly turned pale. Although both of them were out of breath, it was obvious that the red cherry blossoms were in a posture of running out of oil and running out, and their bodies were about to be unable to maintain their. You're almost at the extreme, almost, it's time to call it over. Kawapi on the other side also seized the opportunity and hurriedly connected the attack. All concentrations, Changzhong. Breath of fire, wood type, flame tiger. Inu Kawapi's clothes were windless, and a dignified momentum spread out from his body, and at that moment, in Tomioka's eyes, Kawahira seemed to be full of blazing flames. Kawahira tightly held the Hinawa knife in his hand, and stabbed forward with condensation. The blade was hot, like the king of the fire tiger who was tearing his prey, and slashed at the neck of the red cherry blossom. The speed of Kawahira's knife was extremely fast, with unparalleled strength, and it reached the front of Red Sakura almost in the blink of an eye. This knife is enough to kill. The sword burst through the air, and Red Sakura's face turned pale, and her eyes were full of horror. It's a lure. It's a lure that can kill Sakura completely. The blade slices through the air, whimpering. A chilling, burning sensation spread from the blade. Under Kawahira's attack, Sakura felt as if she was trapped in a scorching volcanic magma. Her clothes were about to burn, and her skin was burning unbearably. Puff! A stream of red blood splashed out of Red Sakura's neck, her pupils widened suddenly, the expression on her face was instantly dull, and the whole person seemed to have lost all vitality. As Kawahira continued to exert force, the corpse separated, and her head was thrown in an arc in the air. Her body lay limply in a pool of blood on the ground, motionless, breathless and breathless. Her body had begun to dissipate under the influence of the neon knife. On the dissipated head, a trace of tears of remorse slid down her cheeks. I can't feel the temperature anymore, an existence like me will definitely go to hell. There seemed to be a trace of unwillingness, a trace of resentment, and a trace of relief on her face. For a little time when the marquee flickered, she was completely relieved. Herself maybe liberation is not a good choice. I'm tired. It's really tiring. Kawahira wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, panting, looking at the corpse in front of him, and a trace of sadness flashed in his heart. He folded his hands and prayed. Next time, don't encounter these strange existences again. You must be a happy and carefree girl. At the end of her life, her eyes were fixed on Inu Kawase. Her eyes were not looking anywhere, with deep attachment and affection. She looked at Kawahira in front of her, and her eyes flashed with the face of her former brother. She wanted to reach out and touch Kawadera's face, to touch the warm, solid chest. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything. Finally, she closed her eyes and left the wrong world with a hint of tiredness. Yi Yang whispered, "The battle is finally over." Inu Kawahe walked over, and the two sat on the ground leaning against each other, both of them silent. In this way, they quietly leaned on each other, waiting for the rising of the morning light. On the other side, when it was dawn, Li Xiu stopped his current observation and activated the shadow clone to convey the password, gathering the remaining students on the mountain at present. In an empty field, the unknown crowd was brought to this open space, and the people on the field communicated with each other, chattering, and talking into a. Among the 7 or 8 people, there were little couples who were greasy and crooked, some people who were alone, standing aside, and some people talking to each other about what had happened, and the scene was very lively for a while. Said that it was twittering and making a fuss, but in fact, it was also a reunion between everyone, and it was inevitable that the true feelings would be revealed. With a smile on his face, the words came like a spring breeze. "Yi Yang, congratulations on making a new friend." And then turned to look at Inu Kawase, "Kawase-kun. Yi Yang told me about what happened between you." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Yang on the side dotingly. "Yi Yang, thank you for your care." But Chuanping was suddenly embarrassed by such words. Where, I am also taken care of by Yi Yang Jun, he, said Chuanping smiled shyly. Yi Yang on the side. "Brother Rabbit, before going up the mountain, there were about 40 people, but I didn't expect that only these people are the ones who meet now." The atmosphere on the field was a little cold for a while. At this moment, a big black mouse, no, a black flash jumped down from the tree, and an instant came to Yi Yang's side. He gently patted Yi Yang's shoulder and said, Hey! Young Lanju, don't worry, I saved them, from those who were in danger, and now a large number of students are waiting in the square in front of the mountainside." As he spoke, Li Xiu patted his chest and explained with a look of affirmation. At this time, the people on the field paid attention to Li Xiu, and some people began to look at Li Xiu in front of them. Jiang Hanako whispered next to a few people. "Who is this person? Why is there a black hood on his head? It can't be a perverted idiot." Li Xiu's face suddenly turned dark, and he said a little helplessly. "The girl over there, please don't say bad things behind others' backs, I heard it." By the way, he also took off the hood of the bandit that will never be broken, revealing his cold and white face. Then he made a silent gesture and waited until the crowd was quiet before he slowly explained. "As you can see, long story short, I'm a first-class member of the Ghost Slayer team, and I'm barely one of the examiners for this assessment. My name is Li Xiu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I know you have a lot of questions, but please listen to me first." Li Xiu's voice was not fast, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, so that everyone could hear this information clearly. Chapter 38. Isn't it those 2 girls, why is there another one? Show. Ito was too puzzled. Li Xiu replied cheekily. Maybe you didn't notice too much about me who exuded charm in the crowd at that time. Okay. Shota Ito shrugged and spread his hands, indicating that he was also helpless. Cut. Hanako Tachi whispered disdainfully, "Narcissist." "I'm not narcissistic, I'm just telling the truth," Li Xiu said bluntly. The rabbit on the side stepped forward and said puzzledly. "Lord Examiner, there are no special circumstances, I think you should not show up, what is your purpose? Or what do you want to do?" Several people also had some questions, and echoed, "Yes, you suddenly appeared, what do you want to do?" Ito Shota and Tachi Hanako both pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Li Xiu shrugged his shoulders, looked serious, and said with a straight face, "I'm not joking with you, here, I won't talk more nonsense. I just appeared to do a very simple thing, which is to achieve the purpose of taking you away from Fuji Attack Mountain. This is the end of this assessment. There is no need for you to stay around." Shota Ito's face changed suddenly. "Why do you do this? Isn't the assessment time 7 days? It's only a few days, why do you want to end the selection? Is there any mistake? But we came here to participate in the final trial after a lot of cultivation." Li Xiu put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. "Good question, don't ask next time." Shota Ito was obviously very angry. After all, he had originally come here to successfully pass the final trial and become an official member of the Ghost Slayer team. Li Xiu said lightly, and he planned to end this final trial easily. He couldn't understand it for a moment, which made him feel that his hard work had been burned, and he was surprisingly angry. He was speechless for a while, and he couldn't say anything to refute for a while. He could only grit his teeth in resentment, but he didn't dare to be mad at this moment. After all, he was in the middle of the assessment, and he knew that Li Xiu was the chief examiner, so he could only stand aside indignantly. Jiang Hanako on the side was not idle, and she was also puzzled. "Mr. Examiner, please tell me, is there any reason for forcing it? If someone puts pressure on you, you can bring it up with us, after all, the forces behind us are not vegetarians." Saying that, her little face showed anger, her fragrant hand clenched slightly, and said solemnly, "I think our elders will go and talk to them properly, Li Xiu laughed silently. "This kid, I'm afraid that if he is young, he is very smart, can he make up for it like this?" He looked at the two of them, shook his head and said, You think too much. I haven't finished my sentence yet, so keep listening. First of all, I won't take anything that threatens me in my eyes, no one can put pressure on me, believe me, I have that strength. Secondly, I only appeared to take you out of here, and I exist to ensure your personal safety. As for why you are allowed to leave and end the assessment early, it is because the purpose of this trial has been achieved. I have the edict of the Lord, and the final decision of this assessment is in my hands, in other words, that is, I am fully responsible. Besides, there are no ghosts for you to cut down this vine attack mountain." Li Xiu waved his hand and said helplessly. Li Xiu's heart, take the bamboo shoots, the vine attack mountain is almost extinct, this class of students is a little rattling. As for the deep reason, he didn't plan to say, after all, these people are just some students, there is no need to put them in danger, and then he said with a straight face. "Now the rest of you, without exception, are all the elites of this assessment, congratulations, all of you have passed the assessment." Shota Ito breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but rejoice, at least in terms of the results, he could still be a member of the ghost-killing team. Then he blushed a little and looked embarrassed, but he immediately bowed to Li Xiu and apologized, "Lord Li Xiu, I was reckless and impulsive for a while, I'm really sorry, please forgive me for my behavior." Li Xiu nodded slightly, he didn't take it to heart, what else could he do, he couldn't beat him up, of course he chose to forgive him. Li Xiu waved his hand and said with a light smile, "It's okay." The two of them still had some questions lingering in their hearts, and they vaguely felt that things were not so simple, and the instructor didn't say anything, so they had to put them aside. However, Kawahira and several of them were immersed in the joy of passing the assessment, and they couldn't extricate themselves for a while. Li Xiu coughed lightly. "Okay, everyone, you can go." Everyone followed Li Xiu down the vine attack mountain, and the excited shouts came and went, lingering on the road down the mountain. After a while, the crowd appeared in the square in front of the mountainside. As soon as I arrived at the square, I saw the two sisters, Hinaki and Haika, who were walking gracefully towards everyone with light steps, stepping on clogs. The two of them were not surprised by Li Xiu's early arrival. Their father informed the two sisters of the detailed plan and a series of related things such as Li Xiu's mission. They knew that Li Xiu had such power in this assessment, so it was not surprising that such a situation would end the assessment early. The two little ones stepped forward, stood in front of the table, bowed, and stood up and said in unison. "Welcome back. Congratulations on passing the final selection. It's really great to see you all come back safe and sound." Hinaki said softly. "First of all, we will prepare your uniforms for you, and after measuring the measurements, we will engrave your rank on them. There are 10 classes in total. A, B, C, D, Hex, Xin, Rendi. Now you are all the lowest class." Then Haika clapped her white little hands, and there was a crow cry in the air, and a bunch of crows appeared, and finally each chose its own master and stood on the shoulders of everyone. These crows are arranged to be their own personal letter crows. It will be used to liaise with headquarters and to communicate tasks. Next, you will be asked to choose the steel for casting the knife, but it will take 10 to 15 days to go from the steel to the casting of the Japanese wheel knife. In the meantime, please be patient. Hina stepped forward to uncover the purple cloth on the wooden table, revealing a pile of jade steel of various sizes and arranged in order. The steel used to slay the demons and protect your own knives should be chosen by you personally. They two little ones retreated to the sides. Then please choose the steel used to cast the Japanese wheel knife in this. Then everyone looked at the steel in front of them, and after selecting the steel they were satisfied with, they left in peace of mind and in an orderly manner. The selection of Fuji Raid Mountain has come to an end. P.S. Hi, I didn't expect it, brothers, there is another chapter today, hi, Superscript 3, Heavy Black Heart. Chapter 39. Li Xiu's eyes reflected the path formed by the wisteria flowers on the road. He silently observed the group of people coming down the mountain, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He found that these people, both in terms of height, physique, posture, and swordsmanship, were superior assets. These teenagers and girls have now advanced to the members of the Ghost Slayer team, and they still have infinite possibilities and potential, and their future prospects are limitless. While admiring the progress of this group of students, he silently recalled some things in his mind. He muttered softly. The final trial is over. It's a pity that I couldn't find the trace of the hand ghost, otherwise I would have been able to follow the vine. It's not just that simple, the two ghosts who disappeared in the vine attack mountain, I have a hunch, something bad will happen. At this point, his gaze shifted to the woods on the mountain again. He could feel the means by which he stayed nearby. In these forests, he couldn't perceive, and he couldn't detect the ghost of the hand. He sighed softly, retracted his thoughts, and walked on with his legs raised. Master Li Xiu, please stop. Li Xiu turned his back and saw the two cute little ones. He touched his nose, and he didn't know why. Hinaka-chan, Hinata-chan, is there anything else? The two little ones solemnly admonished. Lord Li Xiu, remember to go to my father to report the situation of this mission. No, there are some things we don't need to know, and we don't guess, and I believe you did it for your own reasons. We won't interfere in asking about some things, and please be sure to report the mission on time, please. I'll report when the time comes, you too, it's also hard work. Li Xiu seemed to think of something, and suddenly said. Oh, by the way, do you need me to escort you back? After all, you two are the children of the Lord. Hina and Haika have thanked Master Li Xiu for their kindness, and we will go back with the rest of the Ghost Slayer here, so don't bother you. Okay, stay safe on the road. Bye-bye. The two little ones also replied, "Bye-bye." Then they bowed down and walked. With graceful steps. Li Xiu shook his head and didn't think much about it. It's really two very well-behaved and sensible children, asterisk, asterisk, dot dot asterisk. I won't have to raise a few from now on, task. Okay, next, it's time for me to meet everyone in the butterfly house. Li Xiu, who was happy in his heart, put his hands behind his head, hummed an unknown song, and leisurely went back on the way down the mountain. Li Xiu's figure quickly disappeared on the hillside, but he did not go down the mountain directly, but walked along the mountain road, all the way down, towards the town. Soon Li Xiu came to the town. The town is not far from the butterfly house. At the moment, the town is bustling with activity. Here, that is, the town below the mountain where the butterfly dwells, is also a scene full of people. The crowd is bustling, on the streets, vehicles are coming, pedestrians are rushing, and people are surging. Department store. As soon as Li Xiu entered the door, he shouted happily. Uncle Scarlet Village. Why are you here again? They. Boss was a man of about 40 years old, very thin, and looked a little sick. When he saw Li Xiu's arrival, he immediately frowned and looked at Li Xiu in puzzlement. Li Xiu grinned and rubbed his little hands. I'm not thinking about buying something from you, let's be born this time, we are familiar with each other, we are all old acquaintances, don't you come to buy it again, hee hee. When the boss heard this, he snorted coldly. Don't give me this set, are you playing any bad idea? I won't give a discount if you kill me, it's a lot of money, if you love to buy it, don't buy it, don't buy it. Don't think I don't know how good you can say with this mouth, I'm very smart, if you want to buy it, take it quickly, don't disturb me to do business. Li Xiu. This guy is really an old fox, he can even guess what he thinks, no wonder life is prosperous. Li Xiu had no choice but to spread his hands. Boss, you are really wise and powerful, and you are clever. It's better like this, for my sake, I want all of these, and I won't take more, I don't mind if you give me a few $1,000s. They. Boss looked at Li Xiu with disdain. First of all, don't say good things, I don't eat your set, after all, you get what you pay for, and business still has to be done. Then Uncle Scarlet Village's backhand was a black hand, and I saw his thick hand twisting Li Xiu's ears. Secondly, you bastard, it's too much to be a white prostitute, and you want me to stick your money upside down, which is very beautiful. Stinky boy, see if I don't screw your ears for you. Saying that, he made a gesture to scare Li Xiu, the old boy. Li Xiu's face was embarrassed, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Uncle Scarlet Village, don't, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, and if you twist your ears again, you will pay as much as you want, and my subordinates will be merciful. You are such a generous and kind boss, you must not be a child with me, hee hee hee. When the boss heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and his body couldn't help but stand more straight, but his face seemed to be smiling. Then I'm really going to be flattered. Actually, Uncle Scarlet Village didn't use much force, he was just joking, and Li Xiu also understood that after all, Uncle Scarlet Village still had a good relationship with him. In short, Li Xiu deliberately wanted to skin all at once. Li Xiu smiled and didn't talk nonsense anymore. Scarlet Village shook his head, a little helpless but full of infinite doting. You stinky boy, how old you are, and every time you come to joke with your uncle, you really can't do anything about you. As he spoke, he packed up all the things Li Xiu had bought and handed them to Li Xiu. Li Xiu knew the price of Uncle Scarlet Village, because he often came to buy things, and after losing a handful of money, he said hello and left. Slowly. Scarlet Village didn't look at the amount of money, because he knew that this kid knew his living situation, and he had to give himself an extra part of the money every time. He also said that he didn't need to do this, but every time he was brought over by this stinky boy with a few jokes, haha, and a penny. He also accepted Li Xiu's heart later, and silently accepted this great kindness in his heart. Scarlet Village looked at Li Ziyuan's back, and scolded with a smile. It's really a stinky boy. Uncle. Scarlet muttered to himself, and in an instant, he lowered his head and looked at the stack of coins on the cabinet, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Chapter 40. Li Xiu walked out of the department store and did not plan to go back directly, but then visited several different stores one after another, and only after buying the rest of the satisfactory items did he prepare to leave. On the forest path, Li Xiu's brain thought about the joy of going home, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a faint smile. He looked at the things he was carrying, and the smile on his face deepened. The souvenirs are almost purchased, so it's almost time to go back. At dusk, the yellow afterglow. As soon as he returned to the butterfly house, he saw the three little ones standing outside the butterfly house, with sparkling bean sprouts, clenched hands, and a worried look. Cheng sauce, clear sauce, sui sauce, long time no see. San. Xiao only heard a familiar voice, his expression was excited, and his eyes were shining. Brother Xiu, welcome back, it's good that you can come back. They. Three little ones ran towards Li Xiu in unison, hugged him, and the three cute faces rubbed around in Li Xiu's arms. At this time, the three little ones came over, rubbed into Li Xiu's arms in unison, and looked up at Li Xiu. Li Xiu put down the souvenir in his hand, and dotingly touched the three little brain melons that rubbed into his arms. By the way, rubbing the cute little face of the three little puffs. It's soft, it doesn't feel like a needle, it's good. Little guys, it's getting cute again. Listening to Li Xiu's doting words, the three little ones were also cramped and uneasy, and their faces were red and shy. Looking at the three little ones who were so touching and shy, Li Xiu only felt that the fatigue he had saved in the past few days had been cured in an instant. The face of the small temple was red, the little face was rubbed back and forth, and his speech was soft and intermittent. Li. Repair. Ernie sauce. No. Don't pinch it anymore and it again. If you pinch it again, it will become ugly, chirp, I. Li Xiu smiled, and then stopped his sinful hands with satisfaction, but in fact, his heart was already fluttering, and he was already fluttering. Punishment, but it's really a punishment, there is hope for prison in this little day, Lori is really good. Li Xiu only felt that his soul seemed to be sublimated. Then he squatted down, sat cross-legged on the threshold, and looked at the three little ones with a smile. How can you have spare time here and don't have to take care of patients? Nakahara Cheng, who was still more bold, took the lead in speaking. Li Xiu Oni sauce, Shu Taro has already conveyed the message that the final trial is over, and it stands to reason that Brother Xiu should have come back a long time ago. Everyone is surprised, I don't know where you went, Brother Xiu, and why you came back so late. Li Ziyuani sauce, we've been waiting for you for a long time. They. Three little ones were depressed, and said in unison. Everyone is worried about you. The three little ones moved synchronously, and they were all shyly pinching the corners of their clothes. We miss you too. There are also patients who have been arranged, Sister Aoi, Sister Chanel, and Shinobu are staying in the medical room to check on the situation. There's nothing to do with us for the time being, so. Li Xiu looked at the three little ones who were cute, his heart was about to melt, his face was full of tenderness, and he responded. So you are equivalent to being approved by the concession, so you came here to wait. He faced the three little ones with a sincere attitude, and said solemnly. I'm really sorry to make you worried. I'll be back as soon as I finish the mission in the future. Brother Xiu. Zhong Yuancheng stretched out his delicate little hand, revealing a jade finger, and then the other two little ones also made the same action, and Li Xiu also understood what they meant. Hang yourself on the hook, you can't change for 100 years, whoever changes is the big bad guy. The fingers of the four people hooked together, and the contract was established. Brother Xiu, you must abide by the agreement, you must asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zhong Yuan. Chang replied with a smile on his face. It's agreed, and it will be kept. Li Xiu got up and turned his back to the three of them. For some reason, Li Xiu's eyes flashed with some crystal clear tears. This is my home. Li Xiu wiped those tears with his clothes behind their backs, adjusted his mood, and then turned around and continued to talk to the three little ones. He got up and patted his clothes vigorously, and said to the three little ones. Okay, let's go back first, the sun is about to set, let's go inside. As he spoke, he picked up the souvenir and led the three little ones inside. In the butterfly house, the other people in the medical room learned of Li Xiu's arrival and gathered together to wait for Li Xiu. As soon as Li Xiu walked to the door, they surrounded him. As soon as I came in, I heard the arrogant Kanzaki Aoi greeting him with concern. Li Xiu, why are you so slow? I thought something happened to you. Why is it so slow, so grinding? It's really, what a big person, and it still worries me, I'm in a hurry. After speaking, she looked crazy and stared at someone on the side viciously. But 1,000 words, in the end, turned into a sentence. Welcome home, is simple but meaning. Li Xiu's heart was moved, and he said in his heart. Well, it's still the familiar Aoi sauce, she dislikes her mouth, but her body is very honest, in fact, she is still very worried about herself, it is worthy of you, Kanzaki Aoi. It's true love. For a while, a group of people, you, and me, all gathered around and asked with concern. Although little Chanel still didn't speak, the sincerity in her eyes could not be ignored. Even the patience, who has always been serious and unsmiling, also reveals a strong sense of concern. In fact, in the past year or so, Li Xiu has gotten along well with everyone in the butterfly house, and everyone lives under the warm butterfly house and lives together. Originally, he had a lot of opinions about him, but he also recognized himself later and cherished his participation. Li Xiu knew that Ren was also afraid of losing in her heart, and she didn't want to experience such a thing. He didn't think much about it, listening to everyone's inquiries, he felt a warm current surging in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face, beckoning to everyone. These things are actually souvenirs prepared for you, everyone has prepared them. Li Xiu's tone was relaxed, and his expression was also slightly smiling. He handed the box to the crowd. Wow! What a beautiful thing! Was it given to us? Li Xiu smiled and said nothing, motioning for them to open it and take a look. The three little ones were also very looking forward to it, and they all put their heads up. Everyone took the box, opened it, and saw the delicate items placed inside, and immediately exclaimed. The expression of the three little ones is simple and direct, but it is full of joy, and the others are much more subtle. Although there are not many words, the look of surprise can still be seen. Needless to say, everyone is still very happy. P.S. Don't think the existence of this hook agreement is strange according to the way our cute children agreed with each other. I don't know if this is the case in Inajima country, just write it directly. Chapter 41. Li Xiu looked at their excited expressions, and his heart was also very happy. Although everyone's gifts are not the same, according to what he knows about the girls, there are more or less differences. However, after careful selection, he bought a hairpin and a pack of embroidered sachets for each of them, which can be regarded as a gesture of his heart. After all the girls on the field got their own souvenirs, everyone's hearts were full of joy. Their love for these things is beyond words. Like the simple three little ones, their joy is about to put on their wings and fly out directly. Even Shinobi, who had always had a serious face and didn't smile, looked at these things with a somewhat moved expression. The cute and lively Sang Xiao didn't care about anything, there was no embarrassment, and he stepped forward to express his joy in unison. Brother Xiu, you are so good. Xiu Oni sauce, I like it the most. Thank you Oni sauce. They. Three little ones said with a sweet and happy face, and then let Li Xiu squat down. Then the three little ones stepped forward and stood on tiptoe, bar is a mouthful, and Li Xiu kissed and pasted, and the atmosphere was extremely lively and happy. Then the women either carefully or directly got started, and they took apart the sachets and embroidered sachets in their hands. Then they unfolded one by one and fiddled with each other, obviously they all looked like they liked it very much. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Li Xiu also smiled and returned to his room. He walked straight to the backyard of the butterfly house. On the road. It's a pity that Jenny-chan went on a mission, and her gift is still waiting for her to come back, and I'll send it over myself. After a while, he hummed and chirped, and he didn't know where to hum a small tune in his mouth, and walked leisurely into the backyard. In the backyard, Li Xiu went straight to his room. He found that the door to his room was closed and did not appear to have been opened. Li Xiu looked around and found that there was nothing unusual. He raised his feet and walked towards this room. Li Xiu pushed open the door, and the layout inside was simple and clear, with a large and comfortable bed. On the top of the bed is neatly covered, and the bedding is stacked very neatly, without the slightest mess. He touched his head embarrassedly, and teased. It's neater than when I left, everyone has a heart. Wait a minute, it's not wonderful, that won't be discovered. As he said he crouched down, leaned on the wooden floor, and reached out to pull out a wooden box. He reached out and fumbled for the contents of the box. It was a thick collection of indescribable full-color XI materials, some of which had become a little yellowed because of frequent reading. He looked at the XI books and had a serious smile on his face. He, it shouldn't have been moved, this thing is not interested in being discovered. After doing this, he checked again, and when he was sure that everything was safe, he closed the wooden box again, covered it, and put it in a hidden corner. After doing this, Li Xiu stood up and looked at the room with a satisfied smile on his face. His gaze deepened, and he looked at the waning moon in the distant sky. At night, the waning moon is particularly lonely. His body relaxed, and he silently said in his heart. It's over for the time being, go to sleep first, sleep. Night fell, and the night was silent. Early the next morning, sunlight pours into the room, shining warmly on the bed, illuminating everything. Li Xiu woke up from a familiar dream. Opening his eyes, he rubbed his hazy eyes, and then sat up, feeling the comfort coming from the bones of his limbs. Li Xiu slowly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and moved his body. Well, it feels okay. A rare good night's sleep. What's it? Suddenly, Li Xiu felt that something was touching him. He turned his head to look, only to see a small, furry mass rubbing between his arm and thigh. There is also a meow sound in the mouth, and the sound is like a dog being coquettish, which is very cute. Meow. Its eyes were shining, and when it saw Li Xiu wake up, it immediately screamed happily, looking like it was inviting merit. Shiramaru, why did you run into my room again? Li Xiu's eyes glanced at him casually. Oh, the window is not closed. It's okay. He immediately turned into a cat conqueror, gently rubbing, and soothing the supple. White pill, it's a pity, white pill, how good it would be if you were a cat-eared mother, in that case, wouldn't it be beautiful to call a bed service? Between the words, meow, meow, meow. Shiramaru meowed, his voice was full of pleasure, and he said in his heart. Master Li is a craftsman, massage and rub the back service quack. Comfortable. Cat ear niang is impossible, I can't change in this life, let's die of this heart, Looking at its appearance, Li Xiu couldn't help but smile lightly. He looked down at the hairballs on his arms and thighs, and then reached out to grab them. The white pill is very fat, and the coat color is snow white, as if it was carved from a piece of fine mutton fat jade, round and full. Looking at the little white cat in front of him, Li Xiu also felt a warm current flowing through his heart. His heart loves this little guy very much. Meow! It screamed again, and then rubbed its head on Li Xiu's arm. Feeling the softness of the palm of his hand, a warm feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This scene fell into his eyes. The corners of Li Xiu's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a smile, and then he put his palm on the top of its head and stroked its little head. Meow! The little white cat squinted in comfort and whispered as if she were enjoying it. Looking at the little white cat in his arms and feeling its docile and cute appearance, Li Xiu felt very satisfied. The corners of Li Xiu's mouth were slightly hooked, a bright smile appeared on his face, and a feeling of closeness. Spontaneously. In the morning, the sun shines through the windows and shines on the small courtyard. One person, one cat. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. After petting the cat for a while, Li Xiu got up and tidied up the room, held the white pill, put it in the yard, and let it play by itself. I slipped away to the kitchen, and I had to treat myself to some delicious food. He opened the cupboard and picked the part he wanted from the fresh ingredients he had purchased this morning. Hey, it's okay, make a hamburger, it's delicious and filling. Chapter 42. The staple food is decided, you have to choose the materials you can use. Li Xiaomo rubbed his beardless chin, opened the cupboard, rummaged through the contents of the contents, and selected the ingredients he was satisfied with. Get some beef, lettuce, tomato, rusks, eggs, some seasoning. That's all there is to it, and the next step is to get to work. Hey, I'm lying down, sitting, standing, and I'm still handsome. After the filling is done, I can grasp it directly and symmetrically. Take out a porcelain bowl, put a spoonful of salt, a spoonful of pepper, 2 spoonfuls of sugar, and a little oyster sauce into the bowl, and stir it up. Cover with a clean white cloth and set it aside for a while to let it feel the fragrance of nature. Wash the lettuce and tomatoes, select fresh leaves, then slice the tomatoes, arrange them on a plate. Then crack an egg, break it and pour it into a small, clean bowl. Whisk the egg whites and yolks into a viscous egg mixture, and then set aside. Then the cloth is uncovered, the beef is kneaded into a beef patty, put it in the pot, add oil, fry it until it is crispy, tender, and golden brown, take it out, and set it aside for later use. Hey, there must be rituals in life, and the presentation must be exquisite. Then Li Xiu took out the plate, put a plate of bread slices underneath, took out a small brush, and evenly spread the finished egg wash to the bread slices. Set the lettuce, a few slices of tomatoes, cover with the beef patty, add another slice of lettuce, spread with egg wash and cover with slices of bread on top. Open a bottle of honey water and pour it into a cup. Finished. Hey, you're done. Cheerful and decompressed. Ghost Slayer divided into 8 honey sauce small burgers, delicious and filling. Li Xiu looked at his masterpiece with an excited face. After doing these things, Li Xiu took out a particularly festive square scarf from the system backpack, tied it around his neck, and looked reverent. Oh, a fragrance. Yuku. Urku. Drink some drinks, just take a bite of the simple version of the hamburger, in an instant, the taste buds are opened, jump out of a beautiful dance, and the delicious feeling is everywhere. P.S. It's what the eldest brother said when he ate, and he experienced it for himself. Li Xiu chewed in his mouth, then picked up the square towel in his hand, and wiped it on his mouth from time to time, and the crumbs on his mouth slid down the corners of his mouth. He also stuck out his tongue and licked the crumbs on his lips. Fragrant, pie, transparent. Mei Juju. The homonym of Mei Zizi. After Ollie, no, it was the family version of the delicious honey burger, he began to lie down and live a rotten life. Every day. When Li Xiu returns from this mission, he can rest for a few days to adjust his personal mental state or something, and indirectly avoid some situations where he is overwhelmed. After all, the members of the ghost killing team have been fighting ghosts for a long time, and the tense heartstrings are also that need to rest, so as to achieve the effect of soothing emotions. At the same time, this is the deepest part of the woods in the mountains. Here is a mountain peak, and at the back of the mountain is a steep cliff, and the walls here are so steep that even ordinary people simply cannot climb them. Here, it is a Jedi, and at the same time, it is also a paradise where no one is located. In a dark passageway, a man in a black robe and hood was walking slowly. His steps were steady and rhythmic, and his body was thin, like a dead branch in the wind, as if he would fall to the ground when a gust of wind blows. He kept taking steps, like a walking corpse, step by step, without the slightest hesitation or stop. There was no luster in his eyes, as if he was dead and expressionless. He walked step by step, like a walking corpse, step by step. Suddenly, his steps stopped. He turned and looked in all directions, as if looking for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and there was a strange and excited glint in his eyes. Those eyes are as sharp as falcons, and one cannot ignore their edge. He spun around sharply and took a step, but with a light hand, he crept his way into the distance. A breath of effort, disappear without a trace. A quarter of an hour later, he reappeared. His eyes were still so cold and sharp as a falcon, but there was a smile on his face. His lips moved, and he whispered as if to himself. The familiarity of this breath can't be wrong, damn it, it's really him. He took another step, heading in a certain direction ahead. A minute later, he stopped again. He looked in the direction to the left, as if he had found something. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and a smile appeared. After a breath, he took another step, moving forward quickly. 15 seconds later, he stopped, hiding in a thick, lush patch of grass where he was. His eyes still didn't blink. In the grass not far from the house, a pair of withered yellow eyes were silently peeking into a figure. It's really him, he said softly, with 3 points of appreciation, 3 points of puzzlement, 3 points of confusion, and a trace of strong hatred in his eyes. He looked in the direction of the wooden house, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a smile. It's great to finally meet you, I haven't seen you in years, my old friend. I wonder how you reacted when you saw me. You should be very surprised, after all, you did it yourself, and almost buried everything, in me. I will never forget your breath and appearance, even if you turn to ashes. However, the relationship between us seems to be very delicate, and I don't know if this is predestined in the dark. Let me meet the legendary adult, and that's how I met you. He muttered to himself, his expression playful. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose more and more. After watching for a while, he walked back into the woods in the opposite direction of the cabin. Soon, he walked into a dense forest, and with a breath, he entered the depths of the trees. He walked a distance, came to the back of a rock, and sat down. He reached out and removed his hood, revealing a familiar and unfamiliar face before his eyes. Who is he? It's a man who exudes a cold aura all over his body, and now his name is Hip. Now he has regained his of life. P.S. There are details revealing who this being is, you can guess. 1. Who is it? 2. And, who is the next character to be written dead? X. Chapter 43. The endless horizon, the clouds with a yellow halo, the clouds are rolling up, and the deep yellow light reflects the mountain, the water, and the of the people. At this moment, on the narrow fog mountain, Wu. Call. That's a young man's panting figure. His body rose and fell violently, and the sweat on his forehead dripped down the grass at his feet. One drop at a time. What's the matter? Isn't this going to work? Stand up. Just use all your strength and let the horse come. I've always been stronger than you, don't worry about your strength, it's your duty to go all out to knock me down. At this moment, a powerful and confident aura emanated from the rabbit's body, and went straight to Tomioka to go bravely. The young man's heart tightened, and he subconsciously clenched the hilt of the unedged sword in his hand, and the unconscious breathing of his body was already the norm. The exchange of turbid chi made him quickly recover his energy. Concentrate on breathing, always in the middle. Wu. Whoosh. Tomioka Yoji is absorbing in his gulp, and all the functions of his body are secretly improving. The rabbit stood with a knife in his hand, and his face was full of appreciation. After the Battle of Fuji Raid Mountain, Tomioka Yoshi's growth speed made him very pleased. Yoji-yang. That's it, continue to maintain this state, let's have a hearty battle. Tomioka Yoshio, who adjusted his own state, took the lead in attacking. Water breath, one type, water surface slash. The rabbit instantly rushed to the side of the knife, and with the wooden knife in his hand, he skillfully picked off the sword of the righteous bravery, and the whole process was smooth and easy. The front is still an affirmation of Yi Yang's efforts, and the words in the back are changed, but, Xiao Yi Yang, your trick is still too tender. Water, soft and good, rigid and soft, our breathing method is compared to other people's breathing methods, we still have to pay attention to the word skillful. Yi Yang stood up from the ground unhurriedly, set up his posture, and thought about how to defeat Brother Bunny. At the same time, he also knew that Brother Rabbit had always been a person who took everything very seriously, so he would also take this battle very seriously. Brother Rabbit, it's really too strong, so powerful that people can't look directly at his sharp eyes. Don't back down, Yi Yang, you can do it. He secretly cheered himself up in his heart. The breath of water, the tide of strikes. The path of the knife changed, skillfully running in the way of waves crashing against the shore. Yi Yang did not dare to relax a little, and slashed out one after another. During this period, he also had to resist the attacks of Brother Rabbit from time to time, and he didn't dare to be distracted. During this period, Brother Rabbit's random attack was skillfully defused by himself in the same way just now. This wave, how to say, scored twice. Yi Yang was overjoyed, and even his expression was a little moved. Great, I have a chance. Taking advantage of the gap between the rabbit's resistance, Yi Yang jumped back with the strength of the knife and flew into the air, the breath of water, the shape of the sake, the taki. Suddenly, the blade of the knife glowed with a cold blue light, the power was concentrated on the hands, the cold light flashed, and the iron knife seemed to be transformed into a surging column of water, from top to bottom, charging down with strength. Rao's rabbit was also shocked by this battle, but he still reacted and drew his sword. One hand grasped the handle of the knife, and the other hand put the back of the wooden knife in the palm, clenched it hard, and raised both hands high, trying to resist this deep knife. Rao is the strong physique of the rabbit, and his hands are also numb by the shock, and he almost can't hold the handle of the knife accidentally. The rabbit stepped aside, touched his head embarrassedly, chuckled in a low voice, and whispered, "Ducks, ducks, how can this little junior brother be like being beaten with chicken blood, suddenly so fierce, he almost lost face in front of his peers. Fortunately, it is a XI wooden knife made of wood with a particularly hard texture, if it is an ordinary wooden knife. Although the iron knife has no edge, it will definitely be cut off directly, and I am afraid that I will be injured by then," said. And did not forget to praise the junior brother Yi Yang. Yes, yes, the timing is very good, in an instant, I have a wonderful feeling that you are really very good, of course, now you, I also recognize. There is also a loss of unconvinced. Then he continued to listen to Brother Rabbit's words of like a spring breeze. However, you have been able to adjust your state in such a short period of time, it seems that you have mastered the trick of concentrating on breathing. Go on, keep it this way until you release all the pressure, you just need to know that there is a gap between us, don't worry about other problems, I will help you. Somehow, an inexplicably powerful self-confidence filled Tomioka's body. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and he thinks he can do it again. If it weren't for Yi Yong's constant cold personality, I'm afraid that this wave of mouths would be crooked. As soon as the rabbit's words fell, his body was already shooting towards Tomioka Yi Yong like an arrow from the string, and the wooden sword in his hand also burst out in an instant. After the attack just now, the exhaustion of his body already made him feel that he was a little struggling, because the toughness of the few seconds just now made him regret it a little. After all, the one attacking in front of him was a genius boy with terrifying strength. With such a powerful opponent in front of him, and a person with such a strong strength, he naturally did not dare to relax in the slightest. Because he also had his own stubbornness and a brave heart. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but draw his attention to 120,000 points. The fact that the rabbit was just an ordinary starting hand on the surface of the water made him feel a lot of pressure. Sometimes, skillful strength can be regarded as a good means of avoiding risks. Tomioka is still gritting his teeth and persevering, and he can still make a few moves. From time to time. For a while, on the surface, the two of them were not regarded as an overwhelming victory on the one side as usual, but a picture of fighting back and forth. And not far away, a small wooden house, smoke curling. Rising. PS to put it simply, I don't know how somehow someone used some trumpets to get it. I'm very haggard. Really bad words hurt people. June cold. Really it was very uncomfortable during that time. I didn't want to write at all. I haven't read anything. It's a trumpet to report books. Malicious comments. I suspect that I'm offending someone. It's really cracked. Some people really accumulate some virtue. I saw some people's comments, and I was still encouraging me, and I am sorry for the readers who read it seriously, and I sincerely apologize to you here. Now, after thinking about it, I decided to at least mix it up to the end. It's better than not to give an explanation, right? Probably. Now it's back to daily updates, come on. Read a book, this kind of picture is a pleasure. Isn't it beautiful to be happy? You can put forward your valuable opinions, good or bad, but please don't hurt maliciously, thank you very much. I hope everyone can go in both directions, interact, thank you for your greatness. That's it, hee hee hee. Chapter 44. The fight between the two looks unusually intense, but in fact, they are also swordsmanship. In fact, it didn't cause any serious damage to both sides, after all, the brothers have a degree in their hearts. But, strangely, every time he counterattacked, the other party would be more easily resolved. The flowing knife momentum stirred up the air and turned it into chaos. The air was filled with the wonderful charm of water. When he saw the various moves of the rabbit, he finally understood that this breath of water was not only a wonderful use of breathing. Each blow of the rabbit contained a wealth of skills, and when it was used, the power was greatly enhanced, and it was permanently engraved in the depths of the bone marrow, and it had become a fighting instinct. Every time he swings the knife, with his unique understanding of the water-breathing method, his moves are profound. His routine has been figured out by Brother Rabbit. However, he did not give up on the of fighting. Breath of water. 3 types, flowing dance. Breath of water. 7 shapes, Shizuku ripple stab. He swam away quickly, and at the same time used a move that he had a deep understanding of to stab at a very fast speed. Yi Yong's eyes froze, his eyes were full of incredulity, and when he came back to his senses, it was already too late. The cold touch on his neck was a testament to the defeat of the battle, and it was the final interpretation that everything was brought to an end. Yi Yong's face was a little lonely, they were all young people, who didn't have a competitive heart when he got up and acted. But he quickly recovered. Brother Rabbit, I lost. The two clasped each other and saluted, which was the real end of the fight. The rabbit walked over with a big grin, grabbed Yi Yang's shoulders, and said calmly in intimacy. Yi Yang, I can feel your heart, I've become mature. Said he let go of Yi Yang, and laughed loudly at the sky. The relief in his eyes was infinitely. When Yi Yang heard this, his body trembled. Is this recognized by the stern rabbit? Said and turned his back, and stretched out his hand to pinch his face cutely, telling himself that this was not a dream, and the corners of his mouth hooked up with a smile that he didn't know about. Not far away, on a flat ground, a pair of eyes were staring at the two of them, and they were all under their eyes, and his eyes flashed with kindness. This person was none other than the two of them's incomparably respected mentor, Master Scales. The martial arts qualifications of the two of them were indeed first class, and to be honest, the mastery of the water-breathing method by the two brothers was even more amazing. He squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the performance of the two, and couldn't help but praise in his heart. Well, if you have talent, it's all good, but you're still too young. Although they are young, they are calm, and their understanding of their own strength is also obvious to all. Worthy of his apprentices, it seems that his teaching is indeed not in vain. Give them another time to grow, sooner or later, they will surpass me. Scales? Tone was a little stunned, but he still said with certainty. That's it. In this case, I'm sure I'll be very pleased, and I'll be proud of my protégé. He walked straight forward and walked in the direction where the two of them were. He clapped his hands gently, and the two of them also walked leisurely towards the scales. He glanced at the two children in front of him, and said in a serious voice. Rabbit, Yi Yang, my good children. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the figures of the three were infinitely elongated. In the silence, the tacit understanding and intimate relationship between the master and the apprentice is fully revealed. Is Reveilled a gust of wind blew, blowing the robes of the three people, and the three of them seemed to have blended into this nature, silent but extremely warm. The sudden breeze interrupted the brief silence between the three of them, and their thoughts were gently hooked back to by the breeze's hand. The rabbit got up, put his hands behind his head, and walked with the free and easy attitude of an endless teenager. Teacher, little Yi Yang, let's go. I think the teacher has already cooked the rice. As he spoke, he touched his chin, revealing a thoughtful face. I just don't know what to eat today, I'm looking forward to it. Although Yi Yang was speechless, the faint curvature of the corners of his mouth betrayed his mood at this time, and he followed closely behind him like this. And Master Scales followed behind the two little guys without hurry, looking at the backs of the two, and slowly walked silently under the heavenly dome. The wooden house, the bonfire is burning, emitting a warm glow, the light envelopes the whole room, and the time in the house keeps changing shape with the influence of the external environment, everything seems so beautiful. Suck and suck. Suck. The rabbit with pork bones and barbecued pork ramen concentrates on cooking. Eat with relish. Brother Rabbit, this, radish salmon. It's delicious, for you to eat. Tomioka Yoji expressionlessly picked up a piece of fatty fish meat with chopsticks and handed it to the rabbit's bowl, and then sandwiched a few carrots and put them in the rabbit bowl. Yi Yang looked at the rabbit with an expectant face. The rabbit hesitated in his heart, and after thinking about it, he still couldn't bear to refuse Yi Yang's kindness, and still ate a small bite of the carrot, but the salmon was all eaten. The rabbit himself did not like to eat carrots. Yi Yang also found out, and took a few bites. Well, radish salmon, delicious. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, his eyes narrowed, and he recalled the feeling from his taste buds. While eating radish salmon, he still chanted some words, and muttered in a low voice, Brother Rabbit is like a rabbit, why don't you eat carrots? A few question marks slowly appeared on his face. After eating a little, he stopped eating, sat quietly on the futon, stretched out his hands, and a trace of uneasiness came to his heart. Somehow, deep down, he was uneasy, It's as if something bad is happening. Turning his head and looking at the two disciples, his tense nerves loosened slightly. Immediately, he took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, shook his head, and forcibly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He got up and looked out the window. Under the moonlight, the clouds were thick, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger, becoming rapidly. He raised his hand to close the doors and windows, muttered in his mouth, and sighed shallowly, "The wind and rain are coming, and the sky is going to change." Chapter 45. After eating, not long after, a rapid birdsong came. It was from headquarters, a black-covered crow. The jay's distinctive voice sounded hoarse, but it still unhurriedly conveyed the instructions from the headquarters. North-northeast, north-northeast. Rabbit, Tomioka Yoshi Toshi. Hereby convey the order. Now, in the eastern town to the north, there are innocent people who are being harassed and persecuted by ghosts. So go, go. Investigate the cause and destroy the demons. With that, its flapping wings stopped, and its little head spun around, staring at the two of them. The rabbit got up, patted his body, and took the lead in speaking. "Hey, is this time in time? There is no way. Who made us the ghost-killing team? Since we have come to the mission, there is no way. Let's go." Yi-yang. As he spoke, he stretched out a hand to Yi-yang and pulled him to stand up. There is a certain time lag between the crows to convey the order, which requires the members of the ghost-killing team to rush to the location of the mission release. Although he is reluctant in his heart, he has to obey the task ahead, and he has to hurry up and let them carry out the task to save innocent people from the dire situation. Moreover, since the vine attacked the mountain, the two of them have also recuperated and exercised for a period of time, and their physical and mental state is very good. In addition, the neon knife has also been sent by the knife forging master, and the two children should also experience the real battle. The scales who thought like this in their hearts were not idle, and when the two apprentices packed up, they did not forget to advise. The two of them were ready to go, making sure that nothing was left behind, so they were relieved and went to say goodbye to Master Scales by the way. The two of them were still very excited about this mission. After all, this was the first battle to become official members. The moment he went out, the reluctance in his heart reached the peak. He took 2 steps forward, stretched out a hand, and for a moment, as if he thought of something, he fell straight down. As the disciples walked, they did not forget to wave goodbye to the scales in the moonlight. Until he reached the end of his gaze, he swallowed hard. There are many things I want to say, and in the end, 1,000 words turned into a sentence of expectation, rabbit, righteousness, and courage must be. I must come back safely. When he returned to the house, the black figure under the light of the campfire sat motionless on the ground. Scales rarely fell into the memories of getting along with master and apprentice, and the voices and smiles of the two children were still vivid, as if they had been by his side. Still is. Still is. I really can't put it down. In a short time, Thor made his first move. Boom. Boom. Click. At this moment, thunder and lightning are shining, clouds and rain are intertwined in the sky, and in an instant, the rain is pouring down, and in an instant it is falling from the dark clouds. Whoa! The pouring rain instantly drowned all the surrounding. Bang! Smack! Click! Crystal raindrops rolled down the wooden eaves and fell to the ground, splashing small splashes and making a crisp ticking sound, and the small wooden houses on the narrow fog mountain looked particularly desolate. The dark clouds in the sky were gathering thicker and thicker, as if they were going to obscure the entire sky, so that they would only be a black hole forever. Click! 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 The sound of lightning and thunder echoed endlessly in the clouds, as if it could come at any time. The wind overflowed, setting off one after another fierce winds, and the howling cold wind and rain made people feel frightened and couldn't help but want to dodge. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it seemed to drown the entire misty mountains in. A muffled thunder came from the sky, deafening. Boom, boom. The thunder exploded, making it particularly dazzling in the night. A thunderbolt pierced the sky and slashed straight into the valley. A figure quietly emerged in the midst of lightning and thunder. One who came was Jizu. Or rather, it was the ghost of the hand. At this moment, there was no expression on his cheeks, and even in his eyes, there were huge fluctuations in mood, a look of hatred and anger. His body was condensed from a yellowish substance, his skin was thick, shockingly thick, his body was tall, his scarlet eyes were like those of a giant snake. At both of his wrists, an iron chain was tied. Strangely, the chains are not connected together. These strange faces were all created by this body that had obtained the blood of the Ghost King. This is him, a ghost of a higher life level. His current identity is the new lower string no two-side foot. In his mind, one by one, his humiliating experience of being defeated by scales at once, and the painful years of being imprisoned by scales in Fuji Raid Mountain. The long years of being imprisoned in the Vine Attack Mountain have made his heart numb. The only goal that sustains him is that one day, he will be able to see the light of day again and kill scales with great strength, and only by killing scales can he satisfy his heart's thirst. So when he sees the target, he becomes extremely crazy and becomes extremely excited. His eyelids slowly opened, and a red glow flashed through the gap between his eyes. This red light was so dazzling, like a flame, burning, illuminating the air around it. Well, it's him, that's right, this breath. A fiery gaze burst out of his eyes, staring tightly ahead. His lips opened and closed, as if to say something. I'm back again, Scales, came from his mouth. His voice was calm, but it contained a strong anger and hatred. His words were filled with intense hatred. He looked at the wooden house in front of him, his eyes staring at him, his fists clenched, his bones creaking and making a crunch. Even his teeth rattled, and his face showed an angry hideousness. He just stared ahead, and despite the thunder and lightning, wind and rain, and such a harsh environment, it still could not extinguish its ambition for revenge. It had been a long time, and after an unknown number of breaths, he slowly withdrew his gaze. With his brown palm, he forcefully wiped away the obstructive raindrops on his face, and his vigorous movements seemed to vent all his dissatisfaction. Not long after, an afterimage crossed the air, and he no longer even covered his breath, and just appeared directly outside the wooden house. Chapter 46. Inside the house. The scaly old man with slightly frosty temples did not become seriously debilitated because of his age. Although the body is now aging, the neon wheel knife does not dance much, and it is no longer at the peak of its youth, but the strength of 6 or 7 points is still there. When he appeared nearby, he already felt the aura of an ominous corrupt ghost. There seems to be a hint of familiarity, but I can't think of specific memories. It has been a long time since he retired as a breeder, and memories that were too long in the past will still be more or less forgotten. The scabbard was placed on the table by him, the azure blade exuding a sharp edge, and the scales stood sideways on the side of the door. Holding the handle of the knife for a long time already made his palms sweat slightly. Although there are many puzzles in his heart, the current situation cannot be ignored by him, and he is waiting for an opportunity to. At this time, his ears moved slightly, and he heard a voice. The sound is getting closer and clearer. He closed his eyes, emptied his body and mind, and felt the scent of ghosts outside. Until a brownish arm is lightly clasped on the knocker. At this time, his eyes fluttered. Gulped, without a trace of hesitation, water breath, one type, water surface slash. Without a trace of hesitation. A concentrated gravity blow flowed and drifted away. There were no bells and whistles, no superfluous movements, momentum, swing the knife, all in one go. A dark blue knife shadow slashed through the door frame, instantly slicing through the door, and hitting the hand that stretched out. The moment the blade touched the back of the opponent's hand, a crisp humming sound was heard. It was the humming sound of a sword colliding with a hard object. The air seemed to ripple, and ripples came out of the blade invisibly. The moment the Hinawa knife touched the back of the opponent's hand, the ripples attached to the force of the shock rushed towards his knife-wielding arm like a wave. There was a tingling sensation in the palms, followed by a long-term numbness. This feeling only occurs the moment the blade touches the opponent's skin. The marks on the back of the hand that were split were instantly healed by the powerful self-healing force. The hardness of the skin was beyond the perception of the scales, and sweat involuntarily oozed from the face under the mask. Scales didn't dare to imagine, and they couldn't guess how hard this skin was. It's the first time he's met such a hard ghost. Although his hand was numb, he still held the Nichiwa knife tightly. He didn't stop moving, but continued to swing towards the other person's body. On the tip of the knife, wisps of blue light flickered, and it was a kind of rhythm of water. Water breath, one type, water surface / end. Waved his palm, and forcibly caught the Japanese wheel knife with one palm. Even if he forcibly received this blow, it was just a trace of not deep or shallow on the epidermis. Scales wanted to pull out the Hinawa knife, but he was not in a hurry, he just held on tightly and did not let go. In this way, let the rain wet their clothes, and the two were in a stalemate. Then, his gaze swept over the scales, and the scales met their gaze at this time. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the light in his eyes became more and more abundant. It was a feeling of being an enemy who was blushing when they met. His eyes revealed a strong hatred, and the expression on his face was full of complexity and pain. His face showed an extremely distorted expression, which looked extremely weird. His face was twisted violently, as if he was trying to hold back something. He looked ahead, and the expression on his face was very strange. Such an expression makes him look unusually terrifying and hideous, giving people a creepy feeling. His arms trembled slightly, his fingers bent slightly, and his body seemed to tremble. His teeth were biting his lip, and a stream of blood ran down his lips, dripping onto the ground, splashing a splash of blood. Ah! Ah! Damn scales! Damn scales! It's the same move again, shoot directly, leave no mercy, and want to knock me down directly. And threw out the blade angrily, and the whole ghost jumped like thunder. The scales under the mask frowned, and while holding the knife cautiously on guard, he said in confusion. Who are you, sacred? Why do you know my name? After hearing this, his face quickly lost his expression at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's the hair? Twisted. His hand to his face, look carefully, this face, you won't really forget it. Tai Ching's face replied with a cold tone. During the KO period, a young ghost. Fuji Raid Mountain. You forced me to a dead end. Suddenly, the shackles bound to the long-sealed memory were instantly opened, and a long-ago memory came to mind. Yes. That little ghost with an era name, the one who killed 2 humans at night more than 40 years ago. The corners of his mouth raised a hint of sarcasm. I finally remembered. I didn't expect it, I didn't die, and I still appeared here. Scales looked incredulous. Why, you are in this world. Why haven't you been cleared in the Fuji Raid Mountain selection? For a while, countless question marks surfaced in Scales' mind. And enough to be very disdainful. Speaking of which, it is thanks to you. For more than 40 years in Fuji Raid Mountain, I have survived cautiously, and the devouring humans have raised my life level, and I have unexpectedly mastered the ability of concealed breath. For more than 40 years, I have devoured dozens of humans, and no creature in the Vine Mountain can defeat me. I'm the only most powerful ghost in Fuji Raid Mountain, in other words, I am the rule of Fuji Raid Mountain. Scales' clear eyes froze, and he said coldly. No wonder the Ghost Slayer team didn't find out about your existence when they put weak ghosts every year, it seems that you have become a ghost with special abilities. And sneered, because of my existence, the future members of the damn Ghost Slayer team were slaughtered by me, which can be regarded as indirect revenge. Obviously, the pass rate has been so low in recent years, but the people of the Ghost Slayer team have never sent strong people to check it. This is your incompetence, said. And muttered abruptly in the depths of his heart, but the surface was not directly revealed. Except for the perverted human who appeared in this year's trial, the terrifying aura actually enveloped the entire mountain, and even the adult saw the opportunity to give up the plan and didn't dare to make a move. Then, he continued to do things, throwing out his index fingers and pointing at the scales. I almost forgot to tell you, it won't be wrong, I already clearly understand the style of the mask you made. I've eaten 12 of the imps you made to wear the plague fox mask. The death of these imps is all because of you, the scales are. The word was dragged infinitely long, as if deliberately emphasizing something. Chapter 47. 12 shattered masks of the Calamity Fox, corresponding to 12 living beings. There are shadows behind them, and all of them die at the hands of the feet. After saying these words, he let out a cackling and sympathetic laugh in his special voice. Scales were stunned for a moment, and then his heart sank. He understood that he had deliberately brought the topic to this. This ghost not only wants to kill people, but also wants to punish his heart by the way. The rain has become lighter, but the clothes of the two people have already been wet with the rain. Unlike the blazing evil that came from the evil tastes of the side, Scales' heart seemed to be frozen and unable to breathe. It was his disciples, and it was his beloved family. Scales tried to speak, even if it was a roar, even if it was a curse, anything, just say a few words, but he couldn't make a sound. It was as if his throat was clogged. He swallowed, his throat still dry and hoarse, and he couldn't speak. An indescribable sensation instantly swept through the nerves throughout his body. A kind of despair that he couldn't resist and had to admit enveloped his body and mind. It has always been. It's been. He thought that his cultivation level was not up to the fire, and that his cultivation ability was poor. So much so that the disciples didn't have that strength, and they couldn't even pass the simple selection. One by one, they left him, never to return. I have always believed that the disciples' failure was due to his own reasons. And it was his own. The grief in his stomach made him like an autumn grass, swaying powerlessly in the wind and rain, as if he was about to be uprooted and destroyed at any time. The mask he was wearing had somehow fallen to the ground, and he didn't know. Himself, the crisp sound of the mask falling to the ground was heard, and it was an indescribable expression. Somehow, the tear ducts of an elderly man could not suppress the heat flow in them, and all the emotions gushed out with the heat flow. Teardrops slid down his face, ticking down, and the whole person lost his energy, as if he was dozens of years old. Why not? Why not? They're just a bunch of kids. Unforgivable. All of them are demons, destined to go to hell, brutes without a trace of humanity. And laughed madly. That's it, Scales. Feel the same anger and hatred as I do. The more unbearable Scales became, the more happy they became. This kind of ridicule continued until the moment when Scales couldn't hold back anymore, and it stopped abruptly. Scales' fingers trembled uncontrollably, and the knife and handle in his hand felt a little bent and deformed. The blade shook as his trembling body shook as he struggled in his hands like a frightened beast. Gradually, the rain stopped. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an angry beast with bloodlust and violence, rushing forward. He wants to kill the ghosts in front of him, and he wants to destroy them all. The whole person seems to be out of shape, but deep down he is as calm as ever. His body rushed forward. The breath of the water was fully opened. The scale used all his strength desperately, and rushed forward frantically. His speed was too fast. His body pulled out of the void. As he rushed towards the side, his wrist flicked outward, and the blade slashed through a cold light. Seeing that the scales began to move in earnest, he hurriedly launched an attack and flexibly attacked with iron chains. Breath of water, 3-shape, flowing dance. The scales danced with the flow, and the whole person seemed to be incarnated into flowing and silky flowing water, while slashing, and could accurately dodge all the attacks of the water. The scales pulled the figures between the two sides closer, and in the contrast of the tall bodies, the scales seemed a little smaller, but this just gave the scales a chance to take advantage of them. He found that when some of the movements appeared, his body was not so flexible. The blue shadow of the sword flickered rapidly, sparks flew everywhere, and some were just the sound of humming. But instead of giving up, Scales jumped up with the help of his strength and turned to attack other parts. Breath of water, wanton shape, tide of blows. Cold light pierced the night sky, slashing across the hideous face of the foot. The wound went deep into the flesh and bones, and blood spurted out, staining the sleeves and face of the Scales red. Blood flowed, and it grew more and more raging. Scales didn't give up the attack because of a momentary success. His figure flickered quickly, and the knife in his hand turned into a black afterimage and continued to wave, and one after another flashed the knife. Breath of water, Tsuki no shape, Takiju. Suddenly, taking advantage of the inconvenience of turning around with his feet, the Scales jumped up, raised the Hinakura knife, fell from the sky, and slashed down with force. This blow was so powerful that it was like a huge stone being thrown into the sea, causing a huge wave. This time, he tried to attack the neck, preparing to directly decapitate. Unfortunately, he only cut through the epidermis and did not cut deep into the bones. Instead, he changed his attack move in the air. Water breath, wanton type, strike tide. Scales changed the part of the attack, and began to continue to slash at the ankles, wrists, and face. His sturdy figure kept slicing across his body, and the stinking blood sprayed out from his body, and for a while, the smell of fishy stuff filled the air, and it couldn't be dissipated for a long time. Even his own blood ghost magic didn't make every part so hard that it was indestructible, he could only cover some of the main torso. And he hasn't completely recorded the breath of the Scales, and the Scales are too sensitive, so he can't capture the Scales for a while, so he can only be beaten passively. For a while, it seemed that the Scales were in the upper hand. In fact, these injuries only need a moment to heal, mainly because the Scales are like a monkey, jumping around and annoying. Soon, the robe on the body of the foot is gradually eroded by the blood, becoming dirty and messy. However, a playful look appeared on his face. Blood demon technique, boiling blood. Scales immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately pulled away. A burst of red steam filled the mist dissipated, and unlike the original tall image, the image of a crumpled and thin old man appeared in front of the Scales. But this old man's muscles are very full, and his momentum is very powerful. Scales, this is a move in exchange for consuming recovery power and overdrawing blood, and you're the first person to see me like this. Scales, you say, how close are we? And was very satisfied with the power brought by this body. It simply moved its body to adjust to this new powerful form. A sad smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Scales with bad intentions. Scales, enough trouble. Now, it's time to fight back. Let me show you, this is enough power to crush you. Chapter 48. And the foot stared at the Scales like this, and said coldly. Its eyes are full of bloodlust and cruelty. It wants revenge, it wants to kill this person. It hates. It is angry. It wants to ravage the Scales. It hates to break this person into pieces, crush bones and scatter ashes. And with a cold snort, the wrinkles on the old face are a little deeper, but the face is full of excitement. It's finally time for me to make a move. The image of a shriveled and thin old man, but like a ghost, with infinite power. The speed is so fast that the naked eye can only catch his afterimage, and his strength is powerful, far surpassing the scales. The fly in the ointment is that in this form, if it bursts out with force, even hard skin can't bear it, which will make the body load too great, which can be described as hurting 1,000 people and hurting 800. And because of the pressure on itself, its body has almost no ability to recover. As soon as the words were finished, his body quickly rushed forward, and a pair of hands carrying iron chains flew towards the scales. Scaly didn't dare to slack off on the enemy, and a solemn color appeared on his face. Breath of water, triple shape, flowing dance. Breath of water, 7 shape, Shizuku's ripple strike. Breath of water, land shape, twisting vortex. Breath of water, wanton. Type, tide of blow. Breath of water, type 2, water wheel. Scales kept the breath of water in its full concentration, and used all he had learned in his life to cope with the current situation. Dodge, attack, repeat, fight. The blade cuts through the air, slicing through the most vulnerable parts of the body. During this time, the Hinawa knife slashed at the throat of the foot, and blood spurted out from the slash, and a small blood streak appeared on his neck. Blood flowed down his neck and dripped to the ground, splashing red flowers one after another, looking enchanting and terrifying. Decapitation didn't work. Then Scaly swung the knife forward with all his strength, and the blade cut a deep mark from the air in front of him with the sound of the howling wind. Even with the most powerful moves, the current results are only blind the eyes of the foot. But it didn't work, and soon, Scales discovered that even if he didn't need eyes, he could feel his own breath and continue to entangle and fight with himself. The wrist was wrapped in chains and could not be slashed, and the careful use of the foot made it difficult to attack the ankle. This is a lot of pressure on the scales. It was gradually dragged like this, and it seemed that the interest had been reduced a little, and he actually took the initiative to untie the chains that were wrapped around his hand. I saw that the chains of the legs were grabbing him, and the scales dodged left and right with the flow of dances, but the arms of the legs seemed to have no bones and could stretch out to attack. Dexterous enough to easily break through his own defenses, the chain just brushed by, and cut a long scar on Scales' body. The sound of chains roared wantonly, and in a short time, the aqua-blue ukiyo-e-style clothes on the Scales were stained red with his own blood. The aqua-blue clothes seemed to be dyed with a strange red flower. Blood demon technique unfolds, ripple shock. Immediately after seizing the opportunity, he turned around on the side of his body and slammed his elbow into Scales' abdomen. Poof! With just one elbow, he slammed into Scales' abdomen and knocked Scales upside down. The Scales were not comfortable, and when they were hit by the joint foot, their bodies flew backwards, and their bodies smashed into 3 trees, and finally stopped. The scaly body made a long mark on the muddy ground. Bright red blood gushed out and splattered on the ground, staining red. He struggled to his feet. But as soon as he stood up, his body fell backwards again and fell to the ground. The Scales in the mess were beaten by the juxtap in this form and were powerless. Scaly spat blood from his mouth and lowered his head to look at his abdomen. Scales wanted to rely on their skills to unload some of their strength as much as possible, but there seemed to be a strange chi in his abdomen. This breath poured into his abdomen in a rampage. Several bones above the abdomen were broken, and the internal organs were also concussed and injured by the force. The Scales' abdomen was dented by the side of the foot, and there were internal injuries inside. Poof! Another mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the ground beneath him red. Puff! Scales spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood, but he still gritted his teeth and got up, staggering to his feet. It is not easy to bear it, and it also needs to bear this force, and the price is that one arm hangs down and hangs weakly, which is considered to be a temporary waste of an arm. But he didn't care at all, as long as he found a random place after killing the Scales, he could eat some people and return to his human form, and he could recover his injuries. Although its recovery ability is particularly poor now, and like none, the fierce attack will also injure its own body, but the unmatched strength in exchange is worth it. Looking at the embarrassed appearance of the scales, the perverted pleasure in its heart came up again. Thinking about it, it let out a strange cry of compassion again. Scales, look at your current appearance, what's the difference between you and an ant? I can crush you with one hand now. As he spoke, he whipped away with the iron chain in his left hand, and suddenly whipped the scales that barely supported his body to the ground. The scales curled up and lay on the ground in pain, still holding his own neon knife tightly in his hand, refusing to let go. Then it stepped forward again, stepped down with a hard kick, and twisted it and twisted it. Scales' hand had been destroyed. The pain came, causing Scales' body to shake violently. The body kept twitching, and streams of blood spurted out of his mouth, falling to the ground, turning into dots of flowers, blooming on the dirt on his chest. However, even so, the Scales will never allow themselves to give in. Smack! And looked at the perseverance in the Scales' eyes, and he was angry, and his left hand was thrown over with an iron chain. Scales trembled as they were whipped. Scales' face turned even paler. His eyes began to glaze, and he knew that he would not last long. I am in a very bad condition now, many bones have been broken in my body, the organs in my body have been damaged by shocks, and one hand has been. And the strength of the combined foot is too terrifying, and every blow he throws at will, the Scales can't withstand it. This kind of power, even if he used all his strength, he couldn't stop it at all, and he knew that he had already lost. He knew his life was coming to an end. His eyes grew misty. Hey! Are you such a lowly ant? And stepped forward to tear open the scaly eyelids. Open your eyes and see, just like you defeated me with ease more than 40 years ago. Show me this face. Chapter 49. He grabbed Scales' hair and smashed Scales' head to the ground. After the rain, the ground was soft, and the scaly head was smashed into most of the ground. He pulled him up again, pinching his scaly neck and looking at his dirty face full of muddy water. A look of scorn. His face. At this time, the Scales were already in a daze, and his consciousness was almost completely gone, and he felt that his body and soul were about to be separated. He was so tired that he wanted to sleep, even if it was probably that he couldn't sleep. The picture of the Marquis began to flicker in Scales' mind, and the final picture was frozen on a memory. It was a middle-aged man, silently sweeping the tomb, and every stone tablet and the surrounding field were cleaned very clean. The tributes are always fresh and will be replaced before they spoil. The breeze swept and some leaves fell on some of the stone tablets, and the man carefully picked up each leaf until it was clean, and then he was satisfied. In fact, men are not good at drinking. As soon as they drink a little, they will be dizzy, the whole person will be blushing, and then get drunk, take the sky as the quilt, take the earth as the seat, and fall asleep soundly. The man does this every year at Oban, and with a few sips, he seems to be able to see the children, as if they are still around him. Men come every year, and the cemetery has more stone monuments every year. Before the man cultivated the rabbit Yiyang, his temples began to turn white. The number of people who died in the cemetery was still increasing, and it was not until the generation of Rabbit and Yiyang that the joke of fate began to end. The laughter of a group of children echoed in the old man's mind, and everything seemed so beautiful. Natsumai, Takahashi, Heikiro, Kasuke, Janai. The old man read out the names of the 12 children in his heart, but his inner voice became lower and lower. Until the last child's name is pronounced. In a trance, the old man stretched out his only remaining hand, as if he wanted to touch something, but he had just lifted it halfway, and he was powerless to continue. It's a pity that I can't defeat this hand ghost, and I can't avenge the children. Rabbit and Yiyang must live well, and the children, as a teacher, I will accompany you. I'm sorry, in the next life, don't look for someone like me to be a master again. And walked towards the scales step by step, looking at the lifeless scales, its interest was completely lost. Isn't it? It's really boring, so you can't dance? I really want you to see for yourself now, it's so ugly. Feng Shui takes turns, scales, you didn't expect to have today. And sneered. He looked at the scales lying on the ground, and his eyes revealed strong contempt and disdain. It really doesn't look down on such a despicable thing now, and it has been beaten like this by it with a few random blows, which is simply no pleasure of revenge. The hand ghost kicked a few times, but the scales still collapsed to the ground motionless, as if they had run out of oil and had withered. Lamp, it's boring. I was going to play a little more. He turned and walked a few steps. In the darkness, beams of light reflected down. A man with a bearded beard who looked like an uncle was roaring, "How can you cultivate, Zhou? What are you doing? Hurry up, keep fighting, how can I have such a weak disciple as you?" Followed by the figure. A group of children. Master, Master Scales, Master Zhou. Mr. Teacher. Each call represents a person with an independent personality. A bunch of small clusters of light dispelled the darkness and brought warmth to the scales. The spark in Scales' heart continued to burn until it evolved into a raging fire. His eyes snapped open, and his whole body instantly came to his senses and regained his self-consciousness. Whew! Hoob! Heavy gasps echoed through the room, one hand covering his chest and the other holding a nearby tree. I'm Scales left Nirji, the predecessor of the water column. Even if my god form is destroyed, I will definitely kill the evil spirit. Drops of sweat rolled down from the corners of his forehead, and his body bowed slightly, like a bow and arrow. On the face, unknown markings begin to derive and cling to the skin. The sea blue markings are not ugly, on the contrary, there is a strange beauty. The scales that hovered between life and death finally broke through a certain boundary at the moment when life was about to be extinguished. At this moment, Scales' heart was beating violently, his body temperature reached an astonishing 40 degrees, and his pulse reached more than 200 beats per minute. The heart is like being beaten with chicken blood, vibrating violently, and blood is constantly swimming around the body. The sound of the heart fluttering was like an imperial engine, roaring and roaring. On the face, sea blue markings quietly emerge and cling to the face. This pattern is getting denser and denser, weird and desperate. The scales have slightly bent legs, their bodies are straight, and the only hand that can move can pick up the Nikiran knife and flick a knife flower lightly. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze burned, and his eyes were like flames, staring into the distance. At the corners of his mouth, wisps of white gas came out, and the white gas swirled, forming the appearance of white clouds. Hu! Exhaled a long breath of turbidity, and the scales began to move, stretching their active parts. He felt the pores of his whole body open up, and his body was filled with explosive power. The breath of water is already working at a higher intensity. Now he tried his best, and his physical strength was only enough to perform one move. Scales chose to face it head-on, and in the end, they also burned themselves. The breath of water, the shape of picking, the flow of life. They. Dragon groaned, and all the seas and desolations were stirred. A water dragon became more and more majestic and realistic in the continuous rotation of the scales, and the dragon's claws waved and swung in all directions, showing its hideous side. The breath of water, the shape of picking, the flow of life, and didn't go far, and before he could react for a while, his neck was torn by this wild water dragon. It's okay, my neck is very hard, he can't cut off my head, comforting himself, he slammed a fierce punch into the scales. Scales' chest was directly pierced by it, blood fell down his arm, and the ticking sound was particularly harsh. Cough cough cough. A violent cough sounded, and a stream of blood poured out of Scales' mouth. His body twitched, and the blood that spat out of his mouth gushed out like a river. Drops of bright red blood dripped down the corners of his mouth. Chapter 50. The pressure was on the side of the side, and to be honest, the side of the foot was also uncomfortable, and the blade of the Nichiren knife had already sunk into half of the neck, and the blood was dripping and gurgling out. The eyes of the feet were full of flames of resentment. I'm not reconciled, I'm not convinced, I'm not convinced. Death is coming, why do you still have such a strong power? This is unreasonable. If there are eyeballs, the eyeballs will definitely pop out. Of course, it didn't have that chance, because its eyeballs had already been cut off by the scales. It was the first time it had encountered such a situation, and it had already roughly understood that it was the effect of that strange pattern. When that pattern appeared on the face of the old man, it could not be directly. After these waves of operation, it was directly stunned, and its brain was buzzing. At that moment, it remembered again, 40 years ago, the fear of being dominated by scales. Even if it didn't want to admit it, its body reacted by betraying it. No matter what, I can't die here, I must not die here. I've just seen the light of day, damn scales. Damn scales. He pulled his arm out of his chest with enough force, and the hand that came out immediately reached out to the blade. Tried to use his hand to push the blade forward, but its heart was already confused, and after a few pushes, it didn't push the scales. What a stubborn fellow! Don't you know that my patience is limited? Don't force me to make a move. Otherwise, you will be worse than dead. Its eyes were filled with a cruel light, and the whole ghost was in a state of rage, and the iron chain in its hand waved like a raging storm, and frantically struck the scale's body. Bang bang bang! The heart of the foot is about to sink into the ice of 10,000 years, and the whole ghost is panicked. Its head is entangled in the scaly water dragon, and it can't break free. It's like a rope, tightly strangling its neck, so that it has no chance to resist at all. He even tried to beat Scales' head with his fists incessantly, trying to knock Scales unconscious. Scaly was already a bloody man, and he couldn't feel the pain anymore. Now, he has only one thing on his mind, and that is to cut off the head of the foot. Knock knock. The heartbeat is still strong, but it is no longer as strong as it used to be, and the heartbeat rate has become slow. Breathing rapidly, the air in the chest cavity seems to have been squeezed clean, leaving only the last bit of air squeezed into the chest cavity. The heart is beating slower and slower. The overdraft of power comes at a price. Scales completed the last exchange of gases, as if returning to the light, flipped his wrists, changed the path of the knife, and finally used water breath, one shape, water surface slash. Simple but powerful. Ah! A hoarse roar came from Scales' mouth, and the whole person seemed to have reached its peak at this moment, wanting to cut this knife deeper until the head was cut off. The skull was in front of him, but he found that the last step was powerless. And still attacking himself like crazy, Scales now only wants his body to be strong enough to withstand these attacks. And the foot continued to attack the body of the scale, although the scale suffered extremely serious injuries, but it did not fall. He is like a god of steel war, no matter how much he attacks him, he will not bow his head. The strength of the foot is indeed very strong, but his speed is much slower, and the strength of his attack on the scales is on the small side. The scales are like this, under the continuous attacks of the feet, the strength is increased, but the hand holding the Nichiren knife is getting heavier and heavier. His face grew paler and his lips became more and more chapped. He finally realized that the enemy in front of him was much more difficult than he had imagined. And began to speak incoherently, "Let go, let go." The scales were pierced, his eyes were blinded, one of his hands was useless, and he couldn't see a human being anymore. It doesn't understand what kind of faith supports the scales like this. This is even more terrifying than being a ghost. Tearing. Is a foot gnawing at the scaly body, sucking the blood of the scaly, it seems to remember its own ghost instinct, and begins to attack with primitive means. A white mist filled his body, and his vitality began to be replenished rapidly, and the power contained in the blood on the pillar body was no less than that of thin blood, and even more than some of the thin blood. At this moment, the iron chain was tightly wrapped around the Nichiren knife, and the only remaining hand was used to stop the Nichiren knife from advancing deeper. Both are engaged in a final battle. Before he was about to be completely unable to hold on, the markings on Scale's face became incomparably blue at the final moment, and the markings seemed to be given life. This was the testimony of Scale's spirit and spirit reaching its peak. The aqua-blue sword light flashed. Bang! A head flew in the air for a few weeks, and with a little yellow bloodshot, it fell to the ground in an arc, rolling around a few times before stopping. The old man ran out of breath before he was about to decapitate his head, and in the last moment, he completed the decapitation with his unyielding will and physical instinct. The side of the head landed in the right direction to look up at the old man. It was an old man with his knees slightly bent, covered in blood and miserable and unadult-like. Obviously his body was stiff, but one hand was still in the posture of the knife. It was a posture of standing up to the sky and the earth under the dome of the sky. And it was shocked in my heart, and at a certain moment, it seemed to understand something. But until the end, its eyes were extremely crazy, like a beast in a cage, trying to break out of cage. That desire has not been completely extinguished. No one knows what kind of obsession it has in its heart. An ugly-looking eyeball hides in a hidden place. All the things in this battle were recorded by her, and her eyes sparkled, as if there was a trace of doubt and a little puzzle, full of humanity. She had a certain amount of sanity, although not high, but she still had a certain judgment based on the subject. She wondered why the body of the decapitated lower string ghost had not dissipated, and there was still an unknown mist shrouding its body. She shook her tentacles and didn't think about continuing to think, but in the spirit of ghostism, she still pulled the corpse back to the Infinity City. After that, the heavens and the earth returned to silence. The moonlight gently sprinkled on a certain figure, as if to soothe some. This moon and shadow is the last companion of this proud predecessor Shui Zhu.